To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. Oh God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Ọbụnụ gịnị ka m na-achọzunu ịmana Chukwu akọziwo m o nyere m iwu nyelu ya ume. What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, he give you me, give me you. Ọbụnụ ka ife nlachacha so, ọbụnụ ka ife mmechacha mee. My baby, you know, say you gon' love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuniki fe la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jóye ẹnùkú. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí, wá fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ Olúrẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is right there. Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, àmì ẹ̀ pọ̀. So often have I interpreted that that hopefully it brooks no more interpretation for anyone, but for the benefit of people new to the space, that's Yoruba language, of course. Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, may God never depart from you, or me, even all of us, in fact. So may God never depart from all of us. Who would you say amen to that? So I'm saying amen to that, first on behalf of myself, and then of course you, my friends. So here it is. We've cascaded yet into another weekend. So it never stops, of course, the endless grind that is Operation Rescue Nigeria. So the endless grind that is Operation Rescue Nigeria. Good day to you. Good to have your company. And how are you all? So hope you've had a wonderfully glorious week as the week comes to a weekend and then only to repeat it next week again. Monday is a bank holiday. Here in the UK, they call a public holiday a bank holiday. So Monday is a bank holiday here in the UK. So it's a long weekend. A lot of people go away, but I am here stuck with you guys talking nonsense about Nigeria. So pardon me. So there it is. Let's do that funky thing that we do. So let's do that funky thing. Yes, the usual protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you come on. So we want to. When I'm saying that, I want to be seeing the like numbers go up. So it's not just an opening sing-along monologue that I do. It's an invitation for you to take an action. So click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, that invites you into the studio. It's been a while since we broke the dock of a new voice. So let's have that new voice today. I'm the only one in the studio at the moment. So hopefully the studio populates in the course of. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then the example that Ayo has set on that platform there. So on your screen there. So you can see it there. So the example that Ayo has set, a lot of people should follow it. So a minimum of 4 more persons should follow that example that Ayo has set there. And that followership should be in the manner that Ayo has set it. So it cannot be the case that only one person supercharged to the platform. Thankful or whatever it is that we are, Ayo, he never likes the publicity. He never likes attention being drawn to him. But we must point out that he seems to be the only one that supercharged the platform, and that cannot be the case. So he's paying for your food essentially, and you are pickpocketing this guy. So don't be a skinflint. Do as Ayo has done. That's dollar sign at the bottom of that screen. Use it just as Ayo has used it, and use it to match up with what Ayo has done. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and click on the dollar sign at the bottom of the screen. So all those nice and cozy stuff. So Chioma joins Ayo. Not quite as handsome as Ayo, but there it is nevertheless. And our in-house saboteur continues to make fun of my accent. So nothing has changed. So like, share, subscribe, hyperlink that says StreamYard, and of course the supercharge. So let's get into it. Let me put Ayo's one up because that's more handsome. Thank you, Chioma, but I think that one looks the part. So let's get straight into it. So we're going to go to a myriad of all manners. So it's a potpourri. It's a mix of all sorts that we're presenting in this particular session. There's a piece. There's a clip by Liberos, some rather funky name like that. Liberos. What's his name again? Liberos something or the other. Liberos Oshoma or Liboros. Who names their child Liboros? Why don't you just name that child Bully Me at school rather than that? That's more appropriate. But he's apparently a barrister and he speaks to the politics of Abia State. So we'll be watching that clip. It's about 9 minutes long. So we'll be watching that. But so let's kick it off with this one. And we launch straight into it. The gift that just keeps on giving, the Lagos-Calabar superhighway, there's been a variation there, and the obedient space has gone apoplectic with their usual somersaulting. To save submarine cables, Lagos-Calabar Highway leaves shoreline reverts to original route for 9 kilometers. So there it is right there. A variation in that, of course, and anybody that's ever taken on any project that is building related will not be unfamiliar with this, because in the course of construction, building, whatever, there's always variation. To save submarine cables, Lagos-Calabar Highway leaves shoreline, reverts to original route for 9 kilometers. So a minor variation in a 400 kilometers project, but of course, the obedient space, they're doing their usual palungo over that. Nigeria's Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, has announced that the federal government will do away with the proposed new route of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway from kilometer 16 to kilometer 27 of the 47-kilometer highway and revert to the gazetted alignment. So there's a variation for a particular portion of that road. So they're not reverting to the original plan. They're not coming up with a new plan. The plan that is in the works, it remains in the works. But in the course of carrying out that project, there will be variations. So set your mind to further variations down the line, and set your mind also to the usual screeching and squealing and howling at the moon from your friendly neighborhood obedient space. Nigeria's Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, has announced that the federal government will do away with the proposed new route of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway from kilometer 16 to 27 of the 47-kilometer highway and revert to the gazetted alignment. So Umahi disclosed this. Umahi disclosed this in Lagos at the third stakeholder meeting of the Coastal Highway project on Thursday. During the let me take that from the top again. Hold on. Okay, we'll do this at speed. Nigeria's Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, has announced that the federal government will do away with the proposed new route of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway from kilometer 16 to 27 of the 47-kilometer highway and revert to the gazetted alignment. Umahi disclosed this in Lagos at the third stakeholder meeting of the Coastal Highway project on Thursday during a 2-hour session that included presentations and a question and answer segment. Umahi invited representatives of telecommunications companies affected by the ongoing project, residents of Okun Aja community, as well as other stakeholders to make a case for why the new alignment should be altered, highlighting the concerns of MTN, 2Africa, and other telecoms company, was the group CEO of Machine and Equipment Consulting of Africa. We have 3 critical infrastructure that are located on one spot. One is the 2Africa submarine cable that cuts across 33 countries, connecting about 3 billion people. That cable landed at Moko, and where it landed, the West Africa cable system had already been located there about 17 years. All right. I don't know if you want the fullness of that, but I think you get the general drift. Let me give you a few more paragraphs, and then we'll move on to another narrative. We have pardon me. We have We have a mega IPP, which is to provide power to 2Africa cable and the WACES cable. The power plant is 50 megawatt power plant expected to support this infrastructure. The new corridor is passing right on the submarine cable, and the other side is on the IPP. You cannot have the submarine cable without power. They will not function. So essentially, there's a telecommunications hub that the new variation of the superhighway cuts across. And of course, now that's been highlighted by the telecoms industry. Quite rightly, then the government verified. So this is what you're seeing here. So if you see this yellow line running through, so this is the variation now that has caused the kerfuffle. And then if you look at this green line now, that's the original plan. So now they've cut through all the way up to kilometer 27, and then they've cut across back into the original plan to avoid those cable submarine spaces, and then the project carries on. So I'm not quite sure, and this is very much in tandem with construction and building. So there is nothing new or unusual in what is going on. This is very much in tandem. So this is very much in tandem with because anybody that has ever been, if you've ever built a house, then this will not come as something new to you. How many times have you changed that plan? How many times have you moved one thing left or right, etc., etc.? So this is at a more mega level, but nevertheless, the same principles apply. In the course of construction, there's always variation in design. So nothing new to see here, but of course, the obedient space, they've gone to town with their usual palongo on this one. So so this will be the Liboros Oshoma thing. It's a near 9-minute clip. So we leave that till later. But we go on from there to this one. Let's go on to this one just as soon as it loads up. Load. Okay, let's come to this one. Whichever one loads first. Okay, let's come to this one. So we're fast tracking to the anniversary of the Tinubu administration, and what have they achieved? Seems to be the question coming out of everybody's mouth. So this is Reno Omokri attempting at answering that question. 1 year anniversary, bright spots in Tinubu's government. So this is part one, which is to tell you that more parts to come. Part one. In the space of a year, President Bola Tinubu has fulfilled 6 significant promises he made during the campaign, including subsidy removal, Naira flotation, student loan scheme, allocations to states doubled, infrastructural development reduction in government expenditure. However, he has not achieved this all on his own. Roughly 20% of his cabinets have been responsible for most of his progress. Now, who are these individuals? I will do my best to break them down. The National Security Advisor, Ministers of Information, FCT, Interior, Aviation, Works, Petroleum, and Foreign Affairs have stood out as outstanding performers in Tinubu's cabinet. So there is very little that can equivocate that statement as a statement of fact. Very little can contrast that statement as a statement of fact. The insecurity in Nigeria has reduced to such a level that it is not even a mention in the news cycle anymore. When was the last time you heard of an? Of course, it's still ongoing. Nobody is saying that they have defeated insecurity, but this guy has dissipated it to such a manageable level that is not even. Imagine if we were still under this level of fervent insecurity that we were under Buhari. Imagine what the obedience space would have made of that. So quietly but effectively, this guy is working. The national security, however, let me take it from this topmost paragraph again. However, he has not achieved this all on his own. Roughly 20% of his cabinet has been responsible for most of his progress. Now, who are these individuals? I will do my best to break it down. The National Security Advisor, Ministers of Information, FCT, Interior, Aviation, Works, Petroleum, and Foreign Affairs have stood out as outstanding performers in the Tinubu cabinet. The National Security Advisor has been responsible for the neutralization of the most notorious bandit kingpins, including Ali Kachala, Boderi Ishaku, and Sani Dangote, which has resulted in a marked decrease in incidents of insecurity. But my problem with him is that he is too modest. If he reels out his achievements, more often Nigeria will realize the blessing God gave us in Ribadu. If you enjoy the resurgence of, so it goes on. Anyway, let me leave that there. And go on to another one. So let me go on to this one. It is the law that is holding Nnamdi Kanu. I don't know him. So this is the Minister of Justice inviting Nnamdi Kanu to F off. So this is the Minister of Justice inviting Nnamdi Kanu to F off. It is the law that is holding Nnamdi Kanu. I don't know him. Justice Minister Fagbemi. The Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, has declared that the embattled leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, is being held according to the rule of law. So this is the thing now. Nnamdi Kanu is not a political prisoner. It's a fugitive. It's a criminal that is now ensnared in the clutches of the law. And the law will determine his fate, essentially what the Justice Minister is telling you. The Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, has declared that the embattled leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, is being held according to the rule of law. Fagbemi added that he does not know the IPOB leader. He made the submission while speaking on the second day of the ministerial updates in commemoration of the 1 year in office of President Bola Tinubu. Speaking further, the minister submitted that Kanu's case and that of Omoyele Sowore are not the same. So this is the conflated parallel then. This is the subterfuges, if I could coin that word if it doesn't exist. This is the subterfuge that elements sympathetic to Nnamdi Kanu always try to play. That they've released Sunday Igboho, they've released Omoyele Sowore. So why is Nnamdi Kanu still in court? Totally different cases, of course. Nnamdi Kanu is a known and a quantifiable terrorist, and Omoyele Sowore is just a newspaper editor, and Sunday Igboho is not even anything. But Nnamdi Kanu is a known and a quantifiable terrorist. You know, is worse than the Boko Haram leader. Speaking for that, the minister submitted that Kanu's case and that of Omoyele Sowore are not the same. Asked why the likes of Sowore and Yoruba Nation activist Sunday Igboho were released whilst Kanu remains in custody, the minister said, Nnamdi Kanu and Showore's case are not the same. If I see Sowore, I don't know him. If I see Kanu, I don't know him. So Nnamdi Kanu is being held under the rule of law and the court. Let's wait for the decision of the court. No one will be held outside the law of the country. So there it is right there. So that's the sum total of it now. And now you have a categorical statement then that Nnamdi Kanu, nothing like a prisoner of conscience or a political anything, is just it's a notorious terrorist that is now in the clutches of the law. And that is the sum total of it. So that's the sum total of that. Right, let's go on from that. There's no one in the studio, by the way. If you want the session to take place, you have to. It is a participatory sport, as I often say. It is a participatory sport. You have to participate. Let's go on to this. Pardon me. Governor Yusuf presents letter of reinstatement to Emir Sanusi. So there was a last-minute attempt by some rapscallion to use the courts to stop this. But Governor Yusuf ignored that court injunction, and now we have the 16th Emir of Kano. So he was the 14th now. And by the way, that is a historical first, because we've never had an Emir stepped down in Kano only to be reinstated. So this is a historical first. Governor Yusuf presents letter of reinstatement to Emir Sanusi. So I think the headline tells us all we need from that. He will have to do it. Omishore hints on when Tinubu will reshuffle his cabinet. So all the anticipation is that it will be sometime over the course of next week, as he marks his 1 year in office. Former National Secretary of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Iyiola Omishore, has submitted that President Bola Tinubu knows what he is doing and will reshuffle his cabinet at the right time. He also called to reminder, that's what they wrote, oh, it's not me reading it badly. He also called to reminder that the cabinet members are in office based on the pleasure of the president and is the one that can judge their performance. Well, it's not the one that can judge their performance. The country judges their performance based on the impact of their performance on the country. The former Osun State Deputy Governor made the submission on Friday while speaking as a guest on Inside Sources with Laulu Akonde, a socio-political program aired on Channels Television. He added that President Tinubu is watching, knows what he wants, and at the right time, if necessary, the cabinet will be reshuffled. So it's not even at the right time, because he has, 3 years left in office, and it needs to be really fast-tracking, especially the most important. Ribadu, we know he's not going anywhere. We know that Wike is not going anywhere. We know Tunji Ojo is not going anywhere. We know that Dave Umahi is not going anywhere. But that minister for electricity, whatever, he should go. They should just replace him, you know. And a lot of these stragglers, that the minister of agriculture, who doesn't seem to have a coherent plan. So all of these people now that are just occupying spaces, they should go. So that's that one. Let me see. Is there anything in this one? Hold on. Let me bring you this one. Ministers back Niger mass wedding makes donations. So this is Uju Kennedy reversing her position. The Minister of Women Affairs, Uju Kennedy, on Thursday announced scholarship and gave various gift items to 100 orphaned girls in Niger State ahead of their mass wedding today. So she went to the IJP to try and stop it, but then the culture fought back. The mass wedding is being sponsored by the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, Abdul Malik, whatever his last name is. The minister had kicked against the mass wedding of the young girls, saying it was a violation of the Child Rights Act. Kennedy, who addressed a press conference in Abuja, noted that she had petitioned the Inspector General of Police to stop the wedding, adding that she also filed a lawsuit seeking an injunction to restrain the speaker from going ahead with the mass wedding. In response, the speaker lambasted the minister for dabbling into a religious and cultural issue she did not understand. He said the minister acted without first making any efforts to understand the circumstances that confronted the girls, which made it necessary for their wedding to be sponsored. The speaker also received the backing of the Niger State Council of Imams. And this is what backed her down, by the way. You know, the potency of the North is religion and culture, but their most fervent potency is religion. When they start to throw their religion up, then it rallies all of their adherents behind it. And if you want to take it on, much to your chagrin. The minister also received the backing of the Niger State Council of Imams and the Muslim Rights Concern, which both want the minister to steer clear of the mass wedding, which they insisted must go ahead as scheduled. Ahead of the mass wedding, the minister, represented by her special assistant on private sector, Adija Usman, was in Niger to announce the scholarship for the girls and also to give them other items such as wrappers and food stuff. The items were given out to the 100 young girls at the palace of the Emir of Kotangora. So this is it now. She takes the knee. The minister, through Usman, presented 10 points of sale, 10 points of sale machine, 100 wrappers, and 3,500 bags of 10 kg rice. This now, girl, the rice is now the go-to now. That it's just a ridiculousness. But there that one is. So now I'll play you now this clip by Libaros, whatever his name is, and then we'll see if there's anybody in the studio, and then we'll know if the session carries on or not. Yeah. So, but let's watch this. This is the verdict on Abia State.
Like APC at the center, Labour Party in Abia State is doing exactly the same thing they criticized the previous government of: governance as a lying tools. During campaign, the current Abia State Governor, Alex Oti, promised never to have anything to do with transition government at the local government level, or have anything to do with local government funds. But today, he's not only running the states without local government, elected local government officials, he has transition committees, he christened them mayor. But he's also been accused of handling local government funds and giving peanut to his mayors and transition committee. The governor promised job creation during campaign, but upon inauguration, he was quoted as saying, you know, job creation is not their priority for now. So no wonder the Enyimba automated garment factory, where they imported machines from Turkey, which was commissioned by the previous government, is lying waste, despite being equipped with, you know, as you can see, the machines, sewing machines from Turkey. And Aba is the home of tailoring in Nigeria. So Abia youth, When we get work, I go wait to us and I dance as Zonto for social media and I go wait tired. Despite promising not to collect security vote during campaign, the governor has spent so far 4.4 billion as security vote between July 2003 and March 2004. These have surpassed all other states in the Southeast. On the same breath, the governor in faraway America accused his predecessor of illegally diverting 10 billion naira meant for airport into private hands. In fact, everybody for about beginning to look for the airport. As they said, the job was not done, but that they collected 10 billion. But the previous administration has come out to outline how the money was spent on various road projects when the State Council of Chiefs opted for road construction.
All right, there's a particular tweet that is about to show you in a moment that slams dunk that particular narrative. So it's increasingly becoming the case that Alex Oti is not only incompetent, but a mischief maker. But watch the tweet that is about to share with you now.
Construction instead of airport, since the state was bordered by 2 airports already, Imo and Akwa Ibom. But anyway, I won't blame him. You know, the former governor, his name no good at all during that time. So anybody can accuse him of anything. But also, you can see, record have shown that the former governor tweeted the suspension of that airport project on the 17th of November 2020 as.
So there it is right there. So that airport project that this guy said he got, I think he actually told us, this is Alex Oti, he told us he got KPMG in to come and audit that airport, and that monies were paid out to one particular company that has no history in all that, and the money was then transferred onto 42 different accounts. So that was what he said. But as far back as 2021, the former governor, I think Opazu, he was telling us via tweet that even though the project for that airport was signed off, the signals from the community was that they don't want an airport. So that money then divested to other projects. So he told us all of this as far back as 2021. But Alex Oti, of course, a virulous chancellor.
Ferrotest Construction Company Limited, a company currently doing job with the current government. They did job with previous government. They are also doing job with the current government. You know, they are engaged in the construction and rehabilitation of Umima and Shalom Road in Aba and the 22-kilometer Umuahia to Zuakoli Road. You know, as that company was engaged by the previous government, you know, to for the various road rehabilitation or construction, that the 10 billion naira was spent on, with document and statement of account. So, record also showed that the Abia Forensic Audit Report conducted by
and this would have been known to Alex Oti, by the way, before he did that smear publication on his predecessor. The monies were divested into road construction rather than building an airport, all receipted for, all signed off by the community leaders within that space, and all done within open glare. So to the naira, all of that 10 billion naira accounted for. But the virulous mischief maker, Alex Oti, he hit and that money that he paid to KPMG, by the way, we want to know on what basis that money was paid, if he already had the records to show how that 10 billion naira was spent.
KPMG confirmed that the former administration left a credit of 3.4 billion naira for the present government, not to talk of the investment in geometric. So one want to ask, was it that Governor Oti was not aware of all of this information, or intentionally made that missing 10 billion allegation to, you know, give some punch to his former, you know, his predecessor in office, or curry unmerited favor, you know, like Christians will say, you know, from his American audience? Anyway, we are waiting for his rebuttal, since the former governor has come out, you know, strong to say, no, you can't smear my name. But, you know, politicians are lying at 5 and 6. They lie now. They are oil to lubricate their political machinery. Remember, Governor Oti claimed that his predecessor did not invest a dime in geometric about IPP projects, even though Professor Batinaji, the chairman of geometric, later came out to say that the former governor actually invested $1.4 billion for 3.4 equity stake in the project. Even as praise singers were giving Oti credit for construction of IPP within 8 months, where the federal government never could give us light. The governor just he allowed the lies to run. You know, it's people didn't even bother to say, no, that's not the truth. So let's set the record straight. If not that things now, like now they will come out and tell me they want to set the record straight. And these people, they fear God, sha. Meanwhile, financial analysts have accused the state government of borrowing 145 billion naira within 1 year. And when you see the breakdown of what the money was spent on, apart from road construction and maintenance, the rest, even afraid, catch me. Anyway, let us look at the breakdown together. Quarter one, that's of 2024, that's January, February, March. They spent 31.3 billion on social reorientation.
So is this ambiguous terminology that they use to steal money? Social reorientation. How do you audit for that? How do you quantify that? You know, so social orientation is to say that you know, money is for girlfriends and to buy Rolls Royce and whatnot. So I think Alex Otti is fast emerging as yet the biggest looter governor we've ever had.
266.5 million on research and development. Abia is now the research center of the world. Social orientation of who and who, I beg. I don't know. What are the results? I don't know. 3 billion for special intervention and capacity building program. 969.8 million spent on youth and gender related program.
What does that even mean? Youth and gender related program, a billion naira. Yeah, it's unbelievable. This guy is a hardened criminal.
The youth when no get work, I don't understand. Reform of government and governance took 7.7 billion. I beg.
What does that mean? Reform of government and governance, and how does that cost 8 billion naira? I mean, it's a godless sort of they don't fear God, as this guy said. Make them fear God now.
Then they use money to reform governance again. As almost 9.8 billion was invested in housing development, and the people say that they look for house. Oh, Diego. Trees were full everywhere for Abia. It's yet government claimed to have spent 15 million planting trees as effective governance of agricultural sector, and not the agricultural sector itself, took 206 million naira, as government spent 371 million naira on publication and publicity, while adequate infrastructure at all levels, I don't know what that means, took 3 billion. Social
what does that mean? Adequate infrastructure at all levels. What does that mean? What's the meaning of that? Are they going to repaint the toilets in government? What does that mean? Oh my God.
Responsibility and welfare packages collected 400 million, as 35 million naira was for foodstuff and catering materials, while meal subsidy was 48 million. For 3 months, anyway, all of us go to the government house, go to eat, this money. But if you think the quarter one spending is outrageous, just check out the spending on government house alone from July 2023 to March 2024. Running of governor's office took 11.4 billion. As they are
if they are using 11.4 billion to run Abia State House, how much are they using to run Aso Rock? I mean, unbelievable stuff. Local
and international travel for the governor took 448.5 million naira, as those around him collectively spent 703 million for the same, travels, local and international. So collectively, they spent 1.1 billion for transport. God asks me, where did they go? Construction of ICT center, 2.4 billion, as total road construction and maintenance.
What does that mean, construction of ICT center? Because I'm expecting that the Abia State space should already be computerized with the central hub. So what does that even mean, construction of ICT center? It's the ambiguity. A lot of we are up to 1 trillion naira in spend so far, and a lot of it's just ambiguity. Nothing that you can pinpoint as a substantial thing that means anything.
Took almost 50 billion. At least with the same they do road, So packages and celebration took 1.2 billion plus. What are they celebrating? So time don't reach now to the celebrate. Well, anyway, if you think I'm lying, just Google www.abia.gov. You will see plenty of this information there. Their accounts are filed there. You see for yourself. As I don't shout, since those who promised to take back our country from the Hawks are ending up surpassing the Hawks, both those in APC, Labour, PDP, all of them, the same thing.
Imagine if this was the Lagos state budget. Imagine what sort of response we'll be getting now. It's ungodly stuff.
I will therefore advocate why it is good to consistently question the federal government spending, but we must not remove our eyes from the spending of our various state government, because the federal government has said since the removal of subsidy, our state government are getting much more. And that today our governors are even turning to emperor. And so this is the government that is closest to the people. So while the governors are insisting on fiscal federalism and responsibility for the federal government, they have pocketed and turned the local government to salary-paying agencies. So we are the ones that must ensure that this cannot stand. So if we don't ask our governors questions, who will? So, well, let me pause here for your comments, questions, and opinion on our various social media platforms showing on your screen. I know you have always been asking me this question. For those asking me, and I reiterate, what is my interest in Aba? Apart from the fact that I'm in Nigeria, I am the real heading man of Ungwa land. And as an Aba boy, just like the governor, my eyes will continually be.
All right, so that is Libyrus Oshoma. So that's Libyrus Oshoma speaking for all of us. It's just unbelievable, you know. The guy, it could have just put under the budget strap line, monies I am stealing, monies that goes to you. Just ambiguity all the way through. We pay the Kegite music, and then we see who is available to take on the conversation. But first, we go to the Kegites.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Lateef kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Neru Agbeshebe, death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, Ekene from Lagos. Good to have you, Ekene. Somewhere in America, Pansat. Good to have you, Pansat. And father of the bride, Ajan Lekoko, in the house. Good to have you, Ajan Lekoko. So plenty of room in the studio. Anybody that wants to jump on. I'll send the link to Twitter as well. We've never had anybody join us from Twitter yet, even though we have a decent little following on Twitter. So let me send the link to Twitter, see if we can tease a Twitter follower to come join us. But as we wait to have that Twitter follower, let's hear the dulcet tones of Ekene. Ekene, hope you never sleep. Oh,
one man.
Okay, kwata, how far?
And I just come back. Sleep on the cash me.
Sleep, no, anyway, you're a hardworking man, so you're entitled. But sleep catch you past to talk about this variation in the Lagos Calabar superhighway. What's your take on it? Because of course, in the course of this construction, there will be several variations because of course that's the nature of construction. So what are you then making then of this variation to accommodate for underground cablings?
It's very shameful to the type of government that Tinubu administration is running. It's quite shameful that the government will come out.
Again, I need you to speak up a bit. Your voice is a bit low.
Okay, it's very shameful for the type of government that this Tinubu administration is running. And the government will come out without making due research, due diligence, and all those stuff. Then go ahead and demolish properties, investment worth billions for coastal road or whatever they call it. And people are telling you there were original plans for this project. You ignored it. You ignored it just because of some land. Because for me, what I see there is land grabbing. I don't see this guy serious to do that, to do any project there. What I see is land grabbing. You can't just wake up one night and come and demolish people's property for no reason, only to come back and tell us that you are not, that we are suspending it for the other, for the original plan of it. What kind of wicked people do we have in power? What kind of wicked people?
Just to be factual, though, just to be factual, they've not said they are suspending it. They said they are varying it from kilometers 17 to 27 to accommodate for the submarine cables, telecommunications stuff.
Yeah, didn't they know that the initial plan that those so they didn't make any research to know that those submarine cables were there.
Look, all these things.
What kind of incompetence that David Umar is trying to show? It's quite pathetic. After wasting properties of billions of naira, you just call a town hall meeting to give this nonsense explanation. I tire for people where they support this government too. I tire for them. Because I cannot see any reason why this government should be supported. Even the project that they want to embark on, which I know, and I still maintain that this is an abandoned project waiting to happen.
At the speed that they are building it, I don't think it's going to
Which
be.
Speed? Which speed are they building it?
This is going to be the signature
Highest. I'm just telling you for fact. Me, I don't know. What my mind tell me, this is what they are going to do. I know. When people are condemning all this nonsense that do, this is
your mind is playing tricks on you, Your mind is playing tricks on you. Your mind is playing tricks on you. They are not abandoning.
My mind is not playing any tricks. This is a kind of it doesn't take this government anything to take 15 trillions and go and maintain on all our federal roads that are dilapidated. It takes them nothing.
But they are doing that already, are they not?
They are doing nothing. Are they doing it in that America that you are? They are doing nothing. It takes them nothing to maintain our existing federal roads that are dilapidated already. But everything they do every day is to map out projects to siphon money. That's what they do. You close down people's business. People lost their job. I don't. This government that don't wear human face at all. Very wicked individuals that we have today. If it is in a developed country, do you think that these guys will go scot-free? It's just that we don't have law. We don't have law. These guys need to be taken to the court to pay for the
please, can
destruction.
Ekene?
Yeah.
You said if it is in the developed country, this will not happen. Do you know if it is in the developed countries, some of those people will be going to jail for encroaching into government property.
Especially that landmark guy.
So anyway, me, I don't know, because during your submission just now, you said your mind told you. So anything your mind told you is now become facts.
His mind is playing tricks on him. That's what it said. His mind is playing tricks.
Well, you have made your interjection. Thank you very much. But I still maintain my fact. You are taking people to court for their investment, or they stole the land from the people, or they didn't do the right investment there. You wake up one morning, destroy people's business. Sometimes when you want to defend something, you don't know what to talk. You just leave it there. People lost their businesses. People lost their job. At the situation of Nigeria today, no job should be lost. No business should be closed. But okay, you are doing it you gave all the reasons why you are going to do it, because this road is very important for the development of the nation. Only for you, after destroying those stuff, come back to say, we are not following this plan anymore. We are going back to the original plan. There were original plan for this thing. The people that made us form original plan, they know why they did it. But this government that claimed that I too sabi, I too know, and they employ most of the members to come and defend rubbish at the detriment of the business. They had the money of Nigerians.
Let me ask you a question, Ekene. Why do you think the government varied the plan from the original one? Why do you think they varied it?
What? I don't know for them. I don't know whatever explanation they give them.
Speculate. Prestige, mute yourself. Speculate. You've built projects before. When you were constructing, did you vary plans, and why did you vary plans?
See, there is nothing like explaining what. My point is this: one man. You cannot tell, because I remember that girl from Arise News asking him for explanation. This what did they call it? AIE, this thing stuff, document and all those stuff. David Umachi wanted to shut that girl down because it's from Arise TV. And today it's very clear that they didn't follow that due process. Because if they have done it, they would know that there is a submarine cable that they will meet on the way, or submarine cable somewhere. They should know. It's not after they have demolished. That means they didn't have any intention of doing a proper research or doing a proper work there. All they wanted to do just to encroach in people land and grab people land. Now their target they have achieved their aim. They have grabbed the land they want to grab, and they are telling us they are going. See, I don't need a prophet to come here and explain things to me. If you want to defend them, you can continue to defend them. But these are Nigerians suffering for no reason. Because of government, you vote into.
You can't say for no reason now. For reasons of development.
Which development? We still have a lot of places.
Landmark is not the biggest loser in that space. So
we have a lot of things to develop in this nation. We have a lot of things. Quantums.
One man. Can I interject, please?
Yes, only briefly though, so that we can move it around. Yeah,
the landmark guy. I've said it before. That guy should be arrested and prosecuted, because what they did in that place. I've traveled a lot of countries. How do you have to pay money to access the beachfront? The beachfront is for every Nigerian. How did he first of all secure a beachfront to the point whereby you and I, we are not being disenfranchised from what belongs to every one of us, and people are coming here to defend those nonsense? Look, they should not only demolish it, they should prosecute him.
Go and prosecute him now. You have demolished it. Now you're not happy that you have demolished it. Go and prosecute him. Wayo people.
What is wrong with Akim?
We talk about
something wrong with you. What do you mean prosecute him for what? What did he do?
Sometimes I don't know if these guys use their brain at all.
What did he do?
Let them prosecute him.
I think something wrong with you. You are so biased.
Because you are an APC member. Go and prosecute him now.
Okay.
For what?
Okay.
I can't
Okay.
believe
So
you are this. I don't want to call you any
This
name.
guy is very,
I
I don't
respect
know,
you,
most
but
of them are very wicked in their
you have
intention
got
and their
AY.
action.
Such a wicked mind you got. Prosecute him for
see,
what?
so
You
you
can
want
say
the country, you
you can say take over
man of
whatever. Why
man of
are you gonna
prestige,
prosecute him? This is how
man of
wicked you are.
prestige, man of prestige. Is
I
that
don't wanna
you
don't call my
man?
name. Don't call my
No,
name.
I'm not gonna call your name.
Akim.
I don't care what your
Just
name
go ahead
is.
and make
Akim.
Okay.
that submission. Don't call my name.
Yeah.
Akim.
So those of you who live in the Western world, and you have beaches across where you live, can you please show me any citizens of those countries where you live that
Okay,
capture the beachfront
you can
just like
take
this
the
guy did?
property away from
So
eminent domain or whatever they did.
so
But
so
you went to the
you guys
extent of
want to
prosecuting for what?
you guys want to support illegality in one hand and then
What
Which
is
illegality?
illegality?
condemn
Which
when the
Prosecuting for
illegality?
illegality
what?
is being corrected on the other hand.
Do you
Okay,
know
no,
how long
I can
that
see you. I can
man
see
be
how
there?
you guys. I can see how you guys want to fix Nigeria because this is how you want to fix it. You support what
Sometimes
you
when
support. You
you
support
What
see
are
what
this
you
guy
suits
gonna
your
debate,
narrative.
prosecute him for? That's my
what are you
point.
You
What
defending?
are you gonna
you
What
prosecute
are you
him?
you
That was
defending?
support
You're defending
you
wickedness.
support what
wickedness in the
suits your
high places.
narrative. You support what
Akim.
suits your narrative, and then you criticize that which didn't suit your
Order,
narrative.
one man,
What is
one
wrong
man.
is wrong.
For
One
equal
voice.
time that you're giving this guy right now. Like,
What are
his
you gonna
turn.
prosecute him? I didn't know that. I
Ask
didn't
for
know that's
equal
how you are.
time that you gave
Prestige, you made the point. One voice,
what's his
one
name?
voice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
please let me ask for equal time just to address what's going on. I know it's Prestige turn, but you allowed somebody to rudely interrupt him and it's just spewing garbage. So let me ask for equal time, not my time, just to say that I've been here the whole week now. We're trying to have order here and base things on facts, pursuit of the truth here. No room for tribalists, those who are relying on one man and his manner of introducing. He's a media man. He's trying to spark debate. He's trying to have people come down here. Every time somebody is talking, you have people like this guy with an H in his name. I don't know what his name is. Just interjecting. I'm waiting here patiently for my turn. So one man, please, when you're doing this thing here, let's get this thing going.
Did I not
I'm
take
return it
excuse
back
from one man? One man, please?
Just
Can
wait
you
for your
bear me
turn. God
witness?
damn it, wait for your turn. Shut up
Akim.
and wait for your turn.
One man, can you bear me
Akim,
witness,
relax.
please?
No,
Akim.
I cannot give him permission to
Akim,
interject,
relax,
but
relax.
all right, back to Ekene. But Ekene try and be balanced in it somewhat because you've done projects, you know that projects vary in the course of execution, and this will not be the last time that there will be variations in this particular project. So we can continue to do this righteous indignation, but it stops nothing.
Well, one man, there is nothing to justify in the government issue, in the government side. Anybody that want to justify anything for them, you can justify anything for them. Me, I'm looking at what they are causing Nigeria, the kind of havoc they are causing citizens. You cannot drink water and they keep cup in your own country. It's very bad. It's government here and there, without a proper plan, just to take job away from people. Today, you see micro straw going to all these micro straw that left Nigeria going to other African countries to establish their company. It's because of all this unfavorable environment of doing business that we have in this country. A lot of them are living in Nigeria today, going to Angola, going to many African countries, establishing their businesses. But you are looking for investors that you want to invest in your country. When they see all these kind of illegalities, no law, nothing, and you support it, continue to support it. In just few days, we'll come here and discuss what you have achieved with all this supporting you are supporting. In just few days, we're going to come here and discuss it. You just came back, you destroy billions of people. So a place that Nigerians go to relax, a very nice place, a good investment. You went there and destroy it. After destroying it, only to come back. I just pity for David Umahi. Now he might pity because the way APC are using him against his own people is what I just they look at. The way APC.
What is he doing against his own people? What's Umai doing against his own people?
So you see the language has finally come out now.
Hold on.
What's the Umai doing against his own people?
Yes.
Don't worry.
Because of Coastal Road, he's doing
that time comes, let him be playing in the hand of all these nonsense politics they are playing in the hand of all the. He has used it to accuse P2B of bigotry and all this and all those stuff because of landmass project. They made you minister of works. You wanted to use it to divide Igbos and tell them that Obi didn't mean well. He's playing the mode of ethnic and all those stuff. But today,
are you expecting him to talk good of Obi when they are not in the same party? You are expecting him to be talking good of Obi when they are not in the same party?
Let him be doing it. Look at the kind of loss of integrity that is putting in himself. Look at it. He went and destroyed. See, I know they had anything that you want to talk. I don't care. Nigeria is not getting anywhere with this administration. Because of this project, they want to go and touch the pension fund, which I don't know if they have collected money from there. Because of this project, they went to collect money from pension fund to finance this project. And nobody talked about it. One man did not discuss it in his platform.
We did.
The illegality.
We did.
Maybe I didn't join that day. Very unprofessional people. Should you go and touch the pension fund for these things you are doing? Go to Benue roads. Go to many of them. You see all those federal roads. Go to them. You cannot pass any of them. And we are telling you, maintain these roads for them. At least let's enjoy these roads for some time.
Do you see construction workers on those roads? Or do you want me to
Which construction? You should come back to Nigeria, not go standing there and be speaking to us. Come back to Nigeria. You are a media man. It doesn't take you anything to pay for flights and come and cover many things for the development of your platform. That's how medians do. You don't sit one place and say, do you go there? Do you go there? That's what you do if you think I'm lying to you. Prepare yourself. It will not cost you anything. Highest is flight tickets. Come to Nigeria. I will escort you. We will go to all these federal roads. You snap it. You make some videos. Post it in your platform. That's what good citizens do. And you are not a small media man. You are a very big media man. If you should do that.
Can I come out cap for you this evening? I beg you, don't make me laugh, tired guy.
By the way,
let us not come here and be. If I say that this thing is not happening, it's not happening. But if you think that I'm lying, you do what I just told you.
Let me tell one man that's a big. I don't think Ekene is going to be against what I'm trying to say. A big talking point trending in the media today, right? It's trending on Twitter, and it's not on your lineup. And I think that Ekene will want to see what Baba Ahmed Dati has sparked a huge controversy.
Baba Ahmed Dati, is he still alive?
That's what I'm saying. So I have them in sound bites, like 2-3 minutes. I want to feed them to you by giving you the links. I think Ekene will like this. Baba Ahmed had set the entire social media on fire with what he has to say about this administration.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of it pass out, but I've never. I just came back, so I will still go back to watch it.
Yeah, I can feed it to all.
It's raining on internet now. It's raining on internet. He has responded to that to the professor. He has responded to him, and he's packing up.
Yeah, so with insults, Abi.
Everything else is everything is a distraction. One man, you don't want to hear it.
Just hold. Can you hold on? Can you hold on, please? Can I bring it home, and then I want to take it round. So bring it home, and I'll do 8 minutes monologues. Starting from Pansat, Ajale Koko, Ogbeni, so that we can get to voices quicker. Bring it on.
So, one man, before I bring it on, the only thing I have to say, let me tell you, Nigeria is not intelligent people. Nigeria is not educated people. Go to where educated people live. Go to where intelligent people live. Intelligent people develop their country. They build roads. They put on electricity. They maintain their roads, and they build human capital and all those stuff. Go to where intelligent people. Nigeria just claim to be intelligent. Nigeria is not intelligent. Nigeria is not. They don't have education. A lot of Nigerians are not educated. I'm sorry to say it.
You are quoting
So
Odumeje.
it means
Quoting
once
Odumeje.
you are, if you are educated, you should know that the first thing you use your education to do is to build your nation, not to do politics. What education makes you? Education makes you to know how to build, how to develop, and how to accomplish. That's what education makes you to do. But if you don't have it, if you think that you have education, I'm telling you, Nigeria is not educated. Now, even all the professors, everything in Nigeria is an illiterate. Nobody is educated in Nigeria. I'm sorry to say that. One man, that's my submission.
Oh, all right, brilliant. That's the excellent Kenneth. So I'm going to do 8-minute monologues, but I'm going to be somewhat strict with the minutes only because people wait endlessly to get their turn. We kick off the 8 minutes with Pansat, go on to Ajale Koko, Ogbeni, and as we move it around, Pansat, you're up next.
Woman.
Yes.
That's
Can you hear me?
Are they here?
We can hear you, Crown. Yeah.
Yes, I just want to chip in. Because of I will just 1 minute. I'll just say something. By 1 minute, I'll just leave. Because of the pension fund that this guy is talking about. So a lot of people doesn't understand what this pension fund is all about. The pension fund.
You're just going to waste your time trying to explain anything to anybody on this. So to some people on this platform.
The reason why I'm going to say anything is because the reason I wanted to say is because when we come to the platform like this, we need to learn so that we don't just go on with all this narrative that they want to do this. Pension fund, they always spend it, they always invest in it. So like somebody like me, I have a pension fund. And I have my account every month. So when I lost my job, I have to access my pension fund based on the law. I have to access 10% of my pension. So immediately I access it through IBTs, I will get it. But you will see that they will tell you that your pension, they have interest because they have invested your money somewhere. So if they don't invest your money somewhere, you will not have interest on your pension. So every day, you want to, for instance, now you keep money in the bank. Are you expecting that the money you keep in the bank, that's the money you will get back? It doesn't work in that way. So they always collect the money every month and invest it, whether it is by government or private or individual. So we should not just come
we'll get that. You say we're here to learn. Let me teach you something right now.
No, don't teach me anything about. Wait.
Please, it's my turn. Just one man, please mute the guy. You say you want to learn. I want to teach you something. I haven't even told you what it is.
Hold on.
Okay, so let me teach you. It's my turn.
What is he even explaining himself? I don't even understand what he's talking.
Yeah, please.
Pansa, let that guy land now.
He said 1 minute now.
Hold on now. Be patient.
Come on.
Let him land.
Please.
You're gonna go after him. Let him just land. He just tried to make a point.
It's been 2 minutes. How many minutes you land? Come on.
All right, Crown, bring it on. Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this. The pension fund that Ekene is talking about, when you get your pension every month, when they remit that pension every month, they always, your finance house or wherever, always invest on that pension fund. You cannot see it. You can just have the figure. But if you lose your job today, like somebody like me, I lost my job about 5 years ago. So when immediately you lost your job, you have right to go to your pension house and go and get 10%. And when you apply for 10%, you will get it immediately. No, but saying that they will just leave your money there, they are not leaving it. They always invest that money somewhere else. So federal government have been assessing that money for long. It's not today. So when you are saying you don't understand it because you don't have pension fund somewhere, so you cannot understand it. So if you have pension, you will understand what I'm talking about. So if you know how it works, you just need to access your pension anytime you want to access it. Nobody saying your money has been spent somewhere. No.
All right, thank you, Crown. Point taken. Pansat. So we are adhering strictly to the 8 minutes. Pansat.
Yeah, I don't. One man. I'm only somebody who come when you're having difficulty having people come here. When you have a hard time, I'm here. Now that you have a full panel, I don't expect to last. You're gonna show off. I'm gonna be thrown out of the platform, but it's okay. When you don't have people, then I'm still coming to help you out. But let me say that Crown said we're here to learn, and I agree with him on that. And you're trying to correct Ekene and talk about pension, but your grammar has to be in order for one thing. When you say a lot of people, you have to. You cannot say does not. When you say a lot of people, then you have to go do not. A lot of Nigerians make that mistake, and it's embarrassing. Try to look at your tax and the way your sentences before you come to correct somebody. Learn these things so that will place you. If you can even correct somebody, your grammar has been in order. Now, let me go to this point. Now, I asked that my time be extended to 16 minutes because I want to assist you present some Arise News material that came from Baba Ahmed. He's been missing for a long time. I was beginning to worry. What's going on here? So I could feed it to you in the private chat. Then you could then choose the ones you want to show because they're in bite size. He goes after Wole Soyinka for one thing in one of this, telling him that Soyinka is scared in advance about what good Obi will bring to Nigeria. You know, so if you want that one, I could post it for you now to play. I want you to use 8 minutes to deal with that, and I'll talk. Do you want to do that?
No,
or should I just go?
Yeah, go to the talking points.
To the talking points. Okay, go ahead and feed it to me.
All right. The first one on the screen, of course, the variation in the Lagos-Calabar highway, which seems to have gotten the obedient sneakers in a twist.
Yeah, I don't blame you for saying that. Now, this one I was gonna deal with last, but I'll go ahead and deal with it first because I'm gonna be very tough on it. I'm gonna be tough on my people. I'm gonna use language that you may not condone, but if there's any language you don't condone, you could tell me. Some of it I might take it back or I might just fix it. You see, one man, that's a Michel Foucault in Political Thought, where he says that politics is war by other means, but actually he's mimicking somebody who came much earlier than he did, right? What we are experiencing is a bunch of cowardly Igbos. They're playing politics against us, provocation after provocation, and you just keep talking nonsense and complaining. They capture our sons, they destroy our properties. What do you think it is politics? What do you think war is? War is nothing but politics by other means. This is a provocation. You're cowardly. We have to secure our freedom. We have to do some battle, combat, clash. Right now, Emperor has no clothes on. Tinubu has no clothes on. That's why constituency, not one. He didn't win the election for one thing, but the North abandoned him. So his only interest is monetary. Demolishing your properties, harassing you all over the place. You've seen those who challenged him. For example, Chad. He wants to go to war, have northern Nigerians who are primarily in the military go and attack Chad. They told him to go to hell. And he pulled back. He didn't do anything. Asade Dokubo goes to Abuja. I don't know what he went there to ask of maybe money, and he didn't give it to him. He came home and abandoned him. So what Igbos are doing, cowardly, talking nonsense all the time, complaining, crying. Who do you think is going to get you out of this mess? You have to go to war. Or shut up.
Sorry, Passat, what tribe are you?
Shut up. It's my turn.
It's a question.
No, I don't want to. I'm in the middle of my speech here. Just hold your horses. Okay. Right. So I'm talking to my people, for one thing. It has none of your business. Igbos are so cowardly that it's almost unbelievable. Nnamdi Kanu, who I'm sure I'm going to talk about him in one of these talking points, has been acquitted. And then You have some people kidnapping him, holding him, and you're there talking and begging and talking nonsense. What a bunch of cowards. You have to play this politics to the end, and it includes, it's not anything else but war. They'll be running. You have the strength to take over that country right now. That's been captured by cabal, a bunch of economic thieves. They don't have any supporters. They don't have the military behind them. The North cannot wait to get rid of this bunch of satans in the government. The Southwest cannot wait to get rid of them. So who are you afraid of? The courts have ruled. And Nnamdi Kanu's team have been telling you with the idea that they don't want to be tried by Nigeria, that the federal court in Abuja has ruled and that they're rejecting further trial. So it's time for you to show. Unfortunately for you, you have to prove it this time. If you're tough, if you're calling other people cowards, this is time for you to show that you're not then. There's nothing stopping you from doing everything in that country. Your forefathers went to war against the entire country for 3 years. That includes the Yorubas, the Hausas, the Fulanis, the people over there in the South, people in the Northeast, people in the middle belt. When they had no brains, they were on that side. So now they're out. People in the plateau are in the IDP camps. They're out. They can't wait for you to do what you tried to do the last time. They'll be on your side. Let them kill some of us. But we cannot be in a country that we established, got independence for, and have a bunch of imbeciles taking our lands, knocking down our buildings, and imprisoning our political activists. So please, I'm telling you, it's time for you. When the first day I came on this platform, that's what I talked about. In those days, they wouldn't let me talk, like saying go to war. I would have been kicked out of the platform. But you know why I'm not kicked out? It's really staring you in the face. It's acceptable. So let me end it with that. One man, I'm sorry that I have to address my people, but they have to understand that war is part of politics. There's nothing wrong with it. For teenagers who are afraid of it, during the war, you get a girl. You could send and receive email, watch a show, smoke dope. There's nothing wrong with a war. It's politics. You get girls faster. Don't listen to those people. You could carry a weapon now, legally, big one. You could carry an AK. Dig yourself a foxhole. Get you a nice helmet. No Nigerian soldier or police officer could do NSAS on you because you're armed. You give orders when you have an AK. So what is so wrong about the war?
All right. Shall I take you on to the next one just for the time?
Yeah.
The Liboros Shoma's verdict on Abia State and Alex Otis' criminality.
Okay, I was listening to the guy, right? And I said, this gotta be an Edo guy, right? And it looks like I'm right. Let me post something so I could read it right off the bat on that, because it's in pidgin English and it's from a good source, a credible source. It might not be a primary source, but it's and then it's in pidgin English so everybody could hear me. That will address Alex Oti, because before social media, what's his name here? What they used to call Southwest Press. They do a lot of propaganda. Our people only get their source from media run by Yorubas and Edo people. And when I say Yorubas, their sphere of interest, right? The man he's talking about, it's Governor Oti. It's titled, "Why Abia Governor Appoints Sanusi Okonjo-Iweala as members of his Economic Council." Right? You see, this was on the 19th of January. I want you to know the caliber of the man is insulting. It's like he's acting on his own. This man has a 19-member economic council. That's why you see the results you see there. It's a Governor Alex Oti of Abia State don't appoint a Mayor of Kano, Mohammed Sanusi, II, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, WTO. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala as member of the Economic Advisory Council. Other people where the list include former Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, Aroma Ote, Chidi Ajebu, George Ago, among others. One press statement from the Abia state government talks say the council are part of the governor effort to reposition the state's economic sector. Oga Oti, during the inauguration of the council on Thursday, talks say in administration they seek the guidance from the 19-member council. He expressed concern, say the state economy don't become fragile because of economic sabotage. I can stop there, it goes further, but what I'm trying to show here, this is not a man that is corrupt and doing all those things or showing off. He has a council. Sanusi Lamido Sanusi used to be the central bank governor of the country.
One man is already past 8 minutes.
Let me ask that I be given additional time as much as I may consume to wrap it up here. One man, could you rule on that? Are you even here? So I'm showing
everybody get 8 minutes.
I'm trying to show that Abia has a whole Nigerian CBN governor from the north, the mayor of Kano. Now, I criticize Sanusi on his other activities, which includes hypocrisy and all that, but he's an economist. He used to be central. He has respect when it comes to the economy of the entire country. And then now he's hired by Oti. You have Okonjo-Iweala, it's in the council. Ote, these are big hitters. Now, how can somebody come and do a show, a Do Yoruba guy? He doesn't mention that. A lot of people don't know that. This is in pidgin English as I was reading it for you. He could understand that. So I'm saying that you should discount everything he said. This is from BBC, by the way. That's a credible source. It's even a primary source. In this case, you could use them as that's BBC. Just because it's in pidgin English shouldn't make us disrespect them. It's the same publication. But anyway, so you see, I see a lot of lineups. So let's go to the next one. Discount whatever that I do, Yoruba guy said.
All right. I'll take you to one more, and then we go on from there to Ajan Lekoko. Let me take you to the Attorney General of the Federation, who dismisses all this narrative around Nnamdi Kanu as being somewhat orchestrated by government. He's saying his fate is down to the judicial system. I don't know Nnamdi Kanu, Minister of Justice, Fagbemi.
Yeah, we've been dealing with this then. Let me also, we've been dealing with this all through the week in Nnamdi Kanu. I don't know why people have their pants, their teasers about Nnamdi Kanu. I don't know why. But the bottom line is that he's been to court and he has won in court. The Nigerian courts dropped all the charges against the separatist leader all the way back in October 2022. So anything else is bull. I think he's taking the right side now by saying, Nigerians don't have a right to try me. That's where it stands. He's already won in those courts. As a matter of fact, the Nigerian state got admonished by their own Supreme Court, the apex court, dealing with all the substantive issues. So now the ball is not on the court of Nigerians, or critics of Nnamdi Kanu have a right to criticize and to be unreasonable. The ball is in the Igbo people's court. What the hell are you going to do about it? It's a provocation. Release him from that place. or shut up. It's time to put up or shut up. The people holding them are terrorists, kidnappers. They go to secondary schools and they take girls. Do you think the mothers of those people they're taking are not complaining? Of course, they're complaining, but there's nothing they can do. They cannot go and search those mosques where those girls are put, or those palaces, like this Sanusi, who was accused in the past of murdering an Igbo girl. Right now, he's like I just said earlier, he's in the council in Abia State. He has a murder on his head. And that huge palace is changing hands. If you rush in there, Igbos get 500 man rescue team. Rush into those palaces and you're gonna rescue those. You're gonna rescue those people. Right.
All right.
So
Thank you,
I thank you very much. All right. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So that's one Pansat. So an infusion of 20 minutes of gibberish from Pansat. Let's see if we can get a bit more substance from Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, you're up next.
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. So, what's the topic?
Yeah, we're talking about the variation in the coastal highway, which seems to have rattled up the obedience space again. So they're trying to make currency out of that, are struggling to make currency out of that. And then Liboros Ishoma, he has come to interrogate the budget of Abia State and all of these fanciful words that they have been using to describe Alex Otti, pointing out that it's in fact just a crook. Justice Attorney General Justice Minister Fagbemi telling us that, look, Nnamdi Kanu is a subject of the courts, not a subject of the state, so he has no influence on this case. And then Yusuf, Governor Kano State, presents letter of reinstatement to Lamido Sanusi, even though there was a last-minute attempt for somebody to use a court injunction to stop that, came bypassed it. And then Omishore telling us that a cabinet reshuffle imminent, but not imminent, but immediate is what people are pushing for. And then the minister of whatever she is, Women Affairs, Uju Kennedy, she's backed down from the peacocking she was doing towards Niger State. And not only has she backed down, she has sent gifts when the Northerners showed their sports. So I'll pick a couple and speak to us on them.
All right, thank you, woman. And let me start with Alex Otti. What you read to us, or the video you showed us concerning expenditure.
What do you mean expenditure? You mean looting? You can call it looting. Concerning the looting going on there.
That's the right word. Concerning the looting is the looting that Alex Otti has been carrying out since he became governor in that state. It's quite alarming. It's very alarming. With all the kudos and praising and everything that his supporters, particularly the obedient, have been, with all those praises, it's very unfortunate that that guy, within a short period of time, have looted so much. It might, and this guy will be there for the next 4 years. He has spent 1 year now. No, not even up to 1 year. Is it up to 1 year? I think maybe like 10 months.
It's coming up to a year. Yes.
So,
but and it's already looted an 8-year administration worth of looting.
So the pattern of looting down the line to 4 years is going to be like this. That guy going to kill that state. He's going to kill the finances of that state. Look at how much. Can you highlight it again? How much they said they spent on maintaining governor's house? how much this, how much that.
It's in a video, so I could play it in the background with the volume down. But
I mean, the highlight. What's the highlight? The you know that you showed earlier.
it was in the video, but I'll find the
Oh, in
spot.
the video.
Yeah,
Okay.
carry on.
Yeah. So
Bab-
I think
Baba
this,
Aja,
yeah.
Baba Aja,
Yes, sir.
can I just chip in something?
Tell me, my friend.
You know what bothers me about that Alex Oti?
Yeah.
If you compare what Alex Oti is doing and what David Umahi did in Eboyi, nobody's sing the praises of Umahi like this. So sometimes I keep wondering what is going on. This obedience, they will lead us to hell, honestly. It's propaganda.
So sorry, Thomas. There's a bit of static coming from you.
Is it from Thomas or someone else?
I think so. I think it's coming from Thomas. Carry on.
Okay.
No more motoring.
I must say whether Thomas they drive cassava grinding machine. I don't understand.
No, kangaroo. Now kangaroo meat grinding machine. Now you the wrong.
Which kind sound is that one? Don't tell me that's your engine sound.
In the grand kangaroo head, the way go take the make ushewu for weekend.
Okay.
Hey, it is alarming. One man, I can't believe, that guy is looting so hard like that in that state, and the supporters should be worried. I think they should start asking him questions. And this is the
Baba Jalikoko, why are you surprised? Did you not see his background in the banking sector? Did you not see the atrocity that he committed in the banking sector before he look? Let us not go too far about this people.
You know what? Talk too much. You see, this is the concern of some of us here when this guy was elected and when he assumed office. Some of us here question the integrity of this guy. Having been a CEO of bank in the past and he bankrupted like two banks. So some of us were very worried that is this the guy that they are giving to manage to be the head of affairs in that state and to manage the resources?
Baba, please,
of this state?
What's the name of the two banks? Sorry,
I can't remember. You can Google it. I can't remember.
I know everything about Alex anyway. I'm just asking you.
I can't remember. I just answer you. I can't remember. What do you want to say?
So if you want to have the conversation, we can, but you don't even know the bank, so I don't know.
Diamond Bank is one of them.
And what again? Best Bank?
And whichever other bank he ran down.
Okay.
So I can send you documents anyway on
this is the defense.
And he's a first class brain, first class graduate.
It is not a matter of someone is first class graduate or the best educated. We are talking of the way he's managing the resources of that state, the finances of that state. The record is showing us that he's mismanaging it and is looting in such an alarming rate that has never been seen before in the history of that state. You guys should be questioning this guy. It's going to the integrity that you guys are portraying. That is a man of integrity. Is doing a good job. It's going to rescue that state from the bad governance that state have experienced for many years. is not what we are seeing with the way he's managing the resources of that state. You guys should be worried. So people.
Baba, I wanted to ask you, sorry, don't verse. Are you aware that before we even go to the states, because why I'm interjecting, because you mentioned bankrupting 2 banks and you don't know the banks. Are you aware that this guy's economic profile with economics is stronger than even Cardoso, the guy in central bank?
Oh, just forget about that. Forget that.
Have you put
This
the
is the
profile
problem.
side by side
This is the problem. You see, instead of you people
No, because
to
I know you're
face
a Cardoso
reality,
man and you're one of the praisers
you
of
don't know
Cardoso.
Cardoso. You don't know Cardoso. So
No, we know him. We do.
yeah, you don't know Cardoso. Cardoso,
Not hidden.
as of today, is one of the best central
Where
bank
is the bank he
manager
managed?
in the
Where
world.
is
One
the
of the
bank he
best in
managed?
the world. Whether you
Baba,
like it or not,
where
that
is
is
the
the
bank
way
he
it's been
managed?
described. You don't
He
need to
was
describe
voted
it.
Banker of the Year, if memory serves me
Yes,
right.
one of the best
Of the
central
month,
banker.
rather.
Yeah, one of the
Of the month.
best central banker of the I mean in the world as of today. So you may not agree, but that is the way that the World Bank and the IMF, that's the way they've described him. You can challenge it, you can say you disagree, it's fine, but it's on record that is one of the best central banker of the as of today. So you guys should learn how to query your bad leadership. If you have some of your bad leadership, you cannot query them. You want to continue to champion for some reason, maybe for tribal reason, maybe for partisan reason. You want to continue to follow them like follow. I think you're not doing good for yourself.
Baba, sorry. It is very, because you do it sometimes, but sometimes people don't speak to you, sir. It is very this thing that every time you want to criticize, and you did the same thing to Professor Dinkalo.
Just forget about that.
I'm coming. Let me forget about that. Because if you say we do not criticize, every leader in the Southeast, the people championing their criticism, whether it's Ibazu, Carlo, or anybody, is Southeasterners. That's for Southeast. Now for partisanship, when the first budget of Labour Party came out in Abia State, Aisha Yusufu has up to 5 different videos on it. Obedience on Twitter did spaces. We carried it on our head that Alex has to explain to us this line, that line, that line, that line. And anybody on Twitter can bear me witness that everybody carried it on their head. In fact, when these lawmakers recently switched to to Labour Party to join Alex Oti, all of us carried it in our head saying that all of them must lose their seats. That you cannot tell the guys in PDP in Rivers to lose their seat, and now it happens in Abia, and we will not see that all of them must lose their seat. That what is good for this guy is good for this guy. So it is okay to criticize because maybe we are not in the same side, but you can't say you're not informed because one man brings story to the platform, and I'm sure you're on the internet as well. So let's be fair to ourselves. I personally go to my page. I've criticized Alex before, severally. I have told him to come and talk about one video that surfaced about a road construction. The same thing I did with Soludo, that people said it was having problem. I said they need to speak up on that. They need to speak up on that. The same thing with when the budget issue came. This is not the first time. Liberos is just repeating something that we have already spoken to some months ago. He's just repeating it. So us saying, no, they are criticizing this person. No, they are not criticizing that person. Who is criticizing Ozodima? Who is criticizing Soludo? Who is criticizing everybody? Mba in Enugu State is Peter Obi's very close friend. In fact, people were suspecting that Peter Obi was supporting him instead of Labour Party candidate in Enugu State. Very close friend with Peter Obi in economics and that space. But everybody, every day, they are criticizing Mba. Mba tell us this, Mba tell us that, Mba tell us this, Mba tell us that. So let's just come and because maybe he's obedient, so let's just tell them that they are doing tribal or let's tell them
Jason, let Ogbeni come in for a moment. I think he wants to engage in that conversation. Kulata engaging you as well. He says, Uptown, don't be smart by half. How do you justify the budget? How can he possibly fund it? re-intellectual honesty. But take Ogweni's comment and then let the conversation carry
One
on.
man, you see, Uptown, I follow you on Twitter. So all what you have just said, I saw it on Twitter. I saw when you said those guys that cross to Labour should lose their seat and all those things. I follow you on Twitter and I saw all those things. But the other part you refuse to say, and I know deliberately you refuse to say it, is that the overwhelming majority of obedience did not agree with you. You are just a very minor voice within the obedient that raised such issue about Alex Oti. The overwhelming majority of you guys,
raise it. Aisha is a very
yes,
strong
you raise it. Aisha is just one out of so many obedient. In fact, some of them
there are strong voices
Aisha.
in the movement. I'm
What's
talking
strong
about
in
strong voices.
I'm coming. What's strong in Aisha because he has platform like Arise TV to talk. There are many other people, Macaroni and others, that don't come out to talk. And when you go to their page, you see more followers than all those Aisha.
Aisha
my
has
point
almost
is
2 million followers now, my brother.
I'm coming. My point is, Macaroni has more viewers. Macaroni is an actor. He's a skit maker. He has more viewers. That's the point I'm saying.
You can't expect Macaroni to always be jumping into politics. Now, this guy is a comedian.
I know
he's not part of the movement.
Is he not obedient?
He just said, "Hey, I'm going to support this guy," and that's all. He's not like a
Uptown. This is my point. I've
so
told
let's
you
just
that
be fair. That's my point. I'm not saying anybody should not criticize.
Uptown, hold on, Uptown. Take his point, address it, and then we go back to the
Yes, the narrative I want to correct in your narrative is to say to let us know as if the obedience always put Alex Oti on his toes and criticize him. That is not true. That is incorrect. There are some tiny voices in somebody like you, and that is one out of maybe several hundreds of posts. When you post and you praise him everywhere, you just put that tiny one. And even with that tiny one, majority of obedient under your space, go back and check it now, still criticize you on that thing you're talking about. And secondly, when some obedient came as allows you to come and explain to them, did he explain anything to you guys? Then what was your reaction when he refused to explain to you? You see, these are the things that don't put it as if we criticize Alex Oti and no. Maybe tiny voice out of you. Most of you are just there to praise Alex Oti like a headless mob, like Soludo call you guys.
Nope. I thought you had the questions, sir.
No, it's a comment. It's not
okay. Comment.
It's not your space now. It's Ajaliko's space. Just comment.
All right, back to Ajaleko.
So they should be worried about him before he drag the name of their party, before he drag the name of their own personality, like Uptown or some others, before you drag their name into the mud. They should be able to speak up against these corrupt practices that this guy is effecting in Abia State. Because you guys have been telling us that you want to give us good governance, you want to run Nigeria well. Everything is showing that it's not true. It's all lies upon lie. Your senators in the Senate, they are not speaking up. They are not doing the job of opposition effectively. They don't even speak on any matter. We don't see them speaking on it. The way you guys speak outside, louding or going against the, what do you call this, Coastal Road, I never seen one Labour senator spoke against it. I never see they parley with the ruling party. So it just showed us that it's all lies and propaganda, and all this propaganda you guys are running. Just running this for to continue to keep that political relevance and deceive people as if you are doing a good thing, But it's all the same. You don't have credible people in the position of power, and it shows that the graduate that Professor mentioned is actually what we are seeing. So let me leave it there. Let me go to Soludo. Sanusi in Kano.
Abajalikoko, 1 second, please,
Yeah.
before you go. I just want to quickly chip in if it's okay.
That's right.
Thank you very much. So, you see, this is the problem. It is one thing supporting Peter Obi. Okay, you want to change the status quo. That's according to your own, in your own word, you want to change the status quo. But like you see, they started supporting somebody like Chinedu in Lagos, start supporting like people you don't even know. You have absolutely no record of these people. You don't even know what they've done. You don't know their character. You don't know what they are capable of doing. But you just start supporting look, the guy that won the Edo South senatorial seat was the PDP guy who left the PDP and went to Labour Party to take advantage of the vacuum there. A lot of opportunists were there. And you just you think these people are going to all of a sudden, because you guys are somewhere pressing some keyboard, they're going to start. No, they will take the money just like every other senators. They will do everything that they are accustomed to. It is you that is thinking that, oh, it's a new dawn. No, to those guys, it's just business as usual.
All right.
Because Ajalikoko, when you think about it, why would anybody want corruption to stop on when at their own beat? So the last 10 governors, they've stolen $1 billion each, and then you come in and nothing's happened to them. They are living like kings globally. Did you see clips of Fayose in the Caribbean dancing with young girls? So they are living that sort of. You saw images of Obiano walking his chihuahua in the rich quarters of America. So nothing. Why would it then be your turn and you say you will not steal? Of course, you are there to steal now. And this is what Alex is doing.
Oh man, don't kill me, man.
I didn't even know you saw the Obiano hilarious dog video.
He couldn't even get a bulldog. He was a chihuahua. Can you imagine that? A chihuahua.
At his age. Okay, one more there. It's actually very funny that what you just raised is actually what makes some of us sad when everybody puts their energy and pressure on a Peter Obi who has remained with Nigerians since he left office. And nobody is talking about his colleagues. All of them from set of 2003 who is in the Caribbean enjoying their life with girls in the yachts, walking their dogs while Nigeria is crumbling. But is that one that is with Nigerians preaching, talking, going? That's the one we want to criticize. So what will be the incentive to others? Others will be like, maybe I should go and follow this guy's path. No, let me go and enjoy in Caribbean. No. At least Nigerians will not disturb me there. So we are the one fueling it. Because if we are criticizing those ones there, the new breed politicians will not want to go there. They will want to follow maybe people like Peter Obi, people that are back here helping. But we are criticizing the one here.
No, the criticism is fine. But the cure is not. If we were criticizing to bring somebody like Omoyele Sowore, then that's a narrative. But if you are criticizing to bring somebody like Peter Obi, then you're just substituting a set of looters for another set of, because Obi is part of the system. Obi is part of what we're trying to escape from.
No, what we are trying to escape
is who we're running from, not who we're running to.
One man, you can't. What you said did not answer what I said. Who are trying to escape is that guy that was walking his dog in America and doesn't care what's going on.
But that guy is Peter Obi now. That guy is Peter Obi.
He's walking his dog in America.
No,
so
are we talking metaphorically? If we are talking metaphorically, that guy is Peter Obi.
How did he become a governor in the first place?
No, Akim, even what I'm saying is, what we're trying to escape from is Buhari, is Babangida, is Tinubu, is whoever Obasanjo. That's who we're trying to escape from, and Peter Obi. So who we are trying to escape to is somebody like Omoyele Sowore. We are trying to escape from Peter Obi. We are trying to escape from Babangida. So if he falls in that bracket,
One man, you saying Omo Elesowere within you, you know, is an exceptionalist pattern. You're trying to escape it by saying Omo Elesowere, where you know that nobody's going to follow him. So you say,
I'm not
if you
talking
don't follow
about.
Omo Elesowere, therefore, don't
I'm not
make
talking about
rational decisions.
No. I'm not talking about. No. Hold
So
on.
it's either you follow Omo Elesowere or we remain in the system.
Hold on. So you understand where I'm coming from. I'm not talking about Omoyele Sowore as an individual. It's just an idiot. I'm talking about the narrative that he presents. So we're trying to escape to that narrative space of accountability, of resources for the people, etc., etc. And where we're trying to escape from are people like Peter Obi, Tinubu, Babangida, all of those sort of rot-tooted sort of politicians. Peter Obi being a golden because he's satiated, he is a product of that system. I mean, we know his history. So we are trying to escape from him. We are not trying to escape to him. We are trying to escape from him.
Wait. There is clarity of thought here. Wait, just calm yourself down. You saying we are talking about, we cannot say anybody that becomes governor in Nigeria is automatically disqualified from being part of the future of Nigeria. No.
No, we know his history
there are
of
leaders.
looting. We know his history of corruption.
There are leaders in Nigeria. Governors will keep emerging every 4 years. And if we keep discarding them, no. For example, like Peter Obi will always say that when he went to Anambra, the same teachers that presided over a failed education system, he didn't change them. It's the same teachers he used to prefer over a better education system. Why? Because there was change of guard. He didn't have to change the personality.
So how did you judge the outcome of better education system? What was the metric you used to judge?
I don't want to go to that space when you drag me.
Why not? You just made the comment from
the discussion I'm having. One man, sorry, my brother. So the point, one man, is if our politicians, if you check from 1999 till date, if you count how many ex-governors we have that are running in their hundreds, if all of them hadn't gone to and it's because of the urge of living, when you are done with public office, you live large in the yachts with the Caribbean girls and all that. So that means you have to save up enough money to live that kind of life. But if your kind of life is the one Obi has been living for the past 10 years since he left office, you find out that, okay, bro, what would I need too much money for? You don't need too much money because you don't need the yachts or the America or the Caribbeans. You understand what I'm saying? But all those governors.
Buhari lives an even more Spartan life than Peter Obi.
I've always admitted that they are both Spartans. Just that Buhari was an incompetent guy that never built a
Obi is not Spartans. What's wrong with Obi? Is a multi-millionaire in foreign currency.
He lives an ostentatious life.
No,
a multi-millionaire in foreign currency.
No, Spartan is not poor now, bro. Why are we doing this in public? Spartan is not doesn't mean poor now. Which one is multi-millionaire? So the point one man is, if even 70% of all the governors that have been in Nigeria since 1999 are still in this country, actively speaking, engaging, talking, even willing to take a new leave and say, okay, let's all join hands and build this country. You find out that the newer governors, if the older governors are doing that, the newer governors will be like, okay, so this is what we have to look towards. We don't have, you know what I'm saying?
A lot of them are not in active politics. Obi is in active politics. If Obi wasn't in active politics, so you wouldn't hear from him.
No, woman.
Obi was in the wilderness. It was already harvested to the outer or back of beyond before Atiku resuscitated him.
That's not true because the person that dropped a number of public engagements or governance Obi did from 2015, it was running in almost over 100 between 2015 and 2019. That he was vice presidential candidate. It was running on over 100, both within the country and outside the country, including other African countries as well. Because he kept speaking to that space, that governance space, for years.
All right, let's get back to Ajan Lekoko so we can move around quicker.
Your friends are walking dogs in America.
Uptown.
With the girls in the yachts.
Uptown. You just you just validated what one man told you. Obi, after leaving governorship position, Obi moved to the federal level. Obi did not leave politics. He was part of them. He moved to the federal level. Obi lobbied to become minister under Jonathan. Go and read it. It's on record. Except for the emergency political analysts who are new to Nigerian space, will not know this. Obi was one of those who was dashing SUV to David Mark and others. Now, same Obi as at 2015 you're talking about, right? Obi was with Jonathan. Obi was the deputy DG of Jonathan Campaign Council. After 2015, Obi came out, right? And 2019, Obi became the vice presidential candidate. And ever since then, Obi has
why did you skip? When you were done with 2015, you skipped to 2019.
From 2015 to 2019,
yes.
Obi has put his eyes in the presidency. He remained in active politics. Within PDP, Obi thought when it comes to Southeast turn, he will be the one to contest. So because of that, his political activities increased from that 2015. In 2019, he was able to get the running ticket with Atiku.
Okay.
And when they lost out, Obi continued with his political activities because he put his eyes on the presidency. Unlike his fellow governors, unlike his counterpart, who never ready to contest anything. They went home to retire. Okay. But because Obi has
to spend their loot, yes.
But because Obi has his eyes in politics, he kept his money in the Pandora box there, but he's still playing his act. It's not as if he doesn't have that billions they are spending there. But because he has his eyes in the Nigerian presidency, he kept engaging, not because of the love of Nigerians that you guys like playing everywhere around, but his eyes is on the presidency.
Okay,
and I'm coming. Let me put his track record well so that we don't mislead the public. Now, Obi continued. Close to 2023, when Obi realized that PDP would not, because he has been nurturing that ambition, which is presidency, power, and politics. That has been the motive that drives this guy. Now, when he realized that you're not going to take me this time around, Obi pull out and move to Labour Party. And then move a lot of different space, IPOD, different people, NSAS guys, and they collapse into that space. And from that space, they give him the platform. When Obi lost out, Obi continued engaging because he still put his eyes in the presidency. Let me tell you, the day Obi stopped putting his eyes in the presidency, Obi will go and join his colleagues that are enjoying in the Caribbean.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Don't deceive yourself with all this. Obi has been
don't ask a question. Just give a brief rest. I want to get back to Ajanle Koko.
No, it's a very short question. It's a very short question. Just
yeah, because when he responds, then you will. I want to get back to Ajanle Koko.
Baba, my dear elder brother,
after we just lambasted him, now is your elder. Well, look at you.
Maybe that why you. Is that the same way you they do with Atiku? Oga, yeah.
My dear elder brother, the question I wanted to ask you is, if you go to 2007, 2011, 15, 19, and 23, if you carry pen and paper and start listing for me all the ex-governors and politicians that has run for elections, that have come out to vie for presidency, you will not list less than 100 that have come out to vie, to drag for presidency. Now, in all of them, so the question I'm asking you is because you said all others are not interested, only will be in the entire Nigeria is interested. So, all of those names that have run for presidency, all of them, that means they wanted to be presidents, yeah? How many of them has been doing this crusading that Obi has been doing for over a decade because they want to run for president? Amisu wanted to be president. Wike want to be president. Everybody wants to be president.
Wiki, right?
So you saying that oh no, why Obi is doing this is because out of all the politicians in Nigeria, only him want to be president apart from Atiku and Tinubu. That's not true. Every governor is eyeing presidency. Maybe they don't know how to work on it. So they but they declare. So that means they don't want to be president. If you decide that, hey, let it come to this state, that Akpabio want to be president. Everybody knows about his aspirations. Was Akpabio going around the entire country preaching to young people and preaching to people about governance and how to live
all right. Let's get back to Adanle Kokos. So that we can get to other people quicker.
I will answer that when it gets to my
Wait, Ogbeni, can I just chime in a little bit? Just sorry, my apologies. Obi is doing it the wrong way. He's putting the cart before the horse, right? Akpabio cannot go out to talk to young people first because he needs to speak with the power brokers and the power influencers. If they agree that they are going to support him to make him president, then he will now go out to speak. And those power brokers and power influencers will be the ones to sell Akpabio to his people. What Obi is doing is he's going to go and be selling himself to people when the power elites are looking at him. You have not come to Dobale. You have not come to tell us your aspirations. You are telling Nigerians, you are telling independent Nigerians. Is that how you want to win an election? Ogbeni, please take it away from me.
Well, I think we don't have to argue put energy into telling these guys who Obi is. His campaign manager, Donyo Kupe, in a recent interview on channel, he told us everything about, how they shop around before when they left PDP. They shop around from one party to the other before they finally landed in Labour Party. And he confirmed in that interview that they lost the election. He said he lost. He said they had only 20% of agent across the only 20%.
That's not what he said.
The agent across the polling booth across the country. So he said it, and he said that there is no way that Obi will even remain in that Labour Party and win election in this country. And that's why he voted, I believe, he said it's a special purpose vehicle. Special purpose vehicle just to use for them to get to power. It is not a party that represents their ideology. He said what they intended doing that if by God's grace, by their permutation, if they should get to power, they are going to do trial and error because the ideology of the party does not represent their own political ideology and economic philosophy. So what are we talking about? Let's leave this gradual Labour Party and let's talk something good. So let me go to Sanusi. Well, Sanusi, I've been reinstated. The former emir has gone to court. Maybe he got an order via court that Sanusi should not be reinstated. But the governor has gone ahead to reinstate him. This is the same thing that Gajude did when he removed Sanusi. He got a court order. He didn't follow the court order. So it's just a game of politics. It's a political. It's just a political power that is playing out between, Ganduje and Kwakwaso in that state.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, why are you not looking at it from the judicial point of view that we don't have any judicial? I mean, people don't obey the law. Can't you look at it in that perspective? Apart from what you say, which is true. I mean, just that in Nigeria, people don't obey, the rule of law. So where are we going to go? I'm not saying, I'm not for Sanusi, whatever happened, but I mean, it's so baffling in that country we live. I mean, we can come here and play our own narrative, which one we support or whatever. But you need to look at it from the judicial point of view too. That that country is kind of lawless in that area. I just want to
Well,
interject on that. Maybe you should look at it from the judicial point of view too. That something is wrong with us in that area.
I agree with you. In that country, politicians most of the time does not follow the law, and if Ganduje has followed the law back then, he wouldn't have removed Sanusi. He wouldn't have created additional emirates when he did it that time. So, but what I think has happened now is just a correction of injustice that he carried out against Sanusi. It's just a correction that we are seeing now. So, but yeah, I agree with you that it is better to follow the law. But look, Mr. Prestige, that's the way they play it in play the game in Nigeria. So what are we going to do? Nothing we could do, but we can just speak to what is happening, what we are seeing, what is available to us in the news. So Sanusi is now back in power, and like I said yesterday, Ganduje has lost out in the game of politics, the power game of politics in Kano, and in relationship with the national, particularly the president, is losing out gradually too. Gradually, is losing out because it seems to me that the president is not against the reinstatement of this guy. If not, they will have rolled out security men, to stop it from happening.
Yeah, but Ajali Koko, how is the president going to stop the reinstallment? It's totally up to the governor to do that power is up in the hand of the governor. What's the presidency going to? That would be a huge unnecessary interference. What kind of it would just be so obvious that it could even lead to serious unrest within the state. Why would you want to do that?
Look, yes, I agree with you that why will he do that? But we are talking of the power game, political power game. If the president had wanted to do it, he would have done it, and nothing will have happened. He will have done it that, this is the interest of our party, because those 5 emirates was a political what were created by Ganduje to expand his political empire, and that political empire represents APC. So you see a new government trying to dismantle it. If he wanted to use federal might to say, hey, no, it's not going to happen, he will have done it, and nothing will have happened. People will just cry. We saw the military did it during their time when, what is the name of this, the former Sultan of Sokoto, I can't remember, who was the former chairman of this bank.
Is it Macedo?
Is it Macedo? No, the one before Macedo. BCCI, this bank that we used to know as BCCI back then. It was a friend to Babangida, very close to Babangida and Abiola. They reinstate. Babangida used his own power to. It wasn't the one chosen by the kingmaker or the Maya maker. What do they call them? Let's say the kingmaker. People that
was it Dasuki?
Dasuki, yeah, thank you.
No, it's the comment section that came up with it over carrier.
Babangida make him the Sultan. It wasn't the one chosen by the authority in charge of choosing who to become the Maya. He was put there when, what do you call it? When Abacha came in, he removed him. Abacha removed him. And in the recent time, during the time of Jonathan doesn't want, what do you call this, Sanusi Lamido, to become the emir. It was at the governor's house, the governor's house, that they installed Sanusi as emir of Kano. Jonathan he doesn't want him to be there because he was very outspoken against Jonathan administration, outspoken against them that they stole some money when he was central bank governor. So they were trying to punish him. But Kwankwaso played a very fast game because Kwankwaso was not in the same camp with Jonathan. So in Nigeria, the politician, you see, when they are in power, they can do and undo, particularly when they have the power to make things happen and make it happen, for their own good or in the interest of their political empire or their political camp. So this one has come to stay. Nothing is going to change it. It doesn't, except if they drag it to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court rule that, hey, this guy should be taken out. But I doubt it, because that emirate before Kanduje came with remove this thing. He has an history. And that history was what Ganduje interrupted. He interrupted it by breaking it into 5 emirates, which I think by historically, it's not justifiable. So I don't see how they can win at the court. But let's see how it's going to play out. It's been installed, and that's it. It'll be given staff of office, certificates, and he is the new emir in Kano. And we just have to wish him well, pray for him to continue to stand on the side of the people, because what he was doing before he was taken out was speaking against misrule of Ganduje, misrule that caused millions of children that are supposed to be in school out of school, roaming in the street, begging. Oh, he was very outspoken against it, both male child and female child. So do you want to tell me that Emaya was not doing the right thing? Those boys begging on the street that's supposed to be in school, they are his children. If not directly, indirectly, because he's their king, he's their Emir. They look up to him. So advising the government to do better, and the government gets offended about that, and then, took him out. Imagine that you are taken out of your, what do you call this thing? You are banished from your homeland just because you are criticizing the government. Banishment, that you can't come to Kano, where you were born, where you were raised. A person raised in the palace cannot come to his ancestral homeland. It is ridiculous. He went to court. Remember one man, he went to court to challenge that banishment, and he won. Did Ganduje listen to the ruling?
He took that judgment, but he did not push it. He
didn't push it, yes.
He told his supporters to just leave it there.
To just leave it. Yeah. He won. The court ruled against Ganduje that you cannot banish him. This is a country of law. Every citizen in Nigeria have the right to live wherever they want to live in Nigeria. So, but he's back. We just have to pray for him to continue to do a good job for the people.
Come on, can I say something? Agaleko, even when he was banished and he was kicked out of the kingship, you can never see him speak against the king. He didn't, he just kept quiet, just mute. Now, Nigeria, we're supposed to talk back to them, fight with them. He was very calm, very calm. He was just doing his thing, going about his business, traveling around. If it's the chance to advise the government, he does advise the government. I think we should just give the man. I think God just wants him back in that in that kingship. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. So that's on that one man. So this woman that is, did you say he donated money for that mass wedding? One man.
No, she donated clothes. She donated a lot of gifts, clothes, machines, all manners of bags of rice as well. So, yes.
Why did she do that? What is she not the one that was? She not the one that was threatening to take that.
Because the Speaker of the House in Niger State, he got the imams involved, and once the imams are involved, then she'll be going against Islam if she continues along that track, is what they are saying to her.
So why must she donate money and all those items you mentioned? Why must she donate when she
to show contrition now, to show surrender?
Surrender. Okay, one man. Let us look at this.
She jumped too early. They said she didn't understand the culture. She didn't understand the landscape. She doesn't understand the religion. Because this woman, she moves too fast. Remember when she went with cameras to some hospital, only for the reverse of whatever she was shouting about. She's just, I think she just wants to be in the news all the time, this Uju Kennedy.
I think this is the second time that she... I don't know how to describe it. The first one was the hospital one you just mentioned in Abuja, and she was threatening and doing saying all sort of thing, and we didn't hear anything after that. You remember she threatened them that I will make sure this hospital is closed down, this and that and
yes,
that.
but all of the reasons she went to that hospital, the direct opposite was the case when they opened the books to her.
So
she doesn't establish facts before she starts to run around with her.
So I think if she have advisor around her, I think they should advise her better, not to jump into carrying out action without getting the details. Have a fact, get a fact right. So I don't know why she did what she did the last time. So obviously she didn't get her fact right, and I believe the pushback from power that be, maybe they forced her or they instructed her, go and do this, otherwise you'll be taken out of position. I don't know what really happened, but this action that she just carried out by donating money and donating all sort of thing is just total opposite to what she said when she jumped into this matter. Her opposition to the mass marriage, this action she just carried out is just like somebody that vomited and went back to eat her vomit. So it's just ridiculous. People in a position of power should always get their fact right before they carry out action. So the action she did by making so much noise about all these things, I think was just ridiculous and totally unnecessary. So I think she got it wrong. She got it wrong. I don't buy the idea. I don't like, that idea of marrying off mass to this thing. I don't know if that their culture. That is fine, but I believe those young girls should have been given education. They should have, you know, um, get them. They should allow them to go to school, have good education, so that they can be a better citizen in the future. At that young age, it is not marriage that matters to those young girls. So it's unfortunate that she wanted to fight the right cause, but the power that be pushed back and they forced her to surrender. So this is a surrender action, one man. So let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Excellent. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. Let's go on from here, Ajanle Koko. Go to Ogbeni, or who I think is not falling asleep this time. Ogbeni, floor is yours. I think it's the weight, isn't it? I know, yes, a long day and all that. So, you know all the headlines. The variation in the coastal superhighway has got the obedience apoplectic, like Boros Oshoma, or whatever his name is, interrogating Alex Oti, pointing out his criminality. Nnamdi Kanu, I don't know him, I don't care. It's the verdict from the justice minister, you know, and on it goes. The return of Lamido Sanusi, you've not spoken on that. And Omishori telling us that a reshuffle of the cabinet is imminent. There was also this piece, because of course we're cascading towards 1 year now, and very quickly, Reno Mokri already pointing out, in terms of achievements, is talking about this is part one of a series I think it's going to do. Subsidy removal, Naira flotation, students loan scheme, allocations to states doubled, infrastructural development reduction in governance expenditure. So that's just some of the achievements that he's pointing out. But take your pick and let's hear from you, Ogbeni.
Wama, thank you very much. Let me start from Sanusi Lamido's side, which there's an area I love so much, this traditional rulership thing. I'll look at it from 3 fronts. I'll look at it from the historical perspective, I'll look at it from political, and I'll look at it from legal. And I don't think there's anyone, let me start by saying, I don't think there's anyone that favors Sanusi Lamido. I know many people have wished him well. Many people believe, justice at last and others. I think I look deeper than that for me. Historically, that particular stool in Kano does not belong to the Fulanis. Historically and culturally, are occupied by the Hausas. Jihad Fulanis came through Uthman Dan Fodio. They usurped that place, disorganized the system, and imposed and installed Fulani emirs. Fine. The colonialists came, they took over the place, and they started ruling. The politicians, they handed over to the politicians. The politicians came, and now you can see what is happening. Now they've allowed the wayward politicians now to find a way to desecrate what you call traditional stool. I don't like call it emirate because it's an hijacked space. You call it emirate and you don't allow some set of guys also to ascend the throne, even though it belongs to their forefathers. That's from the historical perspective. Now, let me look at it from political. People will come and say, Dandoje play politics with Sanusi Lamido. I won't start the history from there. I'll start the politics from how did Sanusi Lamido himself got to power. That's where we should start from. How did Sanusi got to power? Konkoso had a fallout with Jonathan because Konkoso wanted to contest. And they didn't want Jonathan to contest. It became a serious issue. Konkoso pulled out. When Konkoso pulled out from Jonathan, don't forget there were a lot of them back then. Babangida Aliyu, Sule Lamido, and all those guys, Saraki and others, they pulled out from Jonathan. At that point, Sanusi, who happened to be what I can call stooge in quotes now of Konkosias, started having problem with Jonathan. Then started leaking some things. Oh, NNPC did not remediate this thing. This did not remediate this thing. When Jonathan realized that his trouble was getting too much, he fired him and sacked him from office. Coincidentally, or whoever, I don't know what happened around that place. His Royal Highness, late Alhaji Ado Bayero, who was the emir then, died around that place or passed. And then the space was there. Now there were a lot of news going around because Ado Bayero had Aminu Bayero, who is the one they said he just removed now. And Sanusi and all of them contested. They followed the due process and contested. The news back then was that Aminu Bayero was the one the kingmaker selected. But because Sanusi Lamido, don't forget that Konkoso has fallen out from Jonathan, and in order to spite Jonathan, he had to.
Sorry, Ogbeni, you're correct on that. I thought you would miss it, and I was waiting to insert it. When the kingmakers actually first returned, it was Aminu Bayero that they chose, and then
that
they
was the
forced them.
Yeah. Konkoso twisted them and picked Sanusi Lamido Sanusi to spite Jonathan. And at that point, Jonathan cannot do anything again. Don't forget that they've already wanted to charge Sanusi Lamido to court for many things. He also went to court to challenge his removal from CBN, and all those things were playing around. He wanted to, I didn't run away from Nigeria or something like that, where Chowore met him at Murtala Mohammed Airport and they stopped him from going, and a lot of, issues were playing out. But the moment Konkoso announced him as the emir elect, Jonathan cannot do anything again. So he flew back to Kano and he became the emir. Some people were, disgruntled, but the way it plays out in the northern part of Nigeria, they believe it's Allah's making, and everybody rested. Fast forward to Ganduje. Now, why don't forget Jonathan left the government and everything rested. But fast forward, Ganduje now started having EU. Don't forget that Ganduje was a deputy to Konkoso, who succeeded him. Ganduje now started having EU with Konkoso. Sanusi Lamido, patriotism or loyalty now started become a question. All right? Started not listening to Ganduje, and they believe he was taking instruction for Konkoso. So if Ganduje say A, he will say B. So then they cook up stories of financial misappropriation and all those things against him. And they set up a committee. They find him guilty. So it's good to always set records straight and follow this trend. They find him guilty for misappropriation. Having found him guilty for that, they took him to the chief something that their department. And after that, they still found him guilty. They took him to the House of Assembly, and the House of Assembly removed him. That's phase one. Phase two, the House of Assembly now repealed or reviewed the laws that established the Kano Emirates, and they said, let's go back to the original foundation. Now link this original foundation back to that jihad coming, Fulani Emirate and all these things. You can link it back to it. The rest is history. They said, let's go back to the original 5, more like district, the original Hausa like households that form that particular emirate. Yes, Ganduje was being, very nautic about the thing, going around like a conqueror. You see him talking about it and everywhere. And then they banish Sanusi based on their culture. Right? You can't question their culture. He went to court anyway. He went to court to use Western laws to declare that culture as being barbaric. But it remained their culture. Whether you are testing it with English law and you think it's not, it still remains their culture. In the Yoruba land, a lot of things they do when they wanted to make king in my town. Many of it, if you bring it to open, they tell you it's barbaric. But it remains our culture, right? So they banish the guy. Now, fast forward again. You now have the Konkoso back in government. That's the way I see it. The man in Kano now is as good as Konkoso in government. So you have Konkoso back in government. Then don't forget, when Ganduje removed him, then they now went for that Aminu Bayero that the first report says should be the emir, and then put him as the emir of Kano Emirate. Now the Konkosos are back and they are removing it. And they are now putting that man back, Sanusi. So tomorrow, if the Konkosia leaves the government, and you now have another set of people who happen to be probably pro-Ganduje. What can you be expecting? Maybe removal of Sanusi again, and then put Aminu Bayero again. So when with all this gangsterism and all this we do in our space stop, and we will hail them to continue this rubbish they are doing in this space. Anyways, for the Kano people, as far as I'm concerned, traditional schools in Nigeria have been messed up. Particularly with this one, it's a very bad precedent they are setting down. No. And let me tell you, you know, I know a little about that space because I wrote a book which I've said severally here on laws that regulate traditional institutions. Little I know about that family. It's just like politicians now has been able to divide one single family. Do you know they are the same family? Oh? The late Ado Bayero and Sanusi father, they share the same father, or the same dad. So Sanusi happened to be nephew to the late Bayero. Sanusi grew up in their house. Sanusi and Aminu are cousins. In fact, as a matter of fact, Sanusi Lamdo married Aminu Bayero's younger sister. You see how complicated this thing is. And now you allow politicians to enter that family and then to just scatter you guys and put you guys on loggerhead, and they're enjoying it. You go to Kanos, you go and collect your double-edged sword, and you're happy. That one, they said they deposed the man. And I don't say anything that should be, how do I put it now, that is dignifying what is playing out in Kano. And I don't see whoever is saying justice is restored should date it back to how Sanusi also got there. That is for that. Let me look at the legal aspect of it, which is the last angle I want to look at it. The legal aspect of it is this. There are a lot of legal battle they will still continue fighting. I don't know how long they want to fight it. And I don't know if Aminu Bayero, and don't forget, you know, the Northerners, they have this way of saying, well, it's our last thing. Leave the thing alone. So, but in case Aminu Bayero is going to fight this, there are a lot of legal loopholes. First and foremost, once you depose and a traditional ruler under their laws, once you depose the traditional ruler and then you crown a new one, the only institution that can reinstate that traditional ruler is the judiciary, not the executive. You have deposed that traditional ruler, is gone. Judiciary is the only institution that can reinstate that man. Now, if you have to bring that man back, the kingmakers, you must dethrone the one that is there, and then the kingmakers will select that man again. I've not seen that played out here. What did they do here? They said they went to the House of Assembly to raise a bill. Yeah, and then the bill now nullify the 5 emirates. Yes, if it nullify the 5 emirates, the consequential legal implication is that then it collapsed back to 1 emirate, which Aminu Bayero will be the emir. It's very clear. And then you clear all the other 3 emirs. Now, if you don't do that, the next thing you need to do is you depose Aminu Bayero by fire. And you don't just depose an emir. You must follow the same thing they follow for SLS. Is there any offense? Have you found him guilty? Did you call him upon fair hearing? You don't by fiat just remove an emir or traditional ruler now. Then you can now say, okay, you have come with your report, let him come and defend himself and all those things and remove him. You didn't remove on that. You didn't declare what Ganduje did unconstitutional. You just say you repeat the law. Now, if you repeat the law, should the law apply retrospectively? Somebody that has been appointed, you have a new law now. The new law should not be binding on his appointment because his appointment was made under the old law. So if the law will have to apply to anybody now, it should be the person you just want to appoint now. So you make a new law and you now apply it.
But did they not revert back to the is this a status quo and something? There's a Latin terminology.
Status quo ante bellum.
Yes, is that not what is in play here?
No,
so act as though that law was not in place was essentially.
So, it's simple. There was a law and there was a man appointed under that law. What you just did is you repeat that law. Okay? But as at the time that man was appointed, that was the law.
No, they didn't just repeal it, or they repealed it and then reverted back to.
They cannot do that.
But that was what Yusuf said. That was what Abba Yusuf said.
That is what I'm saying. They cannot do that. their legislature. What you do is you have a law that was intact before you got there, you repeat the law, and you make a new law that must start now, not retrospectively. Then if that is the case, what did Buhari did in 83? He made a decree today and said the decree should date back and start affecting press, journalists that have published something years before he got to the office. I started picking them and throwing them in the jail. Decree, was it 4 or 3, or what do they call that decree? So they just made mess of the law, and there are a lot of legal implications here. You don't do things retrospectively. Then secondly, did the kingmakers made Sanusi again as the king? What they said was that when they passed the bill, they sent it to the governor. The governor now called the kingmakers to come to his house. So on 24th, I think today now, they now came to his house to come and appoint. No, you don't put the cart before the horse now. The kingmakers should appoint first, and there must be contest. So who contested against Sanusi now? So the only thing you did was Sanusi was to reinstate Sanusi. If you reinstated Sanusi, it's only court that can reinstate Sanusi because there was a new king that has been appointed. So these are many issues I think they will take to court, but like I told you, the Northerners are not too litigious in their character. Aminu can come to Ronro and say, see, it's the work of Allah. I followed my destiny. I will go on my own and bow. He will simply go back to his, is it Bichi or which one is his own? He will go back to the place and be waiting for the next political space that will accommodate him to dethrone this man and enthrone him again. So that's for that on that. Whoever is saying is justice done should trace the history back again and rethink all these issues and get more informed about what is happening in that space. And then look at the precedent it's creating for our traditional rulership. We are at the point in Nigeria where some of us are saying they should return us back to our 1960 constitution, where our traditional rulers have roles to play in politics. But see what they are doing.
Ogbeni, can I interject 1 minute?
Okay.
Yeah, Ganduje too. If you want to go by the way you remove and banish, what do you call it?
SMS.
Is Sanusi, the way you remove and banish Sanusi, he didn't follow the law. The kingmaker did not. The kingmaker did not. They didn't object to his mayorship. They didn't make any decision to inform the governor to take that action that time. It took an illegal action, by removing.
What reason do you think what ground upon which do you think Sanusi was removed?
There's no ground. It was political.
It was financial misappropriation. Go and check it again. He was removed for financial misappropriation. There was a committee set up. He defended himself, and they said there were misappropriations.
Do you really believe? No, I'm asking you. Do you really believe that?
I'm not from Kano.
No. I recall that as well. And they were just looking for a justification. But it doesn't really matter if it was. It was political, but they justified it via that financial misappropriation, which then gave them the leverage to uproot him.
Which account of the state is?
No, it was the Emirates account that he was misappropriating.
Which account? Government account?
The Emirates account.
The Emirates account is under him.
No, but it comes under the local government. I did not think.
No, when the account is giving everything under that account is under his control. Whatever money
Sanusi was accused of, I think, about 3.4 billion. It wasn't under him.
You actually, how can a king in Nigeria, what account do they open for them to operate.
So you don't know.
Ajale Koko, you're not getting it.
Ajale
Nobody is saying it's valid or verified or whatever, but they just used that to carry out a political agenda intention.
I
But
agree.
but nevertheless, that's the conduit that they used to leverage it, because they needed something to hinge it on.
What I'm saying is that,
sorry, let me make some clarification here.
Yeah.
You see, traditional school like Kano Emirates, traditional school generally in Nigeria get money. They don't have their own source of finance. They get money from local government. There's a percentage of whatever allocation goes to local government that must go to traditional rulers. Sanusi be the paramount traditional ruler in Kano. You know how many local government that is in Kano alone? He gets that tool, rake money from all those local governments into the Emirates. And that was what they took on. If you watch Sahara Reporter, that thing was reported by Sahara Reporter day to day back then. There was this group they call, I think, Kano Anti-Corruption Commission. There was a anti-corruption commission set up. I think it was set up since Concourse time. They were the one who looked into how he spent his, I think, about 2.something billion expenditures that was appropriated to under him. Do you get? And then his own private secretary also, one Issa Bayero also back then, came to testify against Sanusi. That was the main issue back then. Do you get? Yes, politics. I've said it. I categorize it under politics. But did they follow what they should follow? They followed step by step. The commission indicted him. They move it to the next one. They move it to the House of Assembly. They follow step by step and then remove it based on that point. And mark you don't need kingmaker for remover. You don't need kingmaker. You need kingmaker for appointment. They recommend to the governor, but they don't involve in the removal of the governor under their laws. So, Omar, what's the next topic?
So if you are saying that, hold on, Ogbeni. The misappropriation of funds by Sanusi, who is that Sanusi responsible to when it comes to, management of finance of his marriage? Who is he responsible to?
He's responsible to the Commissioner of Chieftaincy and Local Government, appointed by the governor. There is a commissioner like that. That commissioner is the one that regulates all traditional schools in the state.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right. Let me take you to the Calabar Lagos coastal highway, the variation that has gotten people somewhat agitated.
Oma, you see this Calabar, I don't understand. I don't know people that are agitated. I don't know why they are agitated though. And I don't know. I've listened to Ekene today. Ekene is my very good friend, so I don't like going straight against Ekene these days. But let me tell you the fact. Oma, do you know news about this poster? First and foremost, I'm not sure Umai has demolished the place they said they've moved away from. I don't know where Ekene got his own narrative of after they have destroyed things, they are now reverting. No. Those people that were there today, don't forget that they were doing stakeholders meeting. Okay, so what they do is, I think they're on the either third or fourth stakeholder meeting now. That third or fourth, I don't know. I think third or fourth. So they are doing stakeholder meeting per where they are getting to. Do you get the gist? They would stakeholder meeting of maybe kilometer 1 to 14, stakeholder meeting of kilometer 16 to 25, stakeholder meeting of kilometer. Do you get? They do meeting with them. They let them understand there's nothing you want to do. We'll surely demolish this. All those things. They will do it. Now they are on this one, maybe the third leg. They've not demolished those people's place. I don't know, except there's a superior news or superior information. If I have that, I'll come back to tell you. I'll change my position. But they have not. Umaya has not said they have not. Even those people, they were rejoicing in that meeting. They were all saying, thank God, they were rejoicing. That is one, to correct that usual, I won't call it obedience narrative. It's the usual narrative many
Nigerians who just don't believe in this government like peddling around. So that is one. Secondly, there's a good news about this thing, apart from they are living, going back to the gazetted plan and all this. Tinubu has directed that they should now start working from 3 frontiers. I don't know if you've seen that news. The minister broke that news.
I saw it. Yes, I thought that was what. You know, when I saw that, I thought it was quite cheeky of him. He wants activities in the south,
Yes.
very, so that there's a lot of progress before the next day.
Yes.
I thought that was a political move.
Yes. So they want to commence one. You remember when they commenced from Lagos? One of the issues that why Lagos? I remember. What's that idiot's name? Rufai, what do you call that one? Why Lagos? Why Lagos? Was asking the and that man said that is the 0 point, and he said, why should it be Lagos? And now they've said from Cross River, and I think from Akwa Ibom also, they should start so that they give you three-prong approach, so that as you are clearing Lagos, you are bringing that one down, then to meet them by the way, maybe Delta and Ondo State, you just meet them along the way. For me, this is a good news in terms of infrastructural development. I don't know another group are looking at it. Some said because there are so many roads in Nigeria that they have not done, therefore, question I ask is, so they should abandon this one. Can't somebody work and still chewing gum? Must you stop chewing gum because you are working? Or must you stop working because you are chewing gum? That's the question I ask. And then, many of these roads you are talking about, they've contracted them out to contractors. So if the contractors are not working on it, it's a matter of supervising them and forcing them to work. Not a matter of suspend everything and then be waiting for when they will work. Then the issue is that then you now do it. Then when people now talk about this landmark, because I see a Kenneth saying that they are using Omai against his Igbo brothers and others. And I wonder and I laugh. Is it that the Yorubas, another tribe that owns about 90% or even 95% of those properties that were, destroyed because of this? Are they not human beings? Is it that you don't feel for them at all? And then the only people you single out from that space is the Igbos in that space that you think Umai should be sympathetic to? I mean, when we peddle narratives like this, it worries me a lot. And I begin to think of, so why this? This is Lagos, for God's sake. Lagos has people from different tribes, different spaces coming to invest and have this thing in Lagos. So if their properties are being affected, and the properties of people who form 90-something%, even the aboriginals, the natives who owns the land, originally, they are destroying their things. And they are even crying. You see them on TV saying, you are destroying our ancestral home. You don't pity them. You don't think that they should incur more empathy from you than Landmark. Landmark, who is very clear that what they claim in Nnamdi are shanties. I mean, I don't know when we get to a stage in Nigeria where we will be objective in our assessment of all these issues. But as far as I'm concerned, let me tell you, I'm in support of the federal government to continue with that project. They shouldn't mind the naysayers. I always use the example of Abuja. When they moved to Abuja and started doing Abuja, some people also said, why would they be doing this kind of project in Abuja? Because the population in Abuja then was very, 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 very small. So they saw it as a waste. But today, the population of Abuja has grown. But if you go to Usetu, you go to Matama, you go to all those spaces today now, you will be thinking, when did they build all these things? But they plan ahead. So you may think coastal airways is not what highway is not what we need today. Well, wait for the next 10, 20 years and let's see if it won't be a pride of your country. And it will be named, and there's no way you will mention that project without mentioning the man that implemented or executed it. I will leave that to that. Let me move on to Alex Oti. You see, this Alex Oti and Abia thing. I call it exaggerated accolades, and it's coming out gradually. When they first came to us and said there is now 24 hours electricity in Abia. I just laugh. I say, So there is a space in Nigeria that has 24 electricity. So when people now, many of my friends, particularly the Southeasterners, now complain about no light in Lagos, I always advise them, but there is a light in somewhere. They call the place Abia. Maybe you can relocate to the place because they said there's 24 hours electricity there. Brother Dash. People just like, you see, yeah, it's good. There's no crime in supporting someone, but supporting blindly is the problem I have. Somebody like Tinubu, I've criticized him many times. I've said I'm not impressed with the set of ministers, except maybe 3 or 4 of them. I supported Tinubu. I took my money and flew to Nigeria to go and vote. And I voted Tinubu. I'm proud to say it. I always tell everybody. But should that stop me from criticizing Tinubu? No. Am I happy with the set of ministers he has? No. Am I happy with how dollared many of them are? No. But when you talk about the way they tell you be quiet, one of them is there. They are headless mob. They tell you be quiet, shut up, and everything. That's what they like doing. But we will always say our home. They can't shut us down as much as we cannot also shut them down. Now, things I've said about Alex before. Before all this thing came out, I said, hey, this Alex man, we will see where he will drive Abia to. Have you seen Alex OT conducted local government election in Abia? Maybe till eternity. He will conduct. Have you seen any obedience saying that he should conduct, even include the Uptown? I follow Uptown on Twitter. I've not seen him talk about why. Maybe he has raised it. I don't know. Talk about
Uptown, can you please start retweeting our streams on your whatever?
Are you on Twitter?
Huh?
Are you on Twitter?
I'm on Twitter and I sent the link. We are broadcasting on Twitter now.
Uptown, a popular guy who he has a lot of followers.
Yes, get us some of those raw meat eaters that follow you.
Guess what his Twitter handle is?
Uptown the homie. Uptown of Lagos. Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Uptown of Lagos.
And he's always coming here to burn Lagos down.
Abi Omo Eko proper now.
Omo Eko pataki, you see how now. So message to Uptown is that tomorrow go to your Twitter page. Go and tell Alex Oti that all those mayor that he appointed in the local governments, our constitution does not know mayor. There is nothing mayor in our constitution. It's illegal, it's unconstitutional. He should conduct free and fair, depoliticized local government election in Nigeria. Set an example and let the obedient push it. But they will not. They will always come and say, oh, he's doing the best, is this. When this man went to go and collect loan from Islamic Development Bank, he collected a loan by $120 million or something.
No, he didn't, sir. He didn't.
Oh, he didn't?
No.
But there was a noise that he was collecting loan.
The noise was coming from your camp now. But you
don't start with that too.
Ogbeni, go and listen to. He does monthly media chat with Abians, right? Live. On channels here. Go listen to him. He debunked that 1 kobo he has not collected since he became governor. 1 kobo.
But his budget is based in his budget. He said he's going to get 319 billion. So he has not collected to finance budget.
He said that they proposed, but he wants to manage what he has first. He has not collected 1 kobo.
So he's operating under his budget.
Yes.
And he's planting 350 million from that low budget. Now,
so let's see him do it now.
Okay. Have you criticized this 15 million plan?
Also,
I'll go to your platform tomorrow to go and ask you.
Also, to be fair to Soludo as well. Soludo also said he was going to borrow money, and he has not borrowed yet as well. Yes.
Okay. Well, these are the things I want to see.
Benny, please, I have a suggestion, please. Should we start banishing people from Lagos? People will come here, castigate Lagos, and all what they have made in their life, Lagos make them. Should we start doing that? Yeah, go on, my brother.
We are going to
always tell us Uptown
we're
and
gonna start the
Lagos boy
partnership,
now.
bro.
I know Uptown right from the time and Lagos boy. It's just like me anyway.
Anybody that wants to come and drag our Lagos, see, only me, Ogbeni, even on my platform, and you are right, sometimes obedience drag me. And I can
Yes.
cite, and some of the examples like when I supported Sanwo-Olu in the last election.
Yes.
You can say comments, I don't care. That one will be saying na him, then I'm not saying na him. I go talk him. I think Sanwo-Olu, the guy from MIT was good. I mean, he could be a commissioner, minister to get some whatever experiences, lawmaker, whatever it is. But pair to pair Sanwo-Olu in that election, as far as I'm concerned, I'll go for Sanwo-Olu. In as much as I don't like the structure that Sanwo-Olu is on, which is the Tinubu Empire, I don't like it. But Sanwo-Olu is my guy. At least I know what he do for us for NSAS. Where we say as we print that that thing we will print for Buhari, where we list our demands.
He took it to Abuja.
Someone came to us. He came to us. He collected it from us. We thought it was going to be Lamba. He would return to Alausa. He entered jet and jetted to Abuja. We saw him laugh that evening. Delivered it to the clown there, who probably threw it into a shelf. So,
with toothpick, picking his teeth.
So,
just drop it.
Can I say something, please? A minute.
Yes, please.
Yeah. I just want to push back on that narrative Thomas, painted, because I beg to disagree on that point that he just did. So if you're gonna say Lagos made some people that reside in Lagos, so can we say that Australia made you too? See, that's the wrong narrative, you painted. Yeah, in as far as I like, I mean, I agree with some of the things you say, but that's not the issue at this time. So we can say Australia make you. You're not even I mean, you wasn't
Brother,
even born
I'm just
there.
throwing jab. I'm just
I'm
throwing.
not
Don't
throwing
take
a
it to
jab,
your
but
heart.
that's wrong to make that. We
Don't
should
take
start,
it to
we
your heart.
should start getting
I'm
away
just
from that
joking.
shenanigan. It's not warranted in our space. It's not necessary. Even I thought some people may say that, maybe they're diluted. I'm not saying people don't say that from another area, part of the country, but that's not a right thing for us to be doing. I mean, when we're in a different country, you're probably a citizen, like I'm a citizen of this country, but I'm still in Nigeria, I mean, I vote, they give me every right. I have my business, I have my job. And that's probably applicable to you as an engineer over there. You do everything, you probably have a voting right. If Nigeria can be like that, wherever you reside, make it a residence. Believe me, Nigeria will be a better place. I just want to chime. That's your opinion, but I just want to let you know that I beg to differ on that point, okay?
All right, bring it to Mogbeni, and then we go to Prestige Uptown, and then we continue to move it on. Have we lost Mogbeni? Am I still here?
Oh, so what's another topic? Okay, well, before I go on this topic, please let me say this. Uptown tomorrow, I want to see it on your platform. Two things. This 15 million to plant trees. I want you to go and put it on a platform and criticize Alesoti. Secondly, I want you to tell Alesoti to conduct election.
You don't want him to plant
election. Yeah. So let's move to the next topic. You said
you don't want trees in Abia State.
You don't have enough. The whole place is a jungle. Like, hold on.
It's not the priority of Abia State. Like you said, coastal highways. Not the priority.
I want Soludo to plant trees in Anambra State. I think he has done.
You don't need trees in Anambra State now. You have enough. Let's listen to this from Tinubu.
When you go to major parts, they live as if they are in the jungle. Lagos is Lagos. It is not jungle. You either obey our law or go to your own jungle.
I think Tinubu say you have enough trees in Abia State.
One man. Are you aware that outside Lagos, the Anambra has the highest population density in Nigeria?
I think so.
Yes, and also that is also how the houses are well populated. So there is a huge need for trees in Anambra State, and I wish Soludo have to fill that gap. So there is houses everywhere.
All right, Ogbeni, give us a very brief commentary on Uju Kennedy, who's now taking a knee to the Speaker of the Niger State Assembly, and then we go on to
please.
yeah.
that Uju, is it the one that paid for? They said they pay for marriage for mass
Yes,
wedding
yeah. First, they said they were going to do a mass wedding
in Niger,
in
Niger
Niger
State.
State, for orphan children, 100 of them, and then she being the ministry woman affairs something or the other. She wrote to the Inspector General of Police to step in, and then she took out a court injunction to halt it. But then there was so much outrage. The Speaker of the Niger State House saying that she had no understanding of either the religion or the culture, and she was overstepping her bounds. And then very, very quickly, the Council of Imams in Niger State, they came out, and then the stools in Niger State, the whatever emirships and stools, they came out, and then suddenly it became a tribe and religion thing, and then she took the knee. So instead of now forcing them down, she's now giving them wedding presents.
Oma, you see, one of the major problems in Nigeria is all these people. Let me tell you. You remember that Sanusi Lamido Sanusi that we just mentioned now also married his own pikin. You remember he went to somewhere in, I think, Yola to go and marry one of their princesses or so.
Yeah, some barely legal girl he married.
Yeah, very small
barely
girl like
legal,
that.
very
Maybe
tiny,
14 or
14,
13 or
15,
something like
16,
that.
yes.
Yeah. He now said he will allow her to get to 16 before he consummate the marriage or something like that. You see, when somebody like Sanusi,
I think he said he will let her she will complete her education first. Yeah.
I think so. I think he now sent her to maybe US or UK or something like that to go and complete or something like that. I can't remember. But she has married. He has married the girl at that age. We all make noise, but his name Sanusi they are celebrating today, right? Yerima Sani is another instance in that. A lot of them. See, so it's a cultural plus religious, then social economy enter it because of the high level of poverty, illiteracy, and all these things enter it. So for me, if you see, don't be surprised when you see all those Council of Imam Speaker, National Leadership, or coming out to support all those practices. It's something that will take time to freeze away. I remember, you see this Jonathan, and that's why sometimes I look at Jonathan and say, that guy was just a victim of circumstance, find himself in a situation in Nigeria when probably the time he was not supposed to come. Maybe it would have been, maybe somebody come now after maybe all this Tinubu and code them to break some things in Nigeria. It came at a time when, because I remember when Jonathan was doing that Almajiri thing, it was a major thing. This child marriage thing became a serious thing because they knew that those schools were enlightening all these children and others and their parents. A lot of northern oligarchs fought against it, and immediately they find him out from the office. They ensure that they destroy all those schools. They ensure they don't function, they don't work at all, so that they can revert to their own old system where they will continue to oppress, to subjugate, a Geshide in that space. And so one will wonder, a litmus test or it's symbolic to CSLS. Sanusi is the one who championed Geshide right and education everywhere around, sermonizing, preaching, and winning and assassinating everything everywhere on every media, everywhere you find him, Geshide, and is this the one that has a Geshide marriage? That did a Geshide marriage, So that's an example. So for me, this, and by the way, this Uju woman, I've listened to her 1 or 2 times or so. I'm not impressed. I don't know what. I think Tinubu has to change.
They are saying she's barely literate. Let me even check her. See, they are saying she's barely literate. This Uju woman.
I don't know how Tinubu even came about all these people. I don't know. I'll be expecting Tinubu by 29th of May. If Tinubu refuses to change all these people by 29th of May, it will be a very big, more disappointment that you have all these set off and you have spent 365 days and are doing nothing and you are not changing them. Well, anyway, one man, let me yield the floor to other people to make their contributions. Thank you for having me. Thank you, everyone, all the panelists. Thank you.
Lawyer kan ni ó yẹ kẹ́nu ẹ máa yọ̀ náà iṣẹ́ ẹ̀ nìyẹn náà iṣẹ́ ẹ̀ nìyẹn.
Rational mind. I know you are happy listening to me. Rational mind. You are happy listening to me.
More happy, God. More happy indeed now. You know, I mean, come on. I mean,
How
how
are
long
you,
are we
sir?
going to be doing all this thing, Tinubu man, or I mean, this Tinubu of a guy? That's what I mean. I don't get it. I mean, let him just take himself out of that place. He's not fit for any purpose. This is the same guy.
Wow.
It's the same guy people are saying, and he has eyes for the best brain. I mean, how many people? Oh, come on. I mean, I don't get it. How long are we going to be doing this for?
That's the Bajo rational mind.
She's actually your colleague, you know. I just checked. Ogbeni, she's actually your colleague. She's a lawyer with a master's degree as well. Uju Kennedy.
Well, it's okay. It's we might get lawyer, but what are we seeing? I mean, what is the fruit of what they are doing? Whatever thing you assemble, what are we seeing? What's the impact? I don't get it. You were here talking about he's a lawyer, and so he's a lawyer, and so what? What is the impact?
Rational,
I mean, his role that he's playing as the minister of whatever.
Rational mind. Actually, that's that whole he's a talent hunter. I think that is the biggest bad jewel in the history of Nigeria. From
My brother.
From 1960
you never hear. What's his name? What's his name? This man's name. The Nobel laureate. What's his name? You never hear him talk about this. Woman, let me just reserve my comment until when it's my own turn, because I'm really here because of that Shoyinka matter. Today, that's why I'm here.
You want to slaughter Shoyinka?
It'll be very interesting to hear from Rational Mind. Rational Mind, my brother, right on.
All right. Before we hear from Rational Mind, let's hear from you. We're back to the 8 minutes monologue. Man of Prestige, Europe.
Okay, before I go, thank you very much. Just one thing about I'm sorry. That's one thing about one man. When you make a law, you don't govern by the rules you presented. You say 8 minutes, monologue. What is a monologue? A monologue involves no interruption. You just you just come here and narrate. But you have your own way of narrating. 8 minutes is going to go to an hour. But this is the way you want to conduct it. I just want to point that out. That's all good. So
sorry about the long wait.
No, not me. Okay, I'm just making a general statement. I'm going to start from something that's still in my mind. I'm going to give a kudo to. I don't agree with Obeni most of the time, but thank you for educating on the cultural and the political point of view of Sanusi. I'm not too much conversant with him that much, but I have a little bit of information about him. So I really appreciate you coming here, and educating me. Maybe other people are educated in that area, but I appreciate it very much. So that will give me a perspective on how to narrate my point of view. So what I'm going to say in that regard, in that area, what's going on there right now, there's no rule of law in that country. And that's the part of it that worries me. And like Obeni properly stated, this is going back to initially when, when he was removed and everything. And I have something to do. I don't know how it's true because I don't take every information that I have, that I hear from Nigerian space to be true. I always have to verify. I've not been able to verify that. They said, the judge that adjudicated this, case that's issue not coming to power, is based in overseas. I don't know. That's what I heard. It's circulating on Nigerian media. So I don't know how true it is. So I'm not going to come here, and promote that because I don't have a fact to back that up. But having said that, I think from what I know about him, he's a very intellectual man. The way he was trying to promote education and some other things that would have benefit the North specifically. So let's call a spade a spade. They are way behind in terms of education and some of them. Some of them are very bright. I have one of the best doctors in this country, in that work at Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville, Florida, which I do travel, Yeah, Mohammed, I met him at a friend of my house, in Orlando. So having said, I just said that to say that, I'm not going to paint, brush against everybody. They have a very bright, mind from that part of the country, but majority, they are way behind, compared to the South. So they need to wake up in that. So I think the problem may lie that this is a man who who is an intellectual. He's trying to introduce Western idea to that conservative, feudalism they have in the North. I think that there has to be a correlation to that. Maybe some people don't really like him for him to come there and destabilize that fidelism they have. They don't want to do what the Saudi Arabia, all these Qatar and everybody's doing. They want to still remain in that conundrum, whatever they consider to be Muslim. I don't know how their own Quran is reading. I mean, everything has to be so rigid. I mean, there's no room for error in that race. So that's probably some of the things that that is causing the problem. The way some people feel about him, some people say he should be removed or something like that. So I'm only going to say that's my only point I have to make. Ogweni and some other people has said everything that has to say how you come into be, whether you agree or you don't agree. We talked about it yesterday. Some people agree, some people don't agree. Even today, Ogweni has different point of view. So let me not dwell on that. So that's all I have to say in that. So my second one is going to be this Calabar Coastal Way. And one man, I know I interjected earlier, I showed some of emotion, I don't like it, so I apologize for that. But as a human being, nobody's born from, even I thought you're a quiet person, every now and then you are bound to show some emotion. I saw my interruption, the way I interrupted, I just thought about it. I said, no, I shouldn't have, showed that kind of abuse. I mean, that's the way I see it. So if I guess because of the word, fraud and should have been prosecuted. That's what provoked me. And I said, what crime has this man committed? You may disagree or whatever, you may disagree on what happened, whether the land should have taken. Yeah, of course. Eminent dominance should, eminent dominance should come to power whenever there's something like that. That's not even my issue. And I made a comment. I will start with my comment. My comment earlier was maybe it was about 2 or 3 weeks ago when this men started, I said, what's the anger? What's the anger to, to start this demolition right now? Because from what I read, they gave them 7 days notice and they started the demolition. So, I mean, I'm not saying this is not a good project. It's a good project for the Nigeria, but I have a different opinion. I said, in conjunction, whatever they want to do, I think more emphasis should have been done on refurbishing some of the road. Then you continue with this one. So that's the way, that's the way I look at it. I'm never against it. That's my opinion on that. So having said that, we're talking about okay, now they have pivot to the original location. And I saw the video that surfaced today, some of the people that could have lost their houses. I think they say about 4,000. That's exactly number of lost, that could have, lost their houses. Now they have pivoted that, original location, which it was supposed to be. So my point is that when David Omahi, I have no too much problem whether I'm not here to paint any kind of ethnic, correlation. That's not my point of view. When David Omahi came earlier, the lady from Arise News asked him a question about the environmental factor of it. What did he say? He said, "Go ask the government. Are you not part of the government?" Now he has implicated himself, and that's part of the reason he mentioned the environmental factor. And some other things, and some other logistic issue. That's why they're that's why they're pivoting back to the original location. So are you telling me as an engineer you propose yourself to be? You didn't look at this environmental factor? I mean, it's a private agency that would have done it before you commence on this, whatever you want to do in that particular area. So people coming here to praise him and everything. Yeah, he done well in Ebonyi State, but we shouldn't be giving him credit until you actually accomplish something. Before I can give you credit, not because of the land is being cleared and something like that, then everybody is singing, utilizing him like this is the next president. What is the next president? What has he done? Yeah, he has done something to the state, but it's a state, it's not the federal. Until he actually accomplished something. I don't know what he's going to accomplish in the next 4 years, whether he's going to be there for 8 years. I don't know until he actually accomplished something. In the federal level, no, nothing has been accomplished. It hasn't even laid the foundation. It's just the beginning. It's just clearing the grasses. So we're giving him all credit. This is my own personal opinion. I'm narrating right now. You may differ with me, or come here, visualize him and say he has done. He want to, like one man painted yesterday. Who is the greatest? Who is the greatest politician in Nigeria? What a nonsense you are painting, but I'm not calling you one man nonsense, but I know it's a media space. So, you just do that to attract. And one more thing before I continue. One man, I'm going to take some of the word that I said yesterday about Wiki. Because when I come here, I always have to see the result, not because of what you tell me or what other people tell me. I had a conversation with a friend of mine who resides in Abuja, who is unbiased. And he actually told me that Wiki is doing good. So let's say that, he showed me up some of the road, the flyover. I mean, he didn't start it. Apart from the boxes or whatever he started. They tell me and he showed me the flyover that has been completed. People are rejoicing. Most of them, remember, it has been blocked, being built for most about 2 or 3 years right now. Most of those, I remember when I went home, some of those roads was impassable. You can't pass, because it was blocked. Now everything has opened, and I was looking at, the road via what he sent me. I mean, it looks smooth, it looks crystal like my road here. Even we are still, in California. I mean, La Jolla, we have some of the best road. We don't even have a bump, and not a single bump. Of course, people over there, the local government, I mean, the local people where I stay, you can't have any road that is not immaculate. People will be calling. They will be calling our local government right away every minute. Anywhere we see a little bit of pothole where I stay. I'm only going to talk about where I stay. I mean, if you see where I live, I mean, the road we are paying for it. It's our tax money, and that's what we should be doing. But anyway, I was talking about Wiki, so I take a little bit of my word back. As far as I don't like his political, what he does political. I don't like him. I'm not going to support him. That kind of defeat the purpose, whether he did well or did okay on average. So one man, I take my word back on that. They say he's doing okay. So having said that, let me continue with my discussion about David, about David Omahi. So what I'm trying to say that until he actually accomplished something, then if somebody can go look at go to the S, I think it was April 7. That was written by this landmark owner. I was actually impressed what he said. I don't know if anybody else has read it. And he said the purpose of this, I don't have it here to pull out. I would have read it by bed, though. I'm doing something right now. He said the landmark, project is a very good project. This was on April 7, which was last month. It was on his S. Anybody can pull him out. He was praising the government and saying that this project is good for the country and what it's going to do for the country, some of the places, the business and some other things that might be, that, that's going to come. He said currently they are working with the government, the local government, to see some competition, some competition. They're going to relocate their business, to something where it's going to even be better. And he enumerated, how much tax they have paid to this government. About 100 million they have paid to the government already. So it's a win-win for both. It would have been a win-win for both ways. But in a nutshell, in order not to prolong his statement, anybody can go and read it. Yeah, he's in support of the project. Whether he was against it before, I don't know. But I'm just giving by what I read on his S. He says it's the right thing to do. They should continue. He said they're working on, they are working on on everything to get some compensation and pivot to a different, to a different narrative, because a lot of people lost their job. I don't know. Maybe somebody said about some of the property wasn't demolished. Ogbeni, I don't want to put word in your mouth. I don't know if you're talking about the landmark or you're talking about the other the people that was celebrating today. Dealing on your mandate. What is on your mandate? Why? I mean, on your mandate, I don't know. But anyway, on your mandate for Ogbeni, them, not me. Okay, I'm mentioning Ogbeni because I know Ogbeni is it's a PCP, APC supporter. So that's why don't take it different. I'm mentioning you because I know you're an APC supporter. But they were saying on your mind. I mean,
I'm Tinubu supporter. I'm not a APC supporter.
Okay. It doesn't matter. You are still APC. That's the leader of the APC.
I'm not.
Okay. Let's
like
take your
some of
word.
you are obedient, but you are not Labour Party member.
No, I'm not obedient. I'm obedient. I'm obedience leaning. So I mean, like in this platform. I can say who is Abado, who is Abado leaning.
Man of prestige, you don't know the politics that Omahi is playing there. He's playing, he's playing this high service politics now.
What do you mean by
high
politics
service now? Praising the president.
One voice, yeah.
No, Ajalikoko, you can, I don't mind Ajalikoko, interjection.
He's doing high service, so that the president can see him
but
as very loyal,
it's not only about him.
very loyal to
I hate
him.
that. I hate that. Maybe that's not my personality.
Nigeria now, if you don't do, the president is the most powerful, and you have to show strong loyalty to him.
No, this is something. It's not something that starts from him or from this administration. This one
Oh
has been
yes,
perfect in that
that's
country.
the practice.
But
That's the
I don't
practice.
like it. I'm gonna tell you, I don't like it.
You're an
I mean,
American,
the
man.
president
You're
just
an
deserves me.
American. You're an American. So it's not the practice in American. So in America. So
Okay,
you cannot
maybe
like
I'm too
it.
Americanized right now.
But yeah, you're
Our
Americanized,
city is
man.
different.
But that's
You
the
know,
way you have to
that may
do
be
it.
my that
That's
may
the
be
way
the
they do in Nigeria. So to be show loyalty to the president, strong loyalty, and so that the president can continue to like them. So that is
yeah.
it.
There's nothing wrong with being loyal, but being loyal pragmatically. You know, not like a slave to the president. No. Even my CEO where I work, I'm not gonna be a slave to them. You know, I mean. But anyway, that's a story for another day. Having said that, so let me continue. Whatever on their mandate or that, they can sing it. Whatever, if that's what make them happy, power to them. But to me, I don't play that. So, but anyway, on the landmark issue that I was talking about, I want people to go and read it. It was published on April 7th. The man was very conciliant about, how he's agreeing with the government. I don't know what he said before, but he thinks it's a right project and he should go, he should go ahead and move on and something like that. They are seeking for compensation. They're going to come back because I think they are pivoting to a different location right now. To begin with, about 70% of his front line, his beachfront was demolished. Exactly 70%. That's what was stated on his S. I mean, I didn't make that up. He said 70% of his, the front beach was demolished. So, they are working with the government, and he never criticized them on this one that he posted. I don't know if he criticized them before. That they're gonna work. He's gonna record. Their business is gonna come back and be better. Better than ever. Because remember, it's a global business, that was started, I think it was started in UAB or whatever. Yeah. I mean, it's a conglomerate of, what conglomerate is, not just here, They happen to be the largest in Africa, you know. So I like that about him. I said, let me bring that up, maybe, we should come together and, work together. Even I told him he feel like they have done him wrong, demolish his business about 4,000. Because if you look at that business, I mean, I've been there when I went home. That attract about 3 million, visitors every year. So that's a good business. I hope you can find a better location. I mean, another location because we need such a business in Nigeria. I mean that landmark beach is the best according to him in Africa. You know, so and about how many? About 4,000 people to my understanding lost. Maybe about half of that has lost their job. I think more than that anyway have lost their job. I don't know how many still remaining. So hopefully, if you go up somewhere and do the job and everything, they can get their job back. That would be good. So people should go ahead and read it. It's a very lengthy stuff that he put it on his S on April 7th. That's all I have to say. That so let me go to LSOT. Okay. We're all talking about Lesotho, whether he's doing good or he's not doing good. I'm not on the ground, so I can't really confirm. I have to go with what I see on the social media, because he seems to be the way it's being painted on the social media. He seems to be, if not the best or one of the best performing governor. I'm gonna take Lagos out of it because Lagos is in a different space. I'm not when I'm making my comparison of any kind of performance, I'm not gonna put Lagos State in that category. They're high and above everybody. Of course, maybe that has to do with they have a lot of money or something like that. So and their vision is working to certain extent. It's not like Lagos. They don't have their drawback. I mean, they have a lot of a lot of places that have not been developed. Ajabule, Osho, the other kind of, I don't know. So many places, I've not been, but I've seen them on the video. Most of this place, you can it's terrible for human habitant. I've seen some pictures. Somebody was blogging something about Ajabule. I was saying, I mean, I went to Ajabule, but not quite Ajabule. About 2 years ago, we went and did some charity work, but it wasn't exactly Ajabule. It was around close to the market, Apapa. I think it was Apapa, yeah. Apapa, close to the water, close to the water. Yeah, I think it's Apapa, close to the Apapa Wharf or whatever. So I don't know if that's what I consider to be Ajagule. But the men Ajagule have been seen, they have seen. I see it's horrible. This is just one. I don't know how other places here they could be. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make, Lagos is still above, any other state in Nigeria. So in terms of what they said, he's the best performing governor, one of the best performing governor, except Lagos State. I don't know. It's what I see on the media. That's what I have to go. But is most of those story true? Because anything that come out of Nigerian media, I take it as half baked. I have to really verify myself. Oh, when I go home and I go through that Aba, you know, I always go to Abia State when I go home. So I will see what he has achieved, and I will report. I will give my own personal report, unbiased personal report, whether there's light. How many more months before Christmas? Say about 6 months. Yeah, 6 months before Christmas. Not quite 6 months before Christmas. It's going to be 6 months. In June. So I'll be home by that in December. Early December. I'll bring out my own report. What we're hearing, if there's any fact to it, whether they have 24-hour electricity, the train from Aba to Lagos. How realistic is it? Is that a dump train or that? So I'm going to bring my own report. So. But what I know, I don't know the whole story one man. Maybe you can inform me, but I have a little bit of information about him accusing the ex-governor Ikwazo of, not seeing the 10 billion. I think it was 10 billion naira supposed to be used for the airport. So now people of Ikwazo has come out and rebook him and something like that. So I don't really know what to believe, because they say that's not true, because they left. Did they say they left about 3 billion? I read the information earlier. They said they left about 3 billion, but he said they didn't leave any money. So I don't know which one is true. I mean, and you're saying something about corruption. Where does the corruption come out from? I'm not here to defend him because I don't have any information. But you all are painting like he's corrupt. So why is he corrupt? One man, this question is to you.
It's his budget that is just padded with all manners of ambiguity, which just leads to looting. If you look at what it is budgeting 15 million for tree planting, I'm not sure if you don't have enough trees in Abia State. 371 million for publication and publicity, adequate infrastructure at all level 3 billion, social responsibility welfare package 400 million, for feeding is eating 48 million naira every 3 months for food. So and this is the governor. No local government elections, nothing. It's just gorging on excess.
Well, I mean, we see what happened, I'm not from Abia State, so I mean, I'm only going to, if I come here, I'm only going to talk against my state, whether you're from the Southeast or not from the Southeast, I'm only going to be particular by my own state, how good or how bad they are doing. So
man of Prestige, Emeka is from Abia State. Now we know how.
Emeka may be from Abia State, but he doesn't know nothing about Abia State. I'm even me that is not even in India. I'm even better than him when it comes to him. I have more information. Emeka know nothing about Abia State. What they call a person who is. Tell me what they call a person who don't know something about their state in Yoruba.
Labour Party in Abia State is doing exactly the same thing they criticize the previous government of governance as a lying tools.
Ajali Koka. Aja.
I
was talking to you. I said, I don't know what that was. I said, tell me, you are talking about Emeka. Tell me what they call a person who's lost, who is not even know what's happening in his state. That's what Emeka is. Tell me what it is in Yoruba.
Don't let us go there. No, don't let
no,
us.
No, it's with a joke. I mean, I'm not here to say whether Emeka is from jail or whatever. I'm just saying you say ask Emeka. I say Emeka doesn't know nothing. Not what's happening there. He may be from there, but he's lost in that,
It's unfortunate that Emeka is not on the platform now.
I know he's on the platform. That's why I'm talking for him to hear. He's on the platform, right?
Is he not there? I'm not sure he's there. I'm just saying.
Okay. If Emeka wasn't here, I wouldn't have
I'm
mentioned
here,
his name.
I'm here.
Okay, yeah,
Emeka,
I'm talking because I like to talk to somebody who is here. I'm talking for Emeka to hear. He's a lost.
I just have to keep quiet. You see, there's something that I said. Silence is the best answer for what?
No, Emeka. How possible that they are looting the Commonwealth of Abia State and you are here, you keep quiet, you are not talking?
Good question.
I didn't participate in the election, right? So while I have deep interest, like I've said, right? It's the same 1 year that I will give to the president. That's the same 1 year I will give to him. Now, I sent that. I was one of the. I think Enigmatic sent the video to Woman. I sent the video to Woman too. right?
About
Just to
5 people did actually, so everybody wants to talk about it. About 5 people
exactly
said
because
yes.
a lot of noise has been made about him. You understand? And apparently, it appears that he's dropping the ball. So I'm giving him to May 29th, right? He was sworn in May 29th. So I'll start my criticism probably from 1st of June.
What do you mean? You didn't start it right now. May 29 is already here. So what's the difference?
The first thing I would do is analyze the budget, the Abia State's budget properly, and then review his programs in line with the budget. I saw some things that how will I put it, that are not okay in the budget. I think one man has highlighted on a couple of them, the feeding and the rest. You understand? So there was news over a couple of people that went viral on Twitter, where there was street lights in Aba, and everybody, the market women, was screaming and dancing over it. And I expressed my opinion about it, and I said, yes, I'm happy that he's trying to put in some social infrastructure, but he needs to be very, very quick with it, because we are backwards. If you look at the entire states in the southeast, Abia State is the most regressive. The most regressive. It used to be a boy state, but Umahi came and transformed that place. Abia State is the most regressive now. They're followed by Enugu. You understand? And then followed by Imo State, and then Anambra. Then Ebonyi is much better. Ebonyi used to be the back there. Ebonyi we're all laughing at. We're laughing at the Abakaliki people. They're better now in terms of infrastructure. So Abia State needs to pick up the pace with OT. I hear, was it Ogbeni? I don't know who said he didn't borrow the Islamic. It was Uptown. Uptown, that's not true. He did borrow from the Islamic Bank. I didn't want to say anything. He did borrow, and I'll find the evidence.
Let me take over my space.
Let me land. You called me. You said I don't know anything about my state, so I'm trying to let you know that I do know my state. That I don't speak about it is because it is dear to me, right? So I'm trying to. But go ahead. So you can go ahead to speak.
Okay. Thank you, bro. I'm just throwing a jab at you. Okay.
Hold on, make I talk to Emeka. Emeka, but did you hear yourself? You said that in one breath. You said, "Oh, I did not vote in that election," and now you have comments. Which one you did?
It's my state. I'm a stakeholder. Not only am I a stakeholder. Wait, let me land. You asked me a question. I'm a very important stakeholder. It's not just that I'm an average stakeholder. I'm an important stakeholder in that state. So I'm just watching, because what I can say is the previous administration we had with the PDP has really failed us. This is a new lead for us, right? The people are excited. Let's see what the governor is going to do. He still has a lot of goodwill because it's a new change for us in that state. Let's see what he's up to. Like I said, I'm giving him a year, then I will not begin to openly criticize him. If he's not doing the right thing, or if he's doing the right thing, I will praise him openly too. Because we are in desperate need of good leadership in that state. I'm not a Labour Party member. I do know Oti was once an APC member and he left because of the competition. But regardless of the fact, he's my governor and I wish him the very best. I hope for the best. I don't want his downfall. His downfall means we are going to all suffer. We are the least progressive state in the southeast. And then if I am saying like what some obedience are doing, clearly I don't belong to that group. So I want him to do well. I do want him to do well. I do want him go ahead and
thank you very much. One man, let me finish
in that place. I see there's a clear There's a clear budget deficit, and he's going about borrowing. Uptown is not aware. He did borrow, and he's going to borrow more because there's a budget deficit. And if you ask me, I think he should borrow because we
Emeka,
need
no,
infrastructures in that state. Thank
bring
you.
it home, Prestige. I want to move it
Okay. All
very
right, all right.
easily
Thank
now
you, Woman.
to get to
Let me
people.
bring you home on
Yeah.
this one. Then I'll talk about the Niger State.
No. If you bring it home on this one, I'll go to Uptown next. I want to get through people quickly, and then
Okay. No, that's good. I agree with you, one man. That's good enough for me.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me bring you home on this particular one of Ochi. I'm not going to go on that one. I will listen on that one. So yeah, the point is that I've been to Abia. You know, I always go to Umuahia specifically whenever I go home because of, you know, I have in-law over there. You know, I mean, Abia State is the most regressive. I don't know what they have obtained in the last one year right now, whatever. Let's say year, you know, close to a year. So I don't know how that man has revised that state to a certain area. I don't know. So they need to wake up. You know, they need to wake up because right now I rank them as, you know, as the last of the state. You know, Ebonyi State has come up. I wouldn't put Ebonyi State as number one. So I mean, they have some infrastructure and some other things. So I wouldn't put them number one as Mecca did. But having said that, I don't really know what to believe or what's coming out, and you know, all this budget depended, you know, how is it going to, you know, implement and whatever, and is it going to be, some of them are going to be embezzled? I don't know yet, but from the little things I read on the media, I don't have any fact to, you know, to back it up, because it seems like he has done something a little bit better, because when he came in, about 3.5 share, you know, of the company that value almost about 800 million. You know, the people in Abia State, you know, have a share about 3.5 share of the $800 billion company there. So that's a positive. And the pensioner, you know, like they said, he started paying almost about 40% of the previous pensioner. And the last 9 months, he has paid an aggregate of 60%. So he's on the right track, if this statement is true. So I will always put a caveat. Not everything that I read, you know, on the paper or the news is true. I have to, you know, I have to see the accurate data, the hands data. Talk to somebody, say this is what happened, because Nigerian media is so convoluted. You know, it doesn't even know what, you know. I don't believe half of the thing that's coming out from Nigerian media. That's what I have to say. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent man of Prestige. So Prestige, stay there. I just want to get through the voices, and then we open it up to the after hours. I think Thomas is available. Let's go on to Uptown. Uptown, we're adhering strictly to the 8 minutes because we still have Emeka enigmatic rational mind. So Uptown, you're up next.
One man.
Okay.
Let Enigmatic go before me. I really want to hear from
all
Enigmatic.
right. You want to go and get your dictionary first before we get to Enigmatic?
Yeah. No, I enjoy listening to his opinion, and Ogbeni, they are my special panelists.
Yes.
Who is yours? It is Koboko that you want to see how Koboko go fly. Is that what you are waiting for, Emeka?
No, because they paint your Emeka narrative.
Koboko from enigmatic.
Let Uptown go. Let's allow Uptown to go, please.
All right, Uptown, you are next. Who is your favorite voice? And anytime that when we get to enigmatic, anytime that it uses the word profundity, we have to take a swig of wine. Let's see if we'll get drunk, because I think he always uses that word 10 times in a speech. But Uptown, you're up next. Uptown, the homie, unmute.
One man, can you hear me?
We can now. Carry on. The floor is yours.
So I said, I said no, it's a lie. When you say the we are adhering to 8 minutes, that's not true. We never adhered to 8 minutes. One more. So that's by the way. Please, yeah, one more. Okay, before I start, my brother Ikene, Emeka, sorry. On your way to assessing your governor, you need to answer some questions like, Why is it that OT has attracted more FDIs into Abia State in 8 months than Soludo has done, even though Soludo is in his 3rd year, almost completing his tenure? And both governors have not borrowed. You said OT has borrowed. I have it in good authority that he hasn't. Do I want him to borrow? Yes. Do I even want him to borrow 1 trillion? Yes. There's an infrastructure gap that needs to be bridged in Abia State, especially Aba, to bring back the Aba of Mike Okpara back. Does Soludo need to borrow? Yes. And I understand. Soludo clearly wanted to borrow from day one. He changed gear. Why? I'm sure he also wants to beat the P2B record of not borrowing. But he should just quit with the competitions. Anambra is very healthy in terms of debt, in terms of finance. He can borrow. Obi probably didn't borrow those years because he felt we weren't healthy yet. So, and he's a good fiscal manager, prudent person. Soludo needs to borrow. Let's not forget about he's made his points in the first 2 years. Yeah, he worked without borrowing. We got it. He needs to borrow at least 500 billion. Transform Onitsha, transform Oka. And then education. All those hard work has been done for Soludo. Soludo just needs to do infrastructure now. Get the flyovers going. Flyovers here and there. That's what we need in Anambra now. Infrastructure, fiscal infrastructure, expand the lanes to 3, 5, 6, 8 lanes. Education is healthy in Anambra. Health is healthy. Other sectors, most of the sectors are healthy. Industry is bubbling. It needs more expansion. So he just needs to do infrastructure and he needs to borrow money. He has made that point already. So yes, I agree with you with the borrowing of money, but then the both governors have not borrowed yet. But Abia State have attracted millions of dollars in FDIs. And also OT has cancelled pensions for governors. And I'm sure you know that. That's also very
Sorry,
significant.
my brother, Optan, I didn't want to interrupt your flow so that you don't your line of thought don't skip. When you say attract FDI, right? What kind of FDI are you talking about? Because we are not seeing this investment in terms of the buildings itself. Now, if it's foreign portfolio, what are they
No, it's not
investing?
portfolio. No.
What
I
shares
mentioned
are they
portfolio.
buying? That and wait, hold on now, my brother, hold on now. What shares of Abia State are they buying? Abia State does not have any shares listed anywhere. Or what bonds has Abia floated any bond? No, it is borrowing. So when you say foreign direct investment, that is the term they are using to sell and confuse Abia, Indian Abias. It is borrowing. They just flipped it to say foreign direct investment. I have not seen. Hold on, so don't worry, my brother. Please, just give me seconds. I didn't hear of any state bond being floated, right? I didn't hear of any. I'm not heard or read on any papers of any buildings by any foreigner. Where did they build it? The only one we know of is Geometrics, which has been there that is now giving places in about 24/7 power supply, and that investment has been going on for quite a while. Tell me the foreign direct investment. Which company? Let's know. It is borrowing. I'm telling you that he borrowed, but you are arguing with me. Anyway, go ahead.
Uptown, we can't have dead air on a broadcast. Uptown.
Can you hear me? I've been speaking to.
Carry on.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay, so my brother Emeka, I don't even want to go to back and forth in that space. I will just say, direct you. Probably I send a link to you from Business Day and Vanguard and Premium Time. And the report didn't come from Abia State. It came from the federal. When they listed states that have attracted FDI in Q4 2023 and Q1 2024. And Abia State has not attracted for at least 2-3 years, I think. Now, this is the first time they are joining the states that attracted FDI in a long time. And I think it's about over $100 million is there. The report is there from the federal space, yeah. So it's not a text message Alex to send to me. But that's just the point in that space. One man, what am I starting with?
You can start with the coastal highway.
Okay, let's start with coastal then. So it is very funny how, you know, people are just very funny, because coastal highway, good. When I came to the platform, when you were praising Umahi to the high heavens, you know, it's funny that most of us don't understand there's difference between a leader and an employee. There are people that can function very well as employees. If you employ them and you give them a particular task, they can do it. But when they are in executive position as a leader that makes the ultimate decisions, they are catastrophic most of the time. Umahi was catastrophic in Ebonyi State as a leader, but he built roads. So in this space, I expected him. I was one of those that said Umahi was a good fit for Ministry of Works. Umahi can never be a good fit for a president as a leader, executive leader. No, he does not have the temperament, he does not have the emotional intelligence, he does not have the wisdom to navigate that space of executive space. But he has the technicality in terms of his line of work, which is brick and mortar, that is engineering. So he's going to perform in that streamlined space if he's assigned to do that particular job. And that was my argument why I felt he was one of the good appointments of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The same way I also felt, and everybody in the platform remember, that I rooted for El Rufai. Being someone that hates El Rufai so much, I feel he's going to be a terrible leader. He was one in Kaduna. But I said, for Ministry of Power, he's a good fit, because that's not an executive position. He's going to be an employee of the president, and he has, for me, what it takes to tackle that sector. Sadly, APC politics, very retrogressive, they kicked him out of that space, and they put a very clueless man that is going to give rise to his state because he wants to contest the election there in the next election, whereas Nigeria is battling with epileptic power supply, one of the worst in the last decade that I have experienced, and most Nigerians are talking about it. But back to Umahi's coastal highway. One of the discussions we had here a couple of weeks ago was Umahi denigrating that female Arise TV journalist, Leila, Johnson, who was the only smart journalist in that entire room. I watched the entire live presentation of that gathering. Every other journalist was acting like a media arm of the presidency. They were first, before you ask minister, you praise him first, praise president first. Waiting remain and make you think on your mandate before you ask your question. Laila was the only reasonable, you can say that this girl went to school. And ask this man, where is the EIA? He started making jokes. Oh, I'm a village man. Oh, you're speaking British English. No. Immediately he started that, I knew that he didn't have the EIA. They didn't do it. It takes some time to do. Obviously, they didn't do it. I know Leila know they didn't do it. And then after when he was done cracking jokes, and I said, "Yeah, we have it. It's approved. Is it approved? Is it partial approved? How was it done? Will he provide it? Yeah, we'll provide it to you. Has he provided it? No, because why? There's no EIA. An engineer, if he's Fashola, we will probably excuse Fashola that he's a lawyer. You're an engineer. Every engineer knows environmental impact assessments. And funny enough, when he was doing his tribal rubbish, these are what some of the people that should never exist in our political landscape. When he was politicizing and tribe-baiting Peter Obi because of Peter Obi's tweet, he quickly diverted attention from the 7 things Peter Obi highlighted in his tweets. And the case of demolition was just one out of the
How
seven.
how can an Igbo man play a tribal politics against a fellow Igbo? Where is that done?
Tribal baiting, yes.
Try
Don't you know what tribal baiting is?
Babaja, you don't understand that space. If you
And
understand,
they are narrating now.
it is big. It's an Ebonyi man. It's an
It's
Ebonyi
from
man.
Oh,
Ebonyi.
So if you don't understand, just don't.
okay.
It's
Baba,
from
Baba,
Ebonyi.
Okay. Enigmatic.
Baba,
Thank you. Yeah.
Baba, contrary to what they want you to believe, I'm going to explain to you what I mean. Nobody will explain for me.
One man, I
If
think you are
Obi
checking time.
raised issues that had absolutely nothing tribal in it, and you in response say that he is inciting Southeasterners, whereas there's nothing Southeast about Obi's tweets, and your response to him is that he's inciting Southeasterners against the presidency. That's tribal baiting. Tribal baiting does not mean that you have to come from another tribe. No, that one is bigotry. Sometimes we used to carry vocabulary. I don't know whether we have read too much books. People now forget meanings of things. Because I know some people, when they use bigotry, they don't even understand what bigotry is, because sometimes they mix tribalism with bigotry. No, tribalism is that you might be proud of your tribe, you might speak good of your tribe. That's tribalistic, yeah? But bigotry is speaking
Don't
ill
let
of
them
other
pin
tribes.
you down. Continue your thing. Don't forget this.
No,
Go on.
Rational mind.
Don't let them sidetrack with this by tribal stuff. Just go on. They battle you. Go on. Go on.
Let me
Just
let me
want to derail your thoughts. They want
Yeah,
to derail your
don't get
thoughts. Just go on.
sidetracked. Yeah, don't get sidetracked into the minutiae because that would just chop up the time. Go to the big topics and then
Thank you, rational mind, for reminding me the people I'm dealing with. I almost forgot for a second. So, what did Obi raise there? He raised 7 things. He raised issues of timing. Is this the time for it? Because of what these things go, I mean, the demolitions that is going to occur. And funny enough, he's the only person that talked about across the entire length of the 700 kilometers. So Obi didn't even reduce his tweet to only the impact in Lagos. No. Obi even talked about, what about when it gets to the rural settlements, ancestral homes? What is going to happen? What is the plans? He said, in the beginning of the tweet, he said, this is me raising opportunity for discussion. Let's discuss it. Timing. What about the preparation? Another preparation is what Leila raised, which is the environmental impact assessment. How prepared? What is details? He raised issues of MSMEs and job losses. Is this the time for Nigeria to lose jobs or to gain jobs? He raised issues of pricing. He raised issues of priority in terms of any economic person knows what we call scale of preference, and need assessments. He questioned that. He questioned in terms of, even listed the capital budgeting for the federal government for the year, even the multinational loans expected and all of that. And he tried to aggregate it and say, okay, no, if you merge other roads that should be done, for example, the tanker that fell somewhere in Port Harcourt in the federal road because the road was bad and he burnt a lot of cars. So that is people losing lives. Some of those roads need to be attended to. If you merge it with this, you find out that our capital budget can never do it simultaneously. So you raise particular congent issues. And what the idiots from Ebonyi State, the pseudo-intellectual from Ebonyi State, could reply to that lengthy tweet of raising several issues was, hey, Southeast, which is classic APC politics. Anybody that joins APC becomes a fool. Now, the chicken has returned to roast. And that Obi's tweet will remain relevant for the next 2 years because it will be playing out, it will be coming out one by one. The ancestral homes Obi spoke to, that one have started. When you get to ancestral homes, are you going to, okay, so if you avoid the ones in Lagos, is it when you get to another state, when you affect ancestral home, you say, no, we won't avoid this one. They will tell you, but you avoided our brothers there. So what is the plan? That's let's discuss. Because before you can engage into anything, you have to have a holistic, which is what even this Total Energy guy, see what he was saying in Kigali about us, why we lost the $6 billion investment. I almost closed my face in shame. And this is what we come to say on the platform every day to one man. Policy flip-flopping, policy inconsistency is never the darling of investors. Any person that go to any basic business school knows this. But we have politicians that has never built business in their life. They don't know. They have only built political accolades that win elections. But those people don't govern. They don't know anything about building businesses. Most of them has never built businesses before. The Total Energy guy was slamming us in front of, and that was a gathering of investors. That video has gone viral. He said clearly, we diverted this from Nigeria to Angola simply because they have policy inconsistency there in that country. And the flip-floppings, we can't put it there. Angola is more stable in terms of policy. That's why we moved to Angola. Very simple. Because we don't think things through. Policy making, you have to do impact assessments. You have to check even the gray areas. You have to check possible obstacles. Planning,
3 more minutes.
Shock absorbers, identifying the shock before you even put a shock absorber, because you don't identify it, how you really put shock absorber. Strategy for implementation, supervisions, measurements, all these things has to be on the table. You can't be doing a fire brigade approach to policy implementation or fire brigade approach to Kabu Babasope economics. No. Politics, you guys have done well with politics. You are doing terribly bad with governance. So let me not even go to that space. Now he has rerouted it now. Okay. Maybe by the time we go 1 or 2 extra kilometers again, why didn't you know there were cable lines there before? If you did your EIA, you didn't know there were cable lines there. You knew, or probably you didn't know too because you didn't do your EIA. You just wanted to do your business with the Shagoris and quickly get 1 or 2 things you want to do. And please, they should start it from Calabar. I support that too. And even from middle, in fact, they should divide it in sections and everybody should get to work. I want it to complete. I mean, they've started it already. We know if you stop them now, so I want it to complete. They then divide it to 20. Everybody get to work. So that's it on that point. Please, one month, another topic.
All right, give us a brief flavor on Uju Kennedy reversing her position on Niger State children being married off.
One man. Uju Kennedy is from which state? Imo?
I suspect, yes.
So that's who puts the name of bro. One man. For me, this is not about Uju Kennedy. Because
I'm not State. Imo State is the Minister of Trade.
Oh, the bank lady.
So Uju is Anambra
State. Yes, I think Uju is Anambra. Yes. Can you imagine?
She has an LLB from the UNN and an LLM from University of Abuja, so she's not an illiterate.
No. One man, I was talking about illiterates here. I mean, when you go to High Court there, I mean, you find a lot of lawyers that if you sit down with them and have general conversations, and you're like, oh, okay, But the point is, in an Anambra of Obieze Ekwesili, Dora Kunyiri, all these guys, Ekwensi and all of this Uju Kennedy is what the talent hunter saw. And I'm sure that's not the Soludo nominee, never. Soludo cannot put it on Uju Kennedy out there, But the thing is, one man, this is not about Uju Kennedy, so I'm not even going to go into Uju Kennedy's space. It's about her employer. If you came with only 2 CVs to a job, 1 is talent hunting, 2 is economy, and you failed in talent hunting from day 1, 50% is gone. The other 50%, the chairman of Total Energy has already told us policy flip-flops, Kabu economics. So what exactly what exactly is now your CV? In fact, talent hunting was like 70% of it, because we all listened to you guys in the last election. I paid attention to all the ministers. It was like a praise singing galore. It was even Wicked that tried. The Minister of minds went there to talk about data gathering that has already been done under Buhari. Mr. Minister, that means you don't even know what is going on in your ministry. This is Dele Alake. He's a seasoned journalist. He went to school. He's intelligent. But is that the ministry for him? The guy doing power, can he ever solve? If Tinubu no, anyway, that one I forget. You know, they say if Tinubu knows change them, this one I know already that there's nothing. There's nothing, you know. But I want there to be something. Let him verse. Say, oh, these small boys, don't insult me. Oh, now I go verse. Now I go tour the world and bring our best brain. Oh, I'm gonna bring the stature of NOI. I'm gonna bring statues of Dora. I'm gonna bring statues of. Let him use verse and do it. Let him say, oh, these boys have insulted me on social media. Let me now show my talent, hunting skill. I go like him. Me personally, I go like him because with these people, you are going nowhere. You are not going anywhere. Where you cannot boast of 10% of your ministers, you are not going anywhere. Forget it. You know, we see what Wala is doing with the fiscal side. What is he doing there? Now they have heaped everything on Kadose again, the way they heaped it on Emefiele. That breeds corruption. When you heap all the duty to the monetary side, before you know it, the guy there will get overwhelmed. Before you know it, corruption will start breathing in. Emefiele was overwhelmed. He was doing everything, doing the physical, doing the monetary, doing everything. So the fiscal side is collaboration between the coordinator of the economy and the president in terms of the executive. There's nothing happening there. Cardoso is just there. Make them not kill that man with high BP. Because there's only little more the monetary can do. It has to be complemented. So that's just the point in Jill Kennedy. Please, it's not her fault. It's not her fault. There's a lot of brains in the diaspora. There's brains, just that maybe most of them no support Tinubu. That'd be why. Because all the brains in Nigeria, Kuku no support them anyway. The few times she tried to pick some brain somewhere, if they pick this brain, they go tell and say no obedient to.
Well, Ogwen is a brain and is a self-confessed Tinubu man. Enigmatic is a super brain. Is a self-connect. Emeka is a genius. He is a genius and is a self-confessed Tinubu man. Rational mind is somewhat clever, and he grudgingly some people support Tinubu sometimes. You know, so all the super brains support Tinubu, it seems.
One man, the truth is that this guy is probably struggling to get the right brains because most of that space does not support him. I mean, we know the space where most of those guys are. You know, that's why. And if anybody that is learned speaks on TV, maybe a professor, an economist, or anybody, before you know, they have accused him of being obedient leaning. Why? I mean, Agbakoba is more brighter in terms of cerebral than
cerebral.
Yeah, more bright in his brain, more than 90% of the people in the cabinet. If you listen to Lisa Agbakoba speak, if you listen to this minister speak, there's no depth, there's no understanding of the development, there's no understanding of where vision, there's no creativity, none. Just 5% of them. Maybe listen to the person speak. El Rufai did well when he screamed for his ministerial. Compare that with this clown there now that's just preparing he's gathering money to run for governorship. You just carry people that politically exposed, fool them there to waste my youthful age. One man is painful for every single extra year.
Let me tell you this, and then we'll go on from there to Enigmatic. On Sunday, we're starting to open up the ministerial audits. So we cannot do, because there are about 40 or 50. We cannot do all of them in one session. So we go to we do the sexy ones first on Sunday, and then
which one is sexy again?
Like the big ministries, finance, petroleum, or you know, the ministries that actually really affect our lives profoundly. So we'll be very strict. We're building the criteria around that as we speak now. So we're just like we did with the elections. We're going to use a template to arrive at as close an assessment that properly audits their performance as possible. So we're going to start that on Sunday. So people bookmark that. We're going to start because it's all about holding governments to account. But let me go from you.
One more. Let me just round off. Yeah.
Okay.
I advise you just limit it to probably 10 of the ministers. Others will be a waste of your airtime. Probably
No, everybody has to be audited now, so it will give you the chance to either
zero.
You know the way we are going to do it. It will be very difficult for anybody to politicize it because it will be fact led. Okay. You know, so all that spinning and trying to do all this indignant whatever it is, the facts will push. So we're going to really hold them down.
Yeah. You know, you're speaking to my space. You gladden my heart when you say we need to narrow something down to facts. So that
that's not your space now. Your space is sentimentality, isn't it?
No, I don't like propaganda. They bring propaganda. Maybe would they see? Maybe would they look at 1 + 1 2? Now what I want? I don't even want a long thought. But one man, just to close. I was not here in the platform yesterday. Some people sent me a message on Twitter telling me why didn't I show up. Apparently, you guys, I don't know what you guys did with the showing topic that warranted those messages, but apparently, you guys spinned it on his head. But one man, I think Soyinka needs to rest.
Don't worry. Rational man will do a justice to that.
Yeah, rational man.
We'll open up that space in there after we've been around because it's such a big space and we touched on it yesterday. But let me go on from you, Enigma.
They want him to rest.
Yes,
fight man, Abi.
Yes. I've been watching the clips of that leader T. He's very rude boy. Yes, we all know.
But, where did he resurrect from, Mrs. Woman?
I don't know. It's back from Mauritania.
One man, I told you yesterday. Wole Soyinka should have kept quiet. Now he's receiving what is due from him.
He didn't keep quiet when he
was young. He's receiving it. So
does he care? You
the man that has a Nobel laureate.
You don't know that man.
Nobel laureate, as they call him.
But one man, I think Soyinka needs to understand that the new generation is in search of their own new heroes, and nobody is willing to adopt heroes from somewhere past. So it's either heroes sustain themselves and become heroes here, or they don't sustain and just become heroes in the past. This new generation, nobody's interested in
this new generation.
1958. No,
they don't know the history of their country. They don't know where they're coming from. When Wole Soyinka did not keep quiet during the Nigerian Biafra war, fighting for the Biafra, what did they know? They keep quiet back then. Fighting. Hold on. Let us land. When he was fighting Biafra, and Nigerian state. Hold on now. When Nigerian state slam in jail for fighting for the interest of the Igbo, for Biafran state, that Biafra state to be allowed to go, what did those youth know? What do they know about their history?
Okay.
Children that never taught history in school don't know.
How come Wole Soyinka hasn't said anything about what
they don't know anything about their country?
How come he never said about what transpired in Lagos?
Talking nonsense.
He never said anything about this government. All he knows is Obi. He be sleeping, thinking about Obi.
All right, enigmatic. You're up next.
Microwave generation.
Wait,
let me bring enigmatic in properly.
No.
Yes, sir.
That's a wayo man.
So there it is. Are you standing on his mandate, enigmatic Honde?
One man. That's a very good accolade and embellishment to welcome enigmatic into the building.
Is it enigmatic or Koboko Master?
Enigmatic menu.
Mohammed
Is
is okay.
it Koboko Master or Oko Yala Igboro?
Ogun ẹ̀fọ́rí fún Peter Obi.
I raised one too.
Panadol extra fún Peter Obi. You know, say I don't get problem with Labour Party people and the headless mobs. Now Peter Obi be the cocoa. So as they feel you have my big brother David, we feel you have their Obi to cause and where. But one man.
But I think you really came in for the Boros Oshoma. I think that's somewhat everybody.
Yeah, I'll briefly touch on that, but I mean it's quite unprecedented that you know let me just say it for now that Alex Oti, look, whoever is saying it's not borrowing or whatever it is, I don't know what part of the planet they're operating from, but first of all, you know, that Islamic bank, I know that for a fact. He has a 125 million that was even approved by the by the House of Assembly. I think it was on the 19th of March this year. And then he has actually.
Yes, so Benny, you are spot on that. You see, I just wanted Uptown to continue. That foreign direct investment, I have checked again, it is low.
No, that's FDI. Just
when you flip it, it's like you have, what the federal government said is, that Lagos, others, Abia states, they have attracted foreign direct investment, right? For those who are bringing in the funds, they are investors. For those who are the users of the funds, they are borrowers. Continue, my chief.
Yeah. So one man, I think if you don't mind, let the next person go now. I'll come back, please.
I gave you my spot now because I want to hear you.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just had a very important visitor now just came in.
All right.
Go with that person.
You say that's it. Life sometimes interferes. So there it is. We'll look back to you. If do you want to yield the moment to Rational Mind?
Let my brother from the creek. Though he's a fake brother anyway, but let him have the floor.
Yes. Rational Mind, are you there?
One man, I'm driving.
I
need to bust up this driving. I don't know. Hold on. Why is it that enigmatic and what's his name? Why are they playing this game? Let them go first.
No. I'm actually I'm driving, and my baby is talking behind.
Driving.
My baby is talking. No, I can speak, but my baby is actually screaming. So I just okay. Let me. Yeah.
All right. Do you want us to go to Kulata and then we'll talk?
Let me see where I can exit here. I can exit because I think I drove past the rest stop here. Let me exit somewhere here.
You better take your time. You get frustrated with your exit.
I will exit. Okay, I think yes. Let me exit here. Yeah. Okay. Go on. So you have to feed me one man because.
All right. Let me just. Are you in a position to or
yeah, go on. Just go on, one man. Go on. I thought I was exiting and the rest stop, but it's okay. Go on. I'm listening.
All right. So you can take your pick. To save submarine cables, Lagos Calabar Highway leaves shoreline, reverts to original route for 9 kilometers. It's just a 9-kilometer detour, of course, but the obedience apoplectic with I don't even know with Kumbaya is saying. It's the law that is holding Nnamdi Kanu. I don't know him. So that is the Justice Minister Fagbemi telling Nnamdi Kanu to F off. So there's that one. And then there's the return of Lamido Sanusi, who gets his certification from a Kano State governor, but Ogbeni querying the legality of that structure. Minister backs Niger mass wedding, makes donation. So this is Uju Kennedy taking the knee to the Islamists. So take your pick and launch at it.
Okay, one man. Thanks a lot. I want to say good afternoon to everyone. I mean, not afternoon. It's already evening here. In fact, it's even night here already. Just because we still have this shining like when you're in summertime, and it's still bright when it's even like 10 o'clock here, 10 p.m. Anyway, yeah. So let me park here. Yeah. So woman, let me start with the issue. I mean, the one of the what's it called, the Lekki Road. And the reason is because as I'm driving, I'm going back home. I'm driving about 200 miles from here back home. I was just very close to the Canadian border. It's a project that I am one of the team. I mean, one of the team members there, presenting my own company. You see, and what we're doing is a civil project. When I had one, our friend here was talking about, which I've also spoken about some time back, the issue of the is it the EIA, environmental impact assessment, or whatever they call it. That this Leila was asking my. You see, when we said you have a president, when I call him Akpa, some people came for me here. I called him an impulsive man. So people came for me here. This traits is all you find this trait in this guy called Tinubu. He's an Akpa in the sense that he just spend money. He doesn't maybe because it's not his money, because he used to that piffering of stealing from the taxpayers. That has been his way, all true and true. Even before he became a governor, we knew how what he did here in America. But let me not bore us with those stories. But my point is that this guy's an impulsive man who doesn't. We saw how that brought us to this mess. I mean, this mess that Nigerians are finding themselves economically and even socially too. But let's just speak about the economic. Those impulsive moves that he made that has caused that country where it is economically today.
Sorry, Rational Mind. Uptown, if you still can still hear me, check your WhatsApp. I sent you a message a while ago. Sorry, back to you, Rational Mind.
So you see, this man is a man who doesn't think through things just because because some people have pedestalized him, revered him as some kind of genius, some kind of godlike personality who has the eyes for best brains, not even taking time to really critique what even the guy did in 1999 to when he exited. But they call me on this platform. They sell us some kind of, I don't even know where they're getting those information they're from, that they come here and they brandish during the election. People like Kulata, Enigmatic, and the rest of them. And you start wondering, where is this so-called genius? And we're talking about he's doing a seminar for all this. So let me just go through it. So talking about the road project, you see, there's this, we're just handling a small portion of a road by the tribal group here in North America. And the states, I don't want to mention the states, I don't want to reveal my location. The state has this tribal population, and we're just trying to improve the road. But in the process, there's a stream, like a creek, that passes by that road. Now, the state is spending almost $10 million just to repair that to construct some kind of like a passage for the fishes that swim into the Pacific Ocean, like the salmon, the trout, and all of those kind of fishes. I don't know. Not now on that site we have environmental.
There's only salmon in Alaska, so we know you're in Alaska. But continue.
Yeah, so actually, so salmon is everywhere. We have Atlantic salmon, we have Pacific salmon. For your information.
Okay, the one you're talking about, is Pacific. Is Pacific salmon. You're in Alaska. Go on, so you're in Alaska.
Come on, Kulata, stop it. Don't expose the man now.
Forget this guy. This guy now just one kind of this Kulata. They pretend one of those posers here on this platform. They say no here in Alaska. That's where we get salmon. No, we get salmon.
No worry. We know where you
the man is trying to be discreet about where he is. I mean, that's not necessary.
It's okay. There's nothing to be discreet about it.
Prestige Benusong.
But let's just move on. You see, this is what they do. Let me continue. My point is this, woman, guys, is that just that it's not an improvement. We're pulling that section of that road off and constructing just because they want those fishes And how many fish is there? It's just like a creek. And they're spending almost $10 million on that. And on that side there, we have environmental group that are there. We have archaeologists there. Actually, everybody is on that project. And this project I'm talking about, it took them like more than 3 years to conceive it. And the engineer that designed it. So what am I trying to say here? A road project is not something you just wake up one day and say you want to do. You do have to do those assessments. You have to do those. No, we've questioned that here when we were here, asking that. When did Tinubu enter? When did they conceive? Are they planning this thing even before he became a president that they were going to do that road? I mean, where is even so this lady was asking them, where's the environmental assessment, whatever they call it? And we had a Mayu dancing around it, trying to like make the lady look stupid. So we've said this guy is a man who does things on impulse. He doesn't think through things very, very well. Because maybe because some of you people here, you refer him as some kind of genius, and if he feels himself, he has also gaslighted himself to believing that he's a genius. Anything, but at least he has said it many times on many fora. When he went to Germany, he was like, I built Lagos. What Lagos did you build? I did this, I'm this, I'm like, who are these people pedestalizing? Is it not the same guy, this phony guy that was there in 1999 that look at how Lagos was a mess? All he did was just increase the IGR that he would siphon into his tax company. So that let's just forget. I don't want to go into that. So my point is this, woman. Now we're now seeing that this thing was in a rush, was in a haste. They're doing it. So many things they did not think through. Now we're hearing that some shrines along that way has to give way, and some of them are already raking to them, telling them that if they ever pull down their shrine, that road they will never construct that road. Well, I don't know whether that's going to happen or not. But the point is this: is that they've not done this assessment, not even the environmental impact to the sea. You know, this thing is very close to the sea. Now we're talking about underground cables, internet cables or whatever cables, telephony kind of cables that are underground that they never even thought about. So that's tell you that these people never really thought this through these things. It was a rush because they felt this is their time now. They are there. If they don't do it now, maybe they might not ever do it again, and then whoever comes in there was going to stop the project, so they can just rush. So the point is this: what is going to even be the quality of what they're going to do at the end of the day? So I'm just trying to make you understand that. Well, I'm trying to make all of us understand that in a saner country, Nigeria is not a sane country. You take your time when you want to do projects like that. Not even the train I said was going to pass in between. For me, it's just the environmental impact and the issue that they had with those resource centers that people go just to have leisure and relaxation. That's just my own point with that. And they were supposed to be the northern part of that resource center. That was where those things were supposed to pass through. But no, you have to demolish all those businesses. Now we're not talking about underground cables. So when we say this guy is not some genius, as you people you people promote him to be, it's just a kind of phony, some kind of poser who just find himself. I mean, look at the way he even you carry himself as a president. I mean, bowing down before that. I mean, I just look at this guy. I mean, is it that kind of mock humility, or what is it? Is he trying to portray himself to be? I don't even know. So for me, I'm still trying to study the guy. And this, I mean, the Tinubu of 1999 is different from the Tinubu I know today. I'm just trying to study my understanding, but I don't think there's anything much to study about this guy. I just believe that this guy is just a chancer, a poser, somebody who just find himself there by some crooked means or crookery means, and now it's and it's messing up the whole country. Look at where he brought the country to now. One man, give me another topic. Let me go. Because another topic I want to talk to, which is that Shoyinka matter.
All right. So just go to the Shoyinka matter then, because people are not held hostage to the talking points. Speak to what interests you the most. Yeah.
You see, one man talking about Shoyinka. You see, Momokwe, his rep. They are all here. People like Kulata, that he taught. Maybe he taught him poetry or whatever. Is it prose? I mean, literature. He was a professor of literature, Abi. So
Shoyinka didn't teach me, but I know him as a person.
Okay.
So let me put it that way. I know the man personally, so I'm not going to let you insult him like that.
Okay, I hear you. So you see, when we say this man has something wrong with him, You people say we just want to insult people. We give no offense, but this guy just start launching at the people. This group of this young men and women who are clamoring, who are yearning to find a better Nigeria. They've not asked for the burning of that contraction we call Nigeria, but they just want a better future for themselves. Now, let us now go back in history. Memory lane, like Ajalekoko was trying to tout here, talking about, oh, he went to Biafra. I mean, come on. Don't throw that on our face. Don't rub that on our face as if it's something so extraordinary. Yes, it is something extraordinary. I would have considered that as something that would have been on his record. But now seeing him doing the opposite of who he was when he was boisterous, when he was a young man who was yearning to see a better Nigeria during his own time, was yearning to see that a fellow man should not be treated differently from other fellow men. In the case of the Biafrans, the Igbos who decided to secede from Nigeria, and the way they were treating them, trying to starve them to death. And he felt that, no, this is not normal. Now, look at how this is the same man who pointed a gun at a broadcaster, trying to make him to read his own version of this of the result that was of the election of his time. Nobody called him fascist then. But we have this group of young men and women who are yearning to see a better Nigeria, who doesn't want criminals to lead them, who doesn't want people of some kind of character. Not even the one that is in Aso Rock there that has some new revelation that we're getting to see here about some of the things he did here in America that were never brought to light. You know, and then we start wondering what is wrong with the so-called Nobel laureates. But some people say, well, it's because he's aging. Maybe that is the reason why he's acting the way he's acting. It's getting, some of these old men, when they get old, they start acting like kids, like babies. I think that's what is happening. Because I don't
Rational
know.
mind is called hallucination, the false perception of events.
I think it's still riding in this is grandeur. This is past grandeur of being a Nobel laureate. I don't even know what the crap that even means. Because you're Nobel laureate for what? Like, not as if you discover some kind of new things like some people did who got a Nobel laureate for some
rational mind. Nobel laureate in the arts is different from Nobel in science. You don't understand, otherwise you won't be making that kind of ignorant statement. You don't understand. You don't understand.
The narrow scope of his understanding. Let him.
Go on.
That does not indict rational mind. Whether I understand, that's not the point.
I'm up to the task.
So rational mind is representing the illiterates. Is representing the illiterates.
No, hold on. We know.
Don't go there, okay? You're not the only wise or educated person here, so don't be.
Everybody here is educated apart from rational mind. Maybe Prestige.
Thank you.
That's your UCLA, Baruch.
The Nobel laureate award is cut across so many fields. All right. So if you don't know that, you know that. I know that. So
you expect
if I'm saying people who did innovation,
you expect innovations like engineering
because he got this
rational mind. What is Wole Soyinka? Wait. What is Wole Soyinka subject matter?
He doesn't know. Don't ask.
What's his area of specialty?
I watched it now. Eklon Porukwe, the lawyer guy. I watched it.
What is? What? I said what?
He interviewed, and he was talking about.
I said, what is area of specialization?
I mean, what is the relevance of all this question from Kulata? I mean, that's not gonna indict rational mind narrative.
It's not indictment. It's clarification. It's clarification. You put the guy's Nobel, and I asked you, okay, what's his area of specialization? Like, people don't even know what Wole Soyinka is a specialist for.
I said he taught you literature, right? Did I not say that?
No, it's not literature. It's not English literature.
I everything with my mouth, right? Come on, dude, stop this. Stop this.
Oh God! I know
what he got his Nobel laureate for. I'm just saying that
People
In
who
what?
have Nobel laureate in forget it. In art. I mean, in his what is it? Is this his literature or whatever he did?
What does he do?
Come
What
on,
does he do?
don't question me on that. I'm not here for
Okay,
that.
Wale
But my
Soyinka
point
is
is
a
this.
play. Wale
My
Soyinka
point
is
is
a
this.
playwright. Is a
There are
playwright.
guys, playwright or whatever you call it. Don't trigger me. You're trying to
Don't
trigger
dude me. I'm telling you what
me. No,
he's known for,
don't
what
tell
he
me anything.
does.
He has Nobel
Why
laureate
would
in
I tell
literature.
you anything? He was a professor
In
at my
literature.
university.
He
We live
has
in the
Nobel
same
laureate
freaking.
in
We live in the
literature.
same place.
I'm less concerned
So Lateef,
about
that one is
whatever he had
dramatic.
it for. My point is this. My point is this: is that this guy is now acting like something else. I don't even know where he's from, but we know where
By
he's from
sharing his
because this
learned
is the same
opinion.
guy. This is the same guy who went to Lagos State and go and meet, go and give Tinubu his 11-point agenda or his 7-point agenda, and then till this very day now we have not had anything. Now this is the same guy that was asked question. He says, "I will not preside him after 1 year." Now it's almost 1 year now. The first interview is going to grant ever since the time he appeared at Lagos State to go and give him what's his name. We have not
Is
had him
it up to
presided. But
1 year yet?
every talking point for him
It's a
is
year
always
already.
Obi.
What are you saying? Next week?
No,
What is the
not yet.
difference?
Next week. When next week comes, after next
Forget
week
it. He
passes,
ain't gonna
then
say
you can
anything.
talk.
He'll be quiet.
Yeah, he
Is
says,
it 1 year yet?
Lateef,
Kulata,
you
need
be
to stop it. You one of those people that came to this platform and painted this narrative that Tinubu illusion that Tinubu be
you have
Lagos.
to grant
That
access.
Tinubu is gonna be
Oh,
study at
I
Harvard
granted
University, put in the iCard.
Prestige
Where's his
Oparo.
wisdom?
Well, I granted access. I think I
Oh,
granted access. Yeah,
oh,
okay,
check
we
now.
allow Prestige personal conversation.
moderator lady ni.
No.
Yeah, my jet, my moderator. I'll soon
Everything
show you.
Baragana mind. Koboko.
It's okay. So yeah, so for me, you see, guys, for me, I don't know where that man is. I don't know what planet that man is from. I don't even know who that man is anymore. Well, we know because you see, all these Agbado people, them nobody from Agbado jet. You know, they start, this is their bigotry. Like we see Kulata and all of them here, is to come here and spew their bigotry. I'm an Obi leaning. If you go like come here on obedience, I'm not Igbo. I'm a full Yoruba blooded. Even though
One
I have
match,
other things,
one match. Check it.
even though
No,
I
sorry, no,
have
sorry.
other things
Check
with
it.
me, but I'm Yoruba. I was born in the Yoruba land, so and my origin is mostly from Yoruba land. So forget all this
But
crap.
rational mind, you're saying you don't know why Soyinka. Have you forgotten that he told us in public that Remi Tinubu gave him bags of rice then back in
Of
the day?
course, now we know those
And
crap. You see, that man is
cooking
you
pots
see,
and all that.
it's just you see, I don't even have any respect for him anymore. I've lost it for him. Whatever he has done in the past, his role in June 12th, and not some of the things that were coming to light of the so-called Igbo that they were selling, is it hemp that they said they were trying to sell, that Tinubu was trying to sell. They were trying to sell some kind of leaf, and they found out that it was Igbo. And then Tinubu was starting them doing and then during that same period, that was when Tinubu was indicted here in America for some kind of 1993. It was in 93 or 90 what was indicted here for laundering money for druggies here, and his also wife too. So when you link all these events together, it tells you you can form a picture of what this guy was doing. It was look at the Hamas now. Hamas, is it Hamas? Yeah. Now I was watching on DW TV some days ago. They said Hamas were also into drug and money laundering just to finance their their terrorism. So who knows what Nadeko people were then? People like Tinubu who use Nadeko as a means of making money.
Be careful of keywords like Hamas and others.
You say what?
Be careful of those keywords. You too.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I'm just repeating what is there in the news. We know some of these.
What's your sorry, Kulata? I've got it. What is your criticism of Soyinka? It doesn't quite like the cut of Obi's jib. You know what I because I saw the interview and Ola, sorry, I see you there. I'm going to shuffle myself out of the way in a moment and bring you back on Ola and bring you straight on Ola. So I see you there. But what seemed to rankle Soyinka was that he had private meetings with Obi when his when is raw meat meters, when is raw meat eaters were going out of they a bit too wild. And Obi gave him reassurances, and then when he came out into the public space, Obi was singing a totally different tune, and that rankled because I watched the whole interview.
Can you tell us the tune Obi was singing?
You have to ask Shoyinka. Did you watch the interview?
No, we know the.
How do you expect me to believe what Shoyinka?
No, wait. Let me ask
because it's a long-standing
there's only one way to find.
So
There are
what?
two ways.
All this nonsense he's been spooning recently, and you expect me to believe him?
Wait, there are two ways we can find out. Wole Soyinka said that Obi came with two people, and him had one person. We could ask them. Then the other way we can find out is we can extrapolate that Obi has been a consistent liar. He has lied on several occasions, right? So based on that, Wole Soyinka is coming out in the public to say Obi lied. So if someone has been a consistent liar, and Wole Soyinka is saying that he's not saying it behind his back. He said,
lied about what?
He said it, then I issued a statement.
Wait,
Let me laugh now so that we can follow the train of thought.
Directed the obedience to insult
He
him.
said,
Do you know what the fact is? Show us the video, Emeka, that Obi directed the obedience.
Let him land so that our voices are not getting over each other.
Obi issued a statement on Twitter, right? Wole Soyinka on the video said that's not what we spoke about. And Wole Soyinka said he now issued his own statement to say this is what we spoke about. We can go to the Twitter of both of them. They are both public figures. They are both public figures. Upton, don't worry, just give me a few seconds. They are both public figures. We can now see and draw our conclusion, but we know Obi tells a lot of lies. So I will go with someone who
just tell us the contradiction now. What
we don't know the so Wole Soyinka said Upton, follow my thought. Upton, follow my thought. Obi issued a statement after he visited Wole Soyinka. It's on his Twitter page, right? Wole Soyinka also issued his own statement.
He said right there. He said right there. He brought out his phone. Said he tweeted right there. That's what he said.
So he said, Wole Soyinka said he issued his own statement. We can do that. Maybe we can send one man on a few couple of errors to just do the research for us, right? And we will get it out and compare both. But Obi is a consistent liar. We know that.
Not done it now, but you don't want me to speak. But you want to speak.
I am driving. That's the problem. But let me go ahead. Let me focus on the road.
Hold on. You will come after him.
All you are doing is conjecture. Don't come here with conjecture. You don't have any fact, Emeka.
It's okay, man. President, let him just land. Then you can.
Sorry, rational mind. Can you give me 5 seconds just to say one thing? Wole Soyinka is going to be 90. Oh God, I pray that I age like that man.
Okay, why not him go and rest?
Wait, come on, man. Shut up.
Go to Dubai.
Shut up, Prestige.
Why?
The man is.
Did you tell your if you have grandfather like Soyinka, will you tell him to go and rest and stop doing what?
The man. Wait now. Let me use my 5 seconds. The man is super sharp at 90. I was looking at him. His face is still the collagen in his face still maintained. No, his eyes are not wrinkled.
It's money.
His brain is sharp. I don't even know if it's just money. He must have good genes. Man, this man is fresh at 90.
Ulata, can you observe the level of his
his brain is not as sharp as my mom's.
Well, now don't
No, because my mom still has the sharpest brain that I know, and she's not a young woman,
Man, I pray to God I age like that, man. That's my prayer.
So you just want to tell us, you just want to promote him. That's why you're telling us you want to age like him. It's okay. Well, let me go.
Don't you admire him at 90?
I don't admire people like that.
Yeah, you can never be like him now. That's going to be the greatest playwright out of Africa. The greatest playwright out of Africa. That's who you're looking at.
Stop that
There's
crap.
no crap. That's no crap. It's a fact.
Kulata, that's all good, but he's diluting the whole. He's diluting the whole of his legacy right now.
Let me just add on to what Kulata said there. It's actually, if you want to look at it in terms of the quantum of impact, it's actually the greatest Nigeria that has ever lived, because he has achieved the most that any Nigerian that globally in terms
What
of
most?
He's a Nobel laureate now.
The highest honors.
The highest honor globally possible.
The highest honors given. The highest honors given to a Nigerian, dead or alive. Dead or alive.
You people just like. That's why we're not moving forward in that country. You people just like to pedestalize people.
I swear that. Why would they move forward?
I mean, there are other people who want this Nobel laureate. I mean, do you hear that they
When you talk about merit, it didn't have it due to anything. It was gifted. Obama was gifted it for political reasons. It's not for his work. When you talk about merit, that's the working definition of merit in Nigeria.
Forget that BS.
Professor Wole Soyinka.
For academic achievements.
Academic achievement.
Come on.
So with all this academic achievement everybody's talking about, so we're gonna forgive all his misdeeds. That's doing right now because of his legacy.
Arguably, that's the greatest Nigerian ever.
Okay, but let's talk about the present. You know,
the present is
he's doing right now. So because we're gonna forgive because he was the greatest.
The present is still the greatest Nigerian. You can argue with your ancestors.
So what? Man of prestige.
Kulata is trying to distract you people. No.
You can argue with your ancestors. It's greater than all your lineage combined. None of them will ever get Nobel. None. All of you talking here.
Am I gonna eat Nobel? Who cares?
You will never ever get a Nobel Prize, and I can bet my life on it.
It's not gonna feed me. I don't give a D about it.
Man of prestige.
Wole Soyinka can also feed you if you're hungry.
Okay.
But you're not hungry.
Feed me.
He can give you whey protein, man of prestige.
Kulata, I got enough protein, okay? You the one that needs some protein. I asked you to come work out with me.
One voice.
Yeah, I've been telling Kulata to come. Let me tell Kulata, let me tell you how to work out. You need some protein.
I mean, I'm finding it very difficult to think of a Nigerian greater than Wole Soyinka.
Man of prestige. Let me say this, Kulata. Let me agree with you that yes, it's in your own opinion. That in qualified opinion. Let me talk.
I'm not stopping you now.
No, yeah, because you're interjecting a lot. Let me say this. Yes, let's assume in your word that he's the greatest in Nigeria. It's better than all my lineage combined.
Yes.
Also, it's also can be said that it's also better than all your lineage combined, right?
Yes. That's why it's the greatest.
So okay, let's just say that. So my point is this: is that for the fact that he's greatest. I mean, we have people like Julius Caesar. We have other people, greatest people who have ever walked on this surface of this earth. But my point is this: is that does not make them.
What does Julius Caesar have to do with being great?
Hold on. For the fact that we mentioned all these great people in their own whatever they achieved. My point is this: greatness is not all about. My mom used to say something. But the fact that somebody is, I mean, you do great stuff or you read books does not make you like you have emotional intelligence. It doesn't make you like.
He did not read book. Everybody read book. My dad read book. Your dad read book. He earned the highest honors available to mankind.
Forget that crap. What is that?
So because we earn all this honor, we're gonna forget about his sin. What are you talking about?
What sin did he commit?
The one that he's committing right now.
No, I think your own sin is you guys are not able.
Hold on, now, rational mind. Hold on, rational mind. Hold on, rational mind. He got that on. This is why what he's saying is relevant and why it has preeminence over any other opinion. Wole Soyinka got that he got that achievement as a result of mental acuity. His brain was sharp to the level that the whole world acknowledged that his brain is sharp.
No. This is how he got it. The very year he was given.
He wrote books. He wrote books. That was how we got
the very year
it.
they dashed him. Hold on.
That space now.
There's no politics in Nobel. Nobel is merit. They don't dash Nobel. Otherwise, they didn't dash. They didn't dash any Nobel. They didn't dash Nobel. They didn't. Okay, so Albert Einstein. Wait. So Albert Einstein, there's also a Nobel laureate. Did they dash Albert Einstein?
No, hold on.
Did they dash Marie Curie? Did they dash Marie Curie? Did they dash Albert Einstein?
Can I explain to you now?
I don't think you know what Nobel means.
Oh, come on.
I'm not going to leave him alone. He's not going rational mind. Is it a dash person Nobel?
Don't go to the academic community.
So they dash Albert Einstein too, Ali.
Which illiteracy is this one from Nigeria?
There's a difference between the one Albert Einstein won and the one
art versus science. You're displaying your ignorance again. Just so ignorant.
One man.
This platform, honestly, I'm going to ask one man to start censoring people on this platform before you can talk. You have to go and write a test.
All right. Back to you, Rational Mind.
Now, the very year he won it, there were some protests. Some people that were slated. And it was not even part of the first five. I think it was maybe 6 or something. Hold on.
You paromo now.
You want us to go and dig it out?
Why are you lying?
Help us dig it out now.
Why are you lying? What are you going to gain?
Protesting over the previous, I think the previous years that the bills that were given.
What profits a man if he lies about someone bigger than him?
Can I land? One man, can you help us go and dig that story? Because if you want me to do that right now,
one man's not going to waste his time digging nonsense.
I think he may well have a point, Rational Mind. I recall that there was almost a national campaign for him to get that, and it became almost.
There was no campaign. There was no campaign.
People that were supposed to campaign.
Was it not about something that champions that?
No. Nobody campaigns for you for Nobel. We're not talking about National Merit Award. They don't campaign for Nobel. You guys don't even know. You guys don't even know what Nobel is.
You don't know. Apparently, you don't know.
You don't know. You're embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself.
I feel embarrassed for you.
You're embarrassing yourself and embarrassing your whole nation. You're embarrassing your nation. There's no story. He's married. A Nobel laureate.
Rational Mind is embarrassing at those states.
Edo State, because you're not from Ondo. You're not from Ondo. Around Ondo, but the nonsense by you.
Rational Mind is embarrassing Edo and Abia State.
Oh wow! Military helicopter here passing through me.
One way for your Isokuso. They're looking for you.
Imagine you're underestimate
Nobel.
All right. The audience are insisting that they want to hear one voice alone.
Okay. Look at that. Nobel laureate, information technology don't lance in enigmatic of merit.
Enigmatic. It's because the reason why we're talking. Can I land? Can I say something? Let me answer your question. No, me on my do. I wait for a balance. Most of my me on my do. Omondo ni mi.
Na lie.
Na lie.
So, This is that why now you are questioning my Yorubaness? See, this is what you people do. This is what you do. This is what
They are slowly
And my
pushing you
question,
towards the border. What about
just
Nigeria?
But what's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong with Edo? There's nothing wrong with Edo now. Speak English. Speak English.
No, I'm not going to. If I
We know you are not Yoruba. Don't. We know you grew up in Yoruba land, but you're Edo. Speak English.
All right. There's only one way to test it. There's only one way to test it. I'm going to say something now. Rational man, I'm going to say something now. And then however you complete it will tell us if you are Yoruba or not. Oh, hold on. No, that's it. Bono, Oba talk pay.
Look
at this guy. Oba talk pay.
I mean, forget. I mean, guys,
kò rántí ilé mọ́ regional man ò rántí ilé mọ́ ó ti sọnù sílẹ̀ Yorùbá kò rántí ilé mọ́.
mo lè bẹ́ẹ̀tì mortgage mi àti gbogbo degree mi pé national man ló ṣọmọ Ondo.
o máa wà kàn lose ilé ẹ ni wà lose everything yẹn.
Regional man ni wọ́n sọ ọ̀bá ọ̀tọ́pẹ̀ yé ìwò rántí ilé mọ́.
Ṣé ká pick you know I don't like betting.
Yeah.
I will give you my certificate of citizenship that I got from.
Àmọ́ ìyẹn easy láti gbà Nàìjíríà yóò bàtà ẹni. Àìmọye àwọn Hausa tó gba indigenship Mùsí local government.
I'll give you my real name. You collect those documents from this guy, and I'll give you my real name. Majuwe.
Are you really?
We know your real name now. You are Nosa.
I will give you, and I'll Majuwe.
Is that Nosa or Sage?
You be Osadolo.
Nosa Osadolo.
People, you like to just do this thing. I mean, let's forget. So, in 22, you want to show you can't because tobacco is here.
Regional man, ìwọ ló ń jẹ́ kó máa fi iná mú ẹ báyìí. Sọ̀rọ̀ ẹnu ẹ.
Global icon. Ó di global icon. Náà fi wọlé torí àwọn ọmọ pa o.
Wọ́n fi iná mọ́ regional man.
Ó fẹ́ wá máa embarrass Wọlé Ṣóyínká orí pa máa láwọ̀ ẹ́. Má try ẹ̀ o.
Ó di global icon nínú national platform.
No, the height of it was to say that they dash Ṣóyínká.
They dash him. What dash him?
And they beg me, then dash me.
Hold on. People that were slated to accept it, they boycotted it. And I look at it that, okay.
No. That boycott.
Oh God, my goodness. You want me to go and dig out the history for you?
Go and dig it out. Go and dig it out. Go dig it out. Go and dig it out.
Right now, I'm speaking to you guys from my phone. I don't have my.
Dig it.
America, you know they are those states.
People here, any country. I like any country.
Rational mind. A test that's coming for you, rational mind. Baba wants you to tell us the three names of a parrot in Yoruba.
Mr. Osadolo.
The three names of a parrot. The three names of a parrot.
I like Koto. I
And they tell you say that you name that Lao or Sadolo, no sir.
I mean, come on. I mean, I've lived in America for many years for me to understand it. I like Koto now. That's what I said. Is that what I said? Is that what I said? Koto, yeah, I think that's the word. Yeah, that's what I mean to say. I like Koto. You can like Koto. Koto. Yeah, that's the name of parrots in. That's how you say parrots in Yoruba language. So, what are the three parrots he's asking me to say? I mean,
even Koto is just like a nickname. You understand? What's the real name of a Koto? Okay, I will give one. I want you to give the remaining one. The real name is Odidere. Odidere is the real name. So Ayekoto is the nickname.
All right. If you know the three names, so Lord, just tell us so that we can move on. And then Rational Man, give us your summation. go on to Emeka, Enigmatic still waiting. Okay, what are the three? Did you know them? You would know them, Ola.
I just want a rational mind to tell us, because I said
he doesn't know now. Yeah, can he know?
Ayekotona, that's what they call them.
Ọmọ Ẹdó ni kì í ṣe Abíọ́kútà ló sá continue ló sá continue.
Ọmọ Ẹdó ni ìwọ bá gbogbo sọ Yorùbá ẹnu ẹ̀gọ́ ò dán mọ́rán.
No sá continue.
Ọmọ Ẹdó ni.
No sá káre Ọ̀sádọ́lọ̀ continue.
Ṣé ìwọ ló fún ara ẹ lórúkọ àbí orúkọ ló ń gbé rẹ? No, Ajalekoko, ṣé wàá gbà? Ṣé would you collect that thing from this guy? Enigmatic. Wọ́n ní kò máa mortgage àti gbogbo life saving àti gbogbo 401k.
Mo ní àwọn degrees. Wetin you wan carry my degree sef do?
No, mortgage mi gbọ́. Mortgage lèmi gbọ́, mortgage yẹ. Ní mortgage sílẹ̀.
Why you?
I mean it o. And I will reveal who I am.
You collect my mortgage for Alaska.
All right, we have Odidere, we have Ayeko Oto. But Baba will come and give us the third one because I don't. Okay, Odidere, then Ayeko Oto. So
that's what I said. I said Ayeko Oto now. That's what I said now. I like Oto, but I like Ayeko Oto. That's what I meant to say.
All right. Round up the show in cast space if they would let you, and then we go on to Emeka.
I don't know why you pedestalize this man. For me, if he had been quiet, he had not said anything.
No, we're not pedestalizing. No, we're giving him his dues, his respect that we owe him.
There's no due here.
There is enough dues.
In my own word, there's no due anymore for this guy. I mean, we've seen people that have been stripped of this Nobel laureate. Now I think that there's a guy who was stripped of this Nobel laureate. Some years ago.
Is it breaking off or is it just me? Are you breaking off?
Àwọn ayé ló ń ṣe network now.
So what are you talking about? So for me, you see.
There's only enough so you can say before they strike you.
All right. So the gods have just the timing for me. So Emeko, you're up next. We are going back to the 8-minute monologue. Emeko.
Okay. What am I done now? I'm not done now.
You cut off now. We were okay. Carry on. Bring it home.
All right. So one man for me. I thought I was even here. I mean, I've been talking. I don't know.
You've been talking, but we were not hearing.
We heard him. We heard him. I actually heard him. We heard you. Thank you.
Nala, we don't hear you.
We hear him.
You see, I took some time off because of you guys. Now I'm back again. Look at how you people are just patching on me. And when I say some of you are vulture here, Baba will say that Baba insulting you.
Take care of your mental well-being, please. It's important.
All this Igun, then they come here and just patch on me. Like it's okay. But my point is finally, you see, I believe the Nobel laureate is acting crazy.
Personal mind. Can I do something? 3 seconds, please. 3 seconds. Yes. I'll say it in added Yoruba. Don't you think you understand? Yeah.
Mr. Osadolo.
Kí ló ń ṣe Thomas náà? Ó yẹ kó lọ sọ ẹ̀sán fún sọ ní iṣan ẹ̀sán. Sọ lẹ́sàn ìwọ máa wọ̀ ní jẹ. Rational mind, but thanks a lot. That was a articulated speech. So Emeka.
Thank you very much.
All right. So sorry, 1 second. Rational mind land, and then in just like a 2-3 minute cameo, I want Kulata to intro what is in the works in terms of the assessment of the ministers. Just a little teaser for the audience, and then Emeka takes the floor. Bring it home, Rational mind.
Yeah, woman. I think you see, this guy, they've succeeded in derailing my thoughts. I know what they do here. That's what they do. They won't let people talk. And you see, I've said it here that this is not going to end well for Tinubu. I've said it because if anybody are fascists, people like Kulata, Enigmatic, and all of them here, who like to stifle other people's voice and who doubt people's origin, even when they say they are from this place. That was because they don't support their criminal in chief in the drug in chief in Aso Rock, who himself has never one time even revealed who his real father is, rather than having to adopt somebody's other family name. You know, we are bold to say Ibita Watiwani, Iletatiwani, Iletatiwani. We can tell you that. So, but then somebody's ashamed of even identify himself. I mean, so you ask all these questions, and some people here will now come and doubt me. I don't get it. Well, one man, I know so many things I want to say. Let me just leave it there so that other people can speak. Maybe as I drive, I will interject. Thank you, one man.
Wow, rational mind, man. You've been savage. Honestly,
Yeah,
savage.
It's been chewed up, actually. I think
Emeka, I can go now, Emeka, if you want me to
Rational
go.
mind, I don't want to
let me go.
I
I'm
will
home already.
ask you that.
Okay.
You know, if you say you are from Ondo State,
Iwu, gray hair, Iwu,
IWU, Iwu. Nobody sọ pé Ondo kò ń jẹ Iwu. So what's the meaning? You are from Ondo.
Ondo ń jẹ Iwu.
Let's forget that side. We know it is Edo is all right. Edo is fine. Edo is okay. Let's forget him.
All right. You know what, people, you're going to take somebody, whomever they say they are. I used to do that to Emeka, but sometimes you need to take people what they, wherever they say they are from. So,
all right.
Okay, Kulata, go ahead. Let Kulata.
Let me quickly walk you through. I want to give everybody assignment. One man, what do you want to do? Do you want to share?
No, you lead it. Do you want me to put it up, or do you want us to leave it?
Okay, let's just maybe talk about it. So, on Sunday we want to start grading the ministers, right? We know we have a long list of ministers, 45. So I think it's safe to skip the so-called minister of state.
Sorry, Kulata. Should I put the template up or not yet?
Yeah, put it up. That's fine. Put it up.
All right.
So we want to give the ministers a fair judgment. So we're going to use balanced scorecard to judge the ministers. So there are 5 KPIs we're going to judge them on. The first one is going to be policy implementation. We're going to weight the policy implementation 25% out of 100. Next KPI is going to be budget utilization. Budget utilization is weighted 20%. Then service delivery of whatever ministry they have, we weigh that 20%. Then stakeholder engagement, we weigh that 15%. Then any sort of reforms or innovation, 20%. So the total is 100%. So when we're scoring each criteria, it's going to be a score from 1 to 10. So on policy implementation, let's just say Bosun Tigani, who happens to be the first person. What do you think is his score? So 0 to 2 means poor performance. 5 to 6, he meets expectation. 7 to 8, he exceeds expectation. 9 to 10 is outstanding performance. So for policy implementation, if you feel Bosun has a poor performance, then he's going to score between 0 to 2. So you can pick any score between 0 to 2. If you feel Bosun meets expectation in terms of policy implementation, it's going to be 5 to 6. Same thing with budget utilization. At the end of the day, it's going to calculate a weighted average on column on the right, that part that is red. Then if the weighted average, if they score between 0 and 4, Tinubu should fire the minister. If they score between 4.1 to 6, then that minister needs performance improvement. If they score between 6.1 to 8, total weighted average, then it should retain the minister. And if it's between 8.1 to 10, we recommend to strongly retain the minister. So basically, for each minister, try and do your research on what they've done in terms of their policy implementation, how they're using their budget, how they're actually delivering their work, and how they're communicating to us, like sharing any sort of information, stakeholder information, and if they're bringing any sort of innovation or reforms to the work. For example, and we can say Dave Umai's innovation is using concrete roads, right? That's some sort of innovation. It could also be intelligent project financing. It could be anything like that. Kayamo, I'm just kind of giving you tips. So for each minister, you can get information on. Those are the 5 KPIs we're going to judge them on. Any questions?
Yeah, Kulata. In my own opinion, it will be an abomination if anybody grade them anything, 8 and above. That would be an abomination. Any of the minister.
No, it will not be fact-led now. It's not. It won't be led by. But that's just a little teaser for Sunday. We'll talk about it even more tomorrow, and then Sunday at the big reveal. So, Mekos,
before I start, we can
KPIs, you will be data. It will be data driven, and you'll be led by the data. At least you can talk about.
If there's no feelings there, if there's nothing to back up whatever you're giving them, 0 to 10 on your KPI, I mean, it's basically 0.
0, exactly.
Yeah, Kulato, well, great job. One can always count on you to deliver on this kind of stuff. And I think the way I thought about this, you went far and beyond. And I think I would say we are all grateful that you put up something really, really amazing. This can give us, make us think very well and make it very factual. And those that are good will stand out, and those who are poor, that will reflect. I wanted to speak on it slightly. I'll try to use my time very judiciously. I wanted to speak slightly on the ministers, but I will postpone it based on what you have put on the KPIs. So we'll leave it till Sunday when we kick off. Let me speak to my brother Optan. This is not particularly like a topic I wanted to talk about, so I would refer you to Otis' statement, March 24, 2024, where he was talking about that he would have to borrow to implement the budget, right? And that's because the revenue in Abia State is not enough. There's evidence littered everywhere that the revenue for Abia State, both IGR and what they get from the federal government is not enough for them to deliver. And then likewise, if you look at the budget, I skimmed through it, you have a huge budget deficit. It's not enough. So when government is coming out to tell you we will borrow, they've already started borrowing. They've started even implementing with borrowing, because if you read that statement, it was saying that we'll borrow to implement the 2024 budget. Or the way it was framed, it shows that they have started borrowing already, and they've started eating out of the loan. So there's an Islamic bank loan of $120 million that has been approved. I think the governor, whether he's trying to be economical with the truth, not coming forth to say, okay, we've started drawing down on this loan and we are implementing on the budget. There is also FDI that was not stated. When you see stuff, you were referring to federal, it was the DMO office, debt management office, that made that indication. My brother, it is low no. To those who provided that, the supply of the capitals is investment. To you that is using that capital, you are borrowing it, because you cannot hide. Kulata can chime in on this. You cannot hide foreign direct investment. There is no way you can hide it. It will be out in the news. You will see physically, you will see the promoters of the foreign direct investment. Then the foreign portfolio investment, that's where investors are coming there and say, okay, we want your shares, or we want to give you loan. How much interest are you giving to us? And most of these loans are federal. They are guaranteed by the federal government by the federal government itself. What I would do, I was driving, I wanted to go and check the debt management office website and compare it with. I think they would have done this quarter. They would have released it if I believe so. They would have released quarter 1 to show us January, February, March. Where in May they would have released it. So I will go and check and compare. So I know you are trying to want to paint the guy. I want him to succeed. Honestly speaking, I watched this. I wasn't happy with what's his name. I don't remember this guy's name, but he wasn't lying. I do want OT to succeed, and I'm hoping and praying that he succeeds. I don't want him to fail. If he fails, we're in deep trouble because we've been in a massive problem with PDP for quite a long while. This is the change we need: a new lift, a new leadership style. OT is someone who is business astute. He got to the zenith of his career, being the CEO, MD of Diamond Bank. Only very few individuals will be able to attain that height. So he's exposed. He's a corporate finance individual. He understands money at that level. So he should be able to implement things for us so that we can enjoy. I wish him all the very best. Well, I have not been critical of him, but going forward, after June 1st, if he does things that I know, okay, I will come out. Not that I wish him to fail. No, I want him to succeed. I do want him to succeed. Let me move on that. So the next topic, I think the next topic is on what again, woman?
We've got the laborious op-ed. We've got Fagbemi saying it's nothing to do with how Nnamdi Kanu is being held. We've got the variation in the Lagos Calabar, which seems to be agitating a lot of people. The return of Lamido Sanusi agitating even more. Uju Kennedy, she takes the knee to Niger State.
Okay, I will take Uju Kennedy, then I will go to Obi because not that I want to, but and the Sanusi part, I think Ogbeni did a wonderful job on that, giving us the history, telling us stuff, giving us insights. The knowledge I gained, I only knew, let's say, 55%, but I think Ogbeni brought us up to speed, especially with the history part. I didn't know much of the history. I only know that Sanusi and Aminu Bayero, they are cousins, they are related, and I know Sanusi's father was once the emir who was disposed, and he never recovered, and they gave it to his brother. So, I knew that history, but I didn't know how deep it went. You understand? So I don't want to speak much on that. I think the viewers
It is true that Sanusi was the grandfather was deposed.
Yes, his grandfather was deposed. Yes, his grandfather was deposed by the premier of northern Nigeria, right? The Saduna, rather. Sorry, the Saduna. So, anyway, we got the knowledge. I think Ogbeni did good job on that. Then Uju, we spoke. We've shared our opinion. She's always I don't know. She doesn't know her portfolio. She doesn't know her job. Let's be honest with her. I know on Sunday when we get to our turn, I know we are going to shred her to pieces. Baba Jali Koko said this is the second time. Baba Jali Koko, it is actually the third time she's doing this.
Please, woman, it is not fair what these Agbado people does to me here. I wanted to talk about this lady, this Uju. It's one of those things I wanted to talk about. I don't know if Emeka, you can give like that time you want to give to what's his name to Enigma. Can I have it a little bit? I just want to really talk about this guy.
You know why you come in now, right?
Yeah.
You will make Kolata to come back in. Let me finish there. You can come in. Yeah, Kolata will react, and everybody will react to you. You are the fun person. You are the fun person of the group, right? Even a man of prestige have to shout that you were slashed. So, but anyway, I know they were just trying to make you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, please. You see, this review of a woman, I don't know. I've known her to be somebody who like to do this television or media appearance kind of. You see, in a Senegal society, you see, that's what was when we question this Tinubu's readiness to become president. We kind of question it. Because, I mean, if this guy really lived here in America, I don't know I mean, obviously we know what he did in America when he came here. He didn't come here to really study what, I mean, let me just say that. So my point is this. I mean, why can't they create a ministry of, I mean, that ministry of humanitarian service, why don't you convert it to some kind of a department or ministry of human services? That crap of a name they call it, humanitarian, whatever crap they call it. Human services. Here in America, we have Department of Human Services. Every local government, county here, major counties, they have Department of Human Services. And under that wing, they have what's it called, child protection from there. So if these people are violating, I mean, she has a court injunction, from what I gather, that is stopping these people from doing this. Now, but why now is she now rescinding? I mean, she's now, what's going on? These kids are being, are being given out. I mean, I don't get it. What kind of country are we running? Why is she backing down? Why is she not standing her ground and saying, okay, what I said or what I want to do, I'm standing on it. In fact, the court has given me a go-ahead to stop people from going ahead with this marriage. Why can't you stand on it? Well, because we know. Because one of them has threatened. Do you know I won my election? Was it the, who was that guy? Was it the chief, who was that guy from Nigeria State that says, you know I won my election? Because the election, we know how they win it. All these, their mullahs or whatever, they need them to help them win election. I mean, when they lie to their people who comes to their mosque, and they and then they allow them to have their way. So my point is this, is that are we truly running a country? Or we're just running things for our own personal interest? So I don't know why she's backing off at this time. If truly she's really for the mass, she's really fighting for the people, or for those girls, for those kids, let her follow through. She has the court backing already, and the court should stop them, and she will respect what the court says. To hell with whatever religion or whatever what's it called, tradition. We're in the 21st century, for goodness sake. You should not be giving out these kids if they don't want. You're not against their own will. To hell with whatever culture you people are talking about. What is wrong with that lady? Why is it always that she has to do this thing every time? Whenever people back at her, she just want to come back down. I don't get it. That's what I always want to say. Thank you, Emeka.
No worries. I think I agree with you. So this woman does not understand her job role and then description. And I think she's going to embarrass the president at some point in time. If you don't take time to conduct investigation, research, and do some fact finding before you rush to begin to go to the media and begin to go and be giving us statements, or you are going to court or whatever, you are attracting too much attention to yourself, you only end up making a mess, just like you have done now on several cases. You see, because she's in a rush for people to see her that she's doing something for women. I don't have a problem with the Ministry of Women Affairs. I don't have a problem. While I might want to support um, Rational Minds view. I don't have a problem with having that ministry, but understanding what you need to do for women, that's the important thing. It clearly shows she does not have a plan. She does not have a strategy. She does not have a policy. She's just a reactor. She reacts to incidents that happen to women, that impact women negatively. What about you impacting women, in Nigerian women, positively? How are you uplifting women, Nigerian women, out of poverty? How are you enriching their life? How are you transforming their life? How are you making things happen? She can do it. She's only surrounded by dons, and clearly I don't want to throw harsh words on her, but she needs to sit down properly and think deep on what to do in her
Emeka,
ministry.
don't
Yeah.
you think, brother, don't you think maybe your job is at stake?
Yes, of
Maybe
course, her job is at stake.
the big, the big car
Her
brand
job.
yes, I've contacted the presidency that it should back down. And
What
presidency,
the last thing she did is a huge embarrassment, right? You see, there's a cultural aspect to what happened, right? And then you not knowing. Many of us are ignorant of it. Let's be very honest. Let's be very honest. We myself, I don't know how many of us. I think it's just going to be a very few of us that know about the cultural aspect and the marriage age for women in the north. Just very few of us.
What cultural, if I may ask you, Emeka, because you see, I don't just want us to give credence to this rubbish and nonsense that the so-called leadership in Niger State are using our taxpayers' money to do. Yeah, assuming they can generate all the funds and do whatever they want to do, assuming they are not putting pressure, collecting from somewhere to fund all this rubbish they are doing, that is understandable. What culture? We can't be hiding under this type of barbaric culture. There's anything that is constant in this life is change. You see, you are still producing poverty stricken. I don't know. I'm just being cautious about the type of language I use. You are just giving birth without plan for those people you are giving birth to, and you are not empowering. All you are so hurry and you are rushing to do is marry them to people in the name of culture. What type of culture? Someone started a particular culture on a particular day, and those culture, if it's not good, you change it. As we are talking here now, we have some kind of culture in the past that is not aligning with modern civilization, and we have to abolish those culture.
Fair point, right? Fair point. Clearly understandable. Not, I don't think anybody will argue with you. But this set of people say this is how they want to live. They like it that way. They want it that way. You understand? Who are we to go there to go and interfere their way of life? The speaker says that is what they want. He said it openly. I think one man played the video. That he has in the constituency, he reports to them. Those are the one people who elected him. They say this is what we want. The elders of the community say this is what they want. So who are we to go in there and interfere in the life of these individuals who are happy with the way they live? So I think we need to respect their own views and the way they see life. They are happy with it. They like it. They want it. I don't think we interfering is not good. Maybe within them, let me land the point. Within them, at some point, that change can come from them. But we going out to say, hey guys, what you're doing is wrong. I think you're living in the Stone Age. I think you're barbaric. I think you are out of touch. I think you need to please. I would rather want to say maybe we should take it slowly. They themselves at some point will look at things and say we need change, and they will come about with that change. Why I say this, I will make an analogy, then I can listen to President Daddy. The analogy is, this Christianity, not Christianity, this religious faction and fight and saying my religion is more superior than yours or not or inferior than you understand. It's the same thing that coming to tell someone, oh, you're not serving the real God. Oh, I'm the one serving the real God. I don't think we're in that position. The individual himself or herself make that choice to say, I think at this point, I want to have a different view about religion. Or I probably just don't care if God exists. Or maybe I think I want to look for God as a different way. So let's allow them to come about with that change. Let's respect their way of life, their culture, their custom, their religion, their beliefs. They're happy the way they want to do things. And I think
Emeka, if their culture is having negative impact on the entire country, You
How?
can't say you want to
How?
lead them.
Explain.
See,
No, give example. How? How is it
now,
having a negative impact on the
okay,
entire
okay.
culture?
Some people that want to go religious fanaticism, they can claim that is their culture too. That a religious excessive excess, is their culture. Anything can be your culture.
No,
What we
but
are
you have not
saying is,
given an example based on the topic. I'm open to want to hear your example.
Sorry,
How?
can I ask
is
a quick question? Can I ask a quick
okay? Go
question?
ahead.
Sorry.
no, I'm saying someone now that want to say they want to be a jihadist, for example, now. Should
No,
be
no,
religion
no.
is part of their culture. I'm
That
coming.
even no. That
No,
on
why
that
I'm
point.
saying it is this: it's imparting others.
How?
Now,
The
so
marrying those girls, marrying those orphans, right? Marrying those orphans off
why
to
don't you create
and putting
farm
them.
for those
Oh,
orphans and empower them to become this and make
how?
the choice?
How?
Sorry,
You are
let me ask
you are
my
taking this.
question.
Ask
Let me
your
just ask
question.
my question. It's going to fall into what you guys are talking about. When we say culture and all, have we considered consent? Like, is there consent to that culture with those orphans? Have they consented to get married? Have they consented to fidelity to the culture? Are we just ignoring their own consent or their own agency?
Fantastic question, Kulata. I think we don't know.
Nobody's going to give consent. It's their parents. They don't
I,
have parents. That's why they're orphans. They said they're not orphans. So
their
nobody's going to
parents
give them consent.
no, hold on, guys. They have
So what
community
consent are you
leaders.
talking about, Kulata? Sorry, Emeka. What consent are you talking about?
Because they said they are orphans, right? They don't have parents, so it's not like their parents marrying them out. So they have to consent that I want to marry me out. Yeah.
That's a fantastic question. And I think within their religion and custom and culture, they're of marriageable age. And
But by
again,
law, Emeka,
we
sorry, I'm
don't
sorry to
know.
cut. But by law, they cannot give a consent because they are still underage, right? Ogbeni, is
No,
Ogbeni still here?
that law, they don't forget there's a Sharia law meant for them.
So hell with the Sharia. Come on, dude. Don't write me up. So hell with that Sharia. They have the consent. If they cannot give consent, the law says they cannot give consent because they are underage, they are minors. So nobody can marry them out. I think that was why the judge arrived at that decision. That no, they cannot do that.
Okay.
It is not fair for Tinubu to enforce that law.
I understand the emotions, but there is a Sharia law, and I think there's a marriageable age in the north. Ogbeni is here. Ogbeni is well in it. I don't know if he's still awake. He can correct us on this. Yeah. So within the Sharia law and within their custom, religion, and culture, they're of marriageable age. The community leaders are there. They don't have parents. We agree. I won't come up here to say that I am aware they gave consent. I am not aware. I am not aware. So I don't know. The girls did not speak out in public. But we knew, what I know is that the speaker who was speaking said the community leader wants this to be done. And if you ask me, that's why I was asking all of that question of how are they imparting, marrying these girls off to putting them in the care of a husband.
Enigmatic, or is he a maker?
Yeah,
it's a maker, but when just before you respond to him, just give me a micro window. Ayu, as you know, who came in heavy today. So that's Ayu right there. Chioma severally, Bosun right there. Kulata before he decided to join the stream. Kulata again. Ola also before he decided to join. So those were super tatas. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Respond and then Thomas, Emeka has the floor. Let him flow for a little bit so that we can get enigmatic quickly and then get to Kulata and the rest of them. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. So this is my understanding of that space. Lawlessness in Nigeria should not be permitted, no matter how sensitive you think the issue of religion or culture is. In Nigeria, there was a legislation Jonathan enacted. They enacted during Jonathan's time. You could recall, it's called Child Rights Act. You go to section 21 of Child Rights Act, it clearly prohibits child marriage. And it says clearly that anyone under the age of 18 is not capable at all to contract a valid marriage in Nigeria. And then he didn't stop there. Went further to say, whatever marriage you contract or anybody contract on their behalf becomes null and void because on the ground of their age. Okay. And it didn't stop there. If you now go further to, I think about from that section 21 to like but section 25 talks about all this child marriage thing. I think section 22 talks about prohibition of betrothal. That's what they are doing presently. They call it child betrothal. It means it's not the child that is contracting marriage now. It's the parent or guardian, okay, that is giving out the child in marriage. And section 22 prohibits it, declares it illegal. And I think it will prescribe, or the next section now prescribe punishment for both that marriage and betrothal. Do you get? The punishment, when you look at it, is I think about 5 years conviction or something like that. But you now wonder, okay, why is it that particularly in the northern space, these things continue to happen without anybody being held responsible? Who will charge them to court? That's the first question you ask yourself. I just mentioned Sanusi Lamido today. That is the Emir of Kano. That's someone everybody should be looking up to, right? But he's involved in this. He married a girl child also from Yola also. And then came out to say, oh, I won't consummate the marriage now. I won't. Consummate simply means in law, basket the girl until so what do you know? So it's not as if we don't have these laws. This is what I'm going to. If you go to that, our Child Right Act is so comprehensive, almost about 300 provisions, if I can recall. In fact, there was one there that talks about doing tattoo, that you must not, if you do tattoo in the body of a child, you will be punished for it, because it's not something. If the child grow up to realize that he doesn't like that thing and want to remove it, he can't remove it. So because of that, they prohibit it, that you don't make that, So we have all these laws. It's not as if we don't have all these laws. The problem is, who is coming to, who do you want to hold responsible? Ordinary naira mutilation and Bobrisky. See the backlash. See how Nigerians said, oh, no be today we they spend money now. Why must you?
Benny, thank you. The beautiful thing is, that's why we want you to always be around. You always come up with the law and give us the knowledge of the law, right? Now, that's with Nigeria, we have laws that we don't implement. And I think those who drafted that Child Right Act did not take cognizance of the cultural differences between the South and the North. They should have looked into it. And, that's my own opinion. I don't want to go deeper into that. Now, we can clearly see that some people you are trying to make the culture of a certain group of individual people illegal. We are not saying the law is bad, but did they take note of that? They came up with an age, right? Did they take note of the custom practices of people in the north? I think those who drafted the law were particularly unfair to them, and that's why they've gone about doing their thing, and they want you to come and implement the law.
You couldn't be right by that. What do you mean by people drafted the law, and some section of the country are not? Hold on.
Okay.
So when they are drafting the law, some section of the country are excluded in the drafting of the law.
Look,
it's not
they
possible.
didn't take into consideration. That's what I mean. I didn't say they were excluded.
When they have people there, when they are drafting the law, everybody are represented.
They are more representative.
They even have more. Don't have.
Then they represent. I'm not fighting the law. I'm just then the representatives are just jokers.
They are not jokers. They are
the representative from the law. See, Ogbeni just called a very highly,
those representatives, they don't want child marriage, and they supported it.
Fine, I'm not disputing that. Neither am I saying. You see, it's good that we are now referring to the law. Now, the point is, We have a very distinguished Nigerian in the essence of the emir, I can say he's the current emir of Kano now, right? Who has contravened the law? That guy, many of us are not as exposed as him or as learned as him. You understand? CBN governor, even before he became CBN governor, he was executive director in CBN. He's learned, went to prestigious schools, home and abroad. Now he's the emir, he's the king in Kanu, and he has contravened the law. What has happened to him? He is not the only one. These practices is still ongoing. Who is who is implementing it? Who is making the arrest? Apart from that, they have I know in Kanu, I don't know about other states, they have their own police. What do they call them? They go around to enforce morals within the state. Are those guys enforcing this? No. So we are not making a mockery of the law. The law is there, the law is clear, the law has been signed, but they're making a mockery of it. So then how effective is that law? How is that law effective? No arrest has been done, nobody has been cautioned, nobody, even to the point that this came up. This same, because not quite the change in representative in the north, the change is almost the same. Not every one of them lost their seats. Why have they not spoken against what happened? They didn't speak. They didn't say anything. So it clearly shows they're making a mockery of the law. So why don't they go back to the Child Rights Act and revise it to represent the true position of things? Why don't we sit down and take cognizance of the fact we can say maybe in the south?
You cannot have two laws.
Let me land now.
That's why we say Nigeria is not a real place.
Let me land now. Rational man, please, just permit me. I beg you. I beg of you.
Except if we
I
have to
beg
go
of you, please.
on a regional
Let me land
system.
so that I don't lose my thoughts. I don't lose my thoughts. So what I'm saying is, why don't we reflect things properly? We can say in the South, the age, the marriageable age, or the concept, hold on now, please. It's my opinion. Should be 18. Fine. If you are going to marry in the South, regardless, hold on now.
Okay, go on. Sorry. I can't stand it.
If you are going to marry, I agree. I understand. If you are going to marry in the South, wherever you are in Nigeria, and whatever you are, if you are marrying in the South, that person you are marrying, at least both of you must be of the marriageable age of 18. If you are not, then it's against. Then the state in the South can now go ahead to do what they want to do, prosecute you. Whether you are a northern, you are from the north, but you are marrying in the South. That's the age concept. It happens in Nigeria. It happens everywhere in the West.
So
I mean, it happened in America. Some states in America, the age of the marriage age is 14 years old. Some 16 years old. Some states in America. So what are we shouting here for? Now, if you are not going to marry,
when you say you have to say it clearly. If some say that is 16 years old in America, must carry the parental consent.
Yeah.
Yes.
I agree.
Not to often.
All our marriages come with parental consent. All our marriages, or let me not use all. Let me not use all. Let me say majority. Hold on, guys. Let me land now. Majority of our marriages come with parental consent. We seek our parental blessings. We seek the blessings of our parents.
Why are you twisting, Becca?
I'm not twisting anything here.
What are
I
you
am not twisting. When Baba Jani Koko, sir, when you married, your parents blessed you. True or
It's a
false?
different thing you're talking
That
about.
one is a
No,
different narrative now.
It is not different.
My
What's
parents
not different
cannot
then?
stop me. Look, go and
It
answer
is
that.
not different.
What's not different?
You got.
What's
Let
not different?
me land. You
We are
got the
talking of
blessings.
marriage
You
of
got
a
marriage. You got the blessings of your parents to go ahead to marry. Whether they stop, whether they say no.
When it comes to minor, it's a different ball game.
Now let me land
The
my
consent.
point. Now, can I allow me to land my point? Then you can come in. Just allow me. So the consent there, we get the consent of our parents to marry. Whether we are 30, whether we are 50, whether we are 40, whether we are 20. But we know mostly in the South, it is above 18. We are aware of it. But in the North, they go below the age of 18 years old. We are aware of this. Now we have a law. Ogbeni has cited the law. He has cited sections of the law. That law is not being implemented to stop it. It's not done. So it's not like we have a law that is not working. So why can't we now reflect appropriately, taking into the custom, the culture, religion, and beliefs of these people and put it applicably? Then you can say concept, but they do in the North, they also have concepts there. We are aware that they do have the concept of their parents to get married. Let's be honest, they do, just like we do. So if they are minors, because minors, it goes on, we see it. The minors, the father and the mother will agree that, and tell the child will finally agree and they will marry her off. So that's what I am saying. Now, the question that why I pivoted to this angle was
Emeka, let us clarify things. You see that consent when it comes to the minor, when parent does not give the consent, they can't have that marriage. That marriage cannot hold.
Of course, you can't have the marriage.
Hold on. In the case of adult, if the parent does not give consent, they can still go ahead and have the marriage legally.
Agreed. Agreed.
Let us
agreed. No, your point is valid. Agreed. If the minor says I want to get married, who is still under the guardianship of their parents, and the parent says no, we don't want you to get married, that marriage cannot hold. If the marriage holds, then the parents will take action on it, appropriate action. Same likewise, an adult who is an adult and can think and act for themselves. If the parent says no, the adult will say, I'm an adult, I can do whatever I want to do. And the parents too will recognize the fact that they are adults. They will only not just give you their blessings. But we have also seen in the South where parents say you can't marry this person and it doesn't hold. The marriage doesn't hold.
You know, kids. They said they were 12 and beyond and lower. How can you marry a 12 years old girl? Well, we don't have any law like that in Nigeria that says you can marry.
I am not disputing. I am not disputing. See, I am not disputing the legality here. I am only saying that these people, this is the way they have been doing their things. Now, let us put it in the right perspective with the law. Or else, if we say we want to be strict with it, then go ahead and be arresting those people so it can stop. But they are not doing it. Nobody is doing it. Nobody is doing it.
It's because Nigeria is not a real place.
Of the law.
It's because Nigeria is not a real place. It's not meant for you and I. It's not meant for you and I.
Nigeria is a real place to me.
If it's me talking now criticizing Tinubu, that is when DSS will be having an erection. They'll be some of you here will come here for us. But when it comes to things like this, it doesn't they don't get bothered. Because Nigeria is not made for people. It's not made for the people of Nigeria. It's only made for the elites.
This topic is really emotionally charged. Let me just round up and go to another space. Right. So
that's why I'm talking louder.
No, I'm not talking about you. I say it's bringing out a lot of emotions from all of us. So let me just round up and move to another, so that we don't dwell so much on this point. So my own view on this is the minister didn't do her job properly. She would have gotten her facts clearly. She would have review things, put in some emotional intelligence, even if she wants to help, even if she wants the media hype, there are ways to go about it. She would have sought the opinions of the community leaders. She would have engaged them and told them what the plan she has for them. And if they will listen, because they are orphans now, they belong to the community. If they will listen, and I think maybe they might, maybe they may not. So it all depends. The way she went about it, in my own opinion, is not right. This is not the first time she's been doing things like this. I feel these are the kind of ministers that would end up embarrassing the president. The president needs to step in, caution these kinds of
What's embarrassing here?
ministers.
What's embarrassing? Tell us, what's embarrassing?
The embarrassment was
What's embarrassing? What?
going to court, rushing to the media, right? And then now she's rescinding. Now she's agreeing with them. Now she's coming in terms with what they are saying, which means behind the scene, she has been cautioned.
Come on,
Behind the
come
scene,
on,
she
come
has
on.
been cautioned.
You want to
So
just
that's
be quiet. I understand that it's a very she's a showmanship kind of woman. I mean, would like to broadcast herself out there. But in this very one, my friend, listen, my friend, this very one, I don't have the. You see, if you understand children, I don't know. I mean, you said you have kids.
I do have kids, yes.
I cannot be alive and have my own kids being given out without my consent or even their own consent.
The parents are dead. Rational mind. The parents are dead. Their parents are no more alive.
That is why these kids have to be given a better life. Let them live better life.
I
Grow up to be
agree.
adults and decide their own future.
I am not disputing that. I stand by that. Right? What made us go to this topic was the way the Minister of Women Affairs handled the matter. She could have done it.
You've not said why is embarrassing the president?
If she could, I didn't say she embarrassed. I say these are the kind of ministers that could end up embarrassing the president. This is the third time now. She doesn't get her facts right.
Because
when she goes in with the media. You get your facts right. You understand the scenario of the situation.
What's the fact that she needs to get right? What's the fact?
Hold on, rational mind. At least reach out to the speaker, reach out to the community leader, understand, and offer a different alternative. They could look at it and say, okay, I think this may work. You want to take care of them? Fine. I believe what the community leaders are doing is, okay, let's hand these young girls over to men who will take care of them. So, but if you are stepping in as the Minister of Women Affairs, representing the federal government, and say you want to take care of them, you want to train them up to university level, give them a good sound education that will even impact positively on the community. I don't think the community leaders will want to throw that idea away. I don't think so. I think they'll be open to it. And they're like, I think this works. There won't be nuisance in our community. They will not be in the care of the federal government with the minister
but that is what that woman was trying to do. She was trying to see how she can stop.
No, her objective is okay. Her objective is okay, but the approach is wrong.
No. You
There was a pushback against her move by some power that be that make her to surrender to them. So look, let me tell you, those wicked people that married off, these children, they can't do that to their own children. You know that they cannot do that to their own children. But it's easy to do that to, children of those that are passed on. This is just wickedness. It's inhuman. It is not a culture to marry off children of people that orphans.
Okay. I know, Baba Jelikuku, sir, I'm not your point, I respect the opinion. I'm not against it, right? But I'm looking at it from the community leaders angle. Who will take care of those girls without their parents? Who will fend for them? Who will house them? Who will clothe them? Who will feed them? The community leader, every with the economy in the country, who's going to do it?
The
Who will give them
government.
the education?
The government. The
Which of the
government.
government?
That is why we have
Which
government in
hold
place.
on, which of the government?
Oh,
Let's
look,
be let's be
state,
factual
look,
here.
the state government
But the state
have
government is saying nothing.
institutional. Okay, now the federal government is trying to
No,
step in with that action of the minister. They push it back. They said she doesn't understand the culture. She's doing something
that
instead
was
of
what
them
they no,
instead
what
of
they
them
are
to sit
saying.
down. Hold on
See,
now.
the
Instead of them
view
to
is
sit down with her, dialogue, negotiate, and see how maybe that
she
government
came out, she was
can
embarrassing
hand
them.
over all those children for
She
federal
didn't
care.
reach out. She didn't reach out. She went to court. She was embarrassing them.
You know,
That's
no,
what they
no.
were
That's what
telling
I'm
her.
saying. You don't even know how the whole thing went. No, she reached out to them. I mean, when she heard about it, she raised alarm.
She went to court.
And then she tried reaching. Hold on. No. She tried reaching out to them when he raised
She
alarm. The other
raised
guy, the
she
speaker of the
raised
House of
the alarm. She raised
can
the
I say something?
alarm.
Can I give you a
She
background on
raised
it?
the no. Let me put.
So
Okay, go ahead.
hold on now. So when she raised.
All right, I think his network is bad. She raised the alarm through the media. Already, you are embarrassing them. I don't think they will want to listen to her.
How I wanted my lecture, all this kind of crap, and he went on the tirade and all of that. And then after a while, then she tried to reach out to them, and then when they were not.
Okay. Can I round up this piece so that I can go to another topic? I think we've dragged it enough. So she raised the alarm via the media, trying to embarrass them. I don't think that's a form of being hostile. I don't think they want to listen to her. So my view is the approach is wrong. The objective is fine. The approach is wrong. And then again, she has retracted, and she's not even supporting the marriage. So what was all the charade for? Anyway, let me move on. To my other topic, which is the
Sorry,
Woloshoyinka.
Emeka,
Yeah.
good morning. Before you move on, sorry, I want to ask the people that are posting your opinion some questions. Baba Jale Koko said that those people are wicked, they cannot marry their children out. What Baba Jale Koko says is not true. We made an example of the.
Go on, man, go on. Hello?
All right, let me come in, and I think maybe you guys can still hear me. So, Peter B and Wole Soyinka, it's quite unfortunate that Peter B is coming to the media foreplay, and it's all negative again. It appears each time he hits the front page, negativity
Sorry, will you allow me to? Sorry,
okay.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
know why. Okay. So the one that Sanusi Lamido married is a popular and is from a very wealthy family. So even the people that are wealthy, that have learned in that, they practice that is their tradition. And even if you want to look at it critically, all these things that we are seeing, even in Yoruba land those days, in our own land, at what age did they marry traditionally our mothers those days? At what age did they marry them out? Most of them were married out before age of 18. All of us have been carried away by this Western culture, and that's why we are speaking the way we are speaking. As you mentioned, even in US, I've seen example of people that marry at the age of 14. So then, which law are we talking about? We all know that even in Nigeria, we have Islamic law that people practice in the north, the penal code.
So under which law are we judging them for doing this? And if you look at it, even religious, if you look at, wait, let me finish. Wait. If you look at religious, generally, even the two popular religion, both Islam and Christianity, if you look at Bible itself, at what age, I'm very sorry to say this, was even the Mary, the mother of Jesus Christ, was married out to Joseph. If you look at it, go and read Bible. At the age of 13.
How do you know?
So,
Where did you read that in the Bible?
Go and read it and come and.
No, rational mind. Wait, rational mind.
Sorry, gentlemen, hold on. Let Emeka carry on so that Enigmatic can come in, and then when everybody has had the chance to speak, then we can open it to a brother, because Emeka had waited a long time, Enigmatic even longer. I'm not sure if Thomas is there.
One man, but Emeka has been talking for a long time. Just let this guy
No,
talk.
you didn't want me to talk.
So can I finish what I'm saying?
I wanted to land the point and move on. You just didn't want me to
Sorry
talk.
about that.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
No, Simba, if you can defer it, because we want to question you. So let Emeka just talk, so that later when they talk, we come back, because
Simba, please let me finish my.
Okay, you can go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Simba. Sorry about that. So to my other topic, right? I want to leave that space, because I know a lot of people have questions and their own opinion. So P2B is coming up to the news, and things about him being said are not looking good for him. And I think P2B needs to really sit down and do some form of self-reflection, right? Why do I say this? It's
What's going on? Is anyone there?
Yeah, we can hear you. Maybe some people can. I think maybe it's Emeka.
Yeah, I'm here now. I'm here. So P2B cannot fight the Nigerian elite and win. He can't. It's not possible. You can't keep fighting the power brokers, the power influencers, those who at the top, the apex of Nigerian politics, or influences the things within the country. You can't win. So, I don't know why, because what Wole Soyinka was saying, that he feels that I would say that's Wole Soyinka's opinion, that P2B controls the Obedient Movement group. But I would think that is not true. Obi is quite wary and afraid of the Obedient Movement, right? He's not been able to try to see how to caution that group, or he's trying to have this lukewarm experience. Why do I say so? There's been infighting in the Labour Party. Obi has not really stepped in as the leader of that party to weigh in and try to resolve the crisis. And when he finally did, and it was spinned that he was providing support to the Labour Party, Abure, right? Even Kenneth Okonkwo decided to leave. So then his close confidants and those who support him said, no, that's not true. That he went there for reconciliation. So which is which? Obi has not said anything about it. Obi has not come out to say anything about it. He has been dodging those situations. So which means when there is problem, Obi shies away. That's the way it looks like. So I think I am right on this, because clearly we can see there's a problem. It's not my own opinion. Obi has not taken a stand on that problem. He has not called out Abure on the allegations, the fraudulent allegations, the forgery, and then he has not done it. So nobody knows Obi's opinion on those matters. He has also not shied away from it. So when he goes in, when we see him, the recent picture that he took or the recent video, people went with the facts, or probably it's not people, the Labour Party came out and said, Obi has endorsed and finally agreed that Abure should continue with the leadership affairs of Labour Party. But it appears that Obi's confident, close staff members and those close around him said, no, that's not true. He was trying to do a reconciliation, but that's not true. So it clearly shows, in my opinion, it clearly shows some form of weakness with Obi and a huge dent on his leadership ability and his ability to solve problem, to address crisis, to handle matters properly. So that is what Wole Soyinka was trying to also identify. That even when they were going against him, Obi came to pacify him, said, don't worry, it won't happen again, but went ahead to say something differently. So it shows some weakness. Uptown.
What differently did he say? What was it different in sense?
You can listen to the interview. You can listen to the
I
interview.
listen to it now. You only draw your own inference. So what is it that he said that was different?
So you can listen to the interview. Maybe tomorrow I will bring it up. This is not. We don't have time for that. But Wole Soyinka is not agreeing. Then what you can now see is that the Nigerian elites are now speaking against him. Umahi spoke. Wole Soyinka is speaking and saying he
Who
wish.
are these elites you're talking about? Who are these elites? The Agbado elites that you're telling me.
Hold on now. Dr. Doyin Okupe, who was his DG before he resigned, but still continued to campaign actively after the election, came out and said, we didn't win the election. He spoke very, very harsh about Obi in the interview. I don't know if you've listened to it. So the viewpoint now is the Nigerian elites are now taking a position, and more of them will come out to take a position. Obi cannot win this fight against them because these are the people who will sit down first and say, this is who we want. This is who we will support. This is who we would push. And they would they will support him with the political party. He gets the ticket, and they will go back to go sell him to their own constituent, to their own electorate, to their own people, and say, this is the man we know, vote for him. But when you are fighting the power brokers, the elites, they will look at you and they will be laughing. And that was what I was trying to tell Uptown when he was making the comparison between Akpabio and Obi. The Obi is putting the cart before the horse. Now he keeps doing it because he keeps receiving the wrong advice. You are doing your political evangelism in the north, going to hospitals.
From the madman, from the same madman.
I don't want to use that word, but I don't want to anger people tonight.
Did you listen to yourself what you just said now? I mean, from what you just said now, it is very glaring that we're not moving forward in that country. People like you are the reason why that country will remain the way it is.
No, it's not people like me. It's not rational mind. It's not people like me. And I would land my point. I would see rational mind. I will land my point eloquently tonight. Don't worry. Relax.
Don't
worry. I'm not here to stress you. I will land my point eloquently. So I will go to that. I'll conclude on this. So he's putting the cart before the horse. You are doing your political evangelism, talking to what we call, retail marketing, retail politics, going to hospitals, doing borehole that doesn't work after a couple of days, visiting people, going to mosques, putting on cap, staying in mosques like you are praying, putting up a show. Those people, when they smile with you, maybe you give them gifts, they will laugh. But it is their elites that will still tell them who to go and vote. When you are fighting with the elites, you are not in good terms with them. You are losing the battle. There is no road for you.
Thomas, did you mute me? Thomas.
I didn't. No.
There's no road. There's no road for you.
So can I interject? Can I interject, Emeka?
Okay, slightly so that I can conclude. I'm going to conclude soon. I'm going to conclude.
Yeah, I know, but I just want to interject before you conclude.
Please.
So you can round up. You can pack everything together and run it.
Yeah, go ahead.
You see, when I say people like you are the reason why we'll never move forward in that country. Look at just now.
But don't you think that word is not really good? That people like you is why we are not moving forward. It's not really good word. Rational mind. To be honest with you, go on.
No, what I'm saying is this. I don't mean it in a way just to deride it.
In a derogatory way. That's all right. Yeah, go on.
That's what I mean. I just mean that if you speak like this and people listen to you like this, the people that listen to you will think that is the way to go to set up a country. That you need to go and pander to these elites. I mean, just hear yourself. Somebody is trying to do something differently. He feels that you, the people, you have the power to vote me in. And he went about the way he felt it should be. I mean, that's how it should be done in many even countries like where you and I live.
Well, that's how it's done everywhere in the world. You meet the power brokers first. Why Sunak? Hold on, sir. Please hold on. Hold on. Let me chip this in. Then I can listen to you. Why is Sunak calling an election where clearly he knows that he's going to lose the election? He's calling an election in the UK.
I can't speak to that right now. We're talking about
exactly. That's what I'm saying. That you speak everywhere in the world. You must speak with the power brokers first. They will be the one to say, okay.
Hold on. I agree with you that politics, the way it's played, we talk about these so-called power brokers. But in the same, that's why I say Nigeria is not a real place, it's not a same society.
Everywhere in the world, both Canada, United States, United Kingdom, Australia.
You are not right, Ekene. I don't think you are right there. In United States, people go and vote. People go and vote for their
donors. Who are the super PAC?
Go and vote for their party.
Who are the super PAC? Who are the super PAC?
What does super PAC mean? Hold on now.
What does donors mean?
Hold on now. They give money to politicians to
no, they just don't only give money to politicians.
But they don't give money. They don't bribe people. Hold on. They don't bribe people to vote.
Why is this guy? What is his name? That has the owner of this open society.
People
why
vote for their conscience in America. You know that. If not, would Trump be leading in opinion poll now? People vote according to their conscience and political party, their political leaning or their situation. They vote according to the reality, economic reality, political reality.
The election in the United States. Wait, the election in the United States has not even started, right? But what I'm saying is, why is I'm forgetting his name? This man that almost everybody don't like. That is the owner of Open Society. That's NGO. Why is that man?
What's his name? I think I know what you're talking about. Not Rockefeller, right?
I know the guy is talking about the Democrat.
Yes. Why is he controlling the Democrat Party?
So what happened to him?
He's a power broker.
Yeah, because he sponsored Democratic Party candidates.
Yes, that's the power broker I'm talking about.
But the way you are presenting it is different.
If he says, since he sponsors, he donates, he funds, and if he says, I don't like this guy, are they going to give him the tickets? No. If you come up and you are trying to and you say, I don't like him, they won't give you the tickets. They will give it to the people, the person he likes.
That's not true. That's not true. The guy will go to primary. If he wins in the primary, he becomes the candidate. No power broker can shut anybody down.
But hold on now. Before
power
you
broker doesn't shut people down in America.
But wait, sir. No. Sir, hold on, sir. I know American politics. Yeah. Before you go to the primaries, you have donors. people who will fund
you have
the American electorate at that point in time are not the one. Yes, you can open your books, but people who will fund you, the big donors, the super PACs.
That is not true. That is not true. Bernie Sanders doesn't have big donors. The little donors that were giving him money,
They didn't
he
win the
was able to
primaries.
punch the big door.
Did he win the primaries?
He said he did win the primary.
Did he win it?
Yeah, he didn't win, but
he almost
yes,
claimed it. He almost
when
claimed it.
when he was even more when
But
he
we
was
are saying
even
that
when he
if
was
the
even more
power broker
popular,
doesn't
when
want you,
he was more popular
the
than
primary.
he was more popular than Clinton.
You say, Emeka, you are not speaking to the topical, and if we are talking about the last time.
Okay,
Is it
so
American
let me
politics that we are
they don't want to
discussing now?
allow me now. So okay, let me go ahead.
Go ahead.
I will round up. Obi is fighting the power brokers in Nigeria and their elites. He's doing things the wrong way, which is quite unfortunate. He can't win it. He can't win this war. He can't win this war. Let's be realistic. Now, to Obi, I think the obedience too, with the way they've been portraying Obi, I think they are trying to insult we the Igbos because we have finer politicians. We have more intelligent politicians. We have politicians who are more eloquent. Igbo politicians, I mean, who are more charismatic and who can do a much better job.
Mention their name.
We have Osita Unduka. We have Umayi
too.
too.
Mention any name. Just continue so that I can come and speak.
Sorry. Okay. So I think they are trying to say, is it?
Mention their name now. I want to hear their name now.
They said I would respect matters. I can give you a few. I just listed three. So when they are saying portraying Obi like he's the only one in the Southeast, is an insult to us, the Igbos, and it's also an insult to aspiring politicians because it appears like Obi might want to continue running like what Atiku is doing now. I have done the maths, I have looked at it, and I think we the Igbos stand a better chance in 2039. And I would think at this point now, we must start grooming the next Igbo president. Someone who is more appealing to the other side, to the other Nigerians.
You said 2039.
2039. 2039.
2039.
Yes. 2039.
No,
the president is going to win the 2027 election. Power will go to the north. Power will go to the north. If power goes to the north, they will do their 8 years. Power will now come to the south. Then we the Igbos
they'll give it to Igbo, have you?
Then we the Igbos will now
go and sit down, Joe.
Hold on now. One rational mind, please. Now, rational mind, please. Rational mind, please. Please.
Okay, 2039.
Please.
When you're president.
Please, guys, please, it's my opinion. You either don't like it. If you don't like it, can you come in when I'm done? The president is more likely from the look of things. We need to be practical here. Yesterday, or was it 2 days ago, we spoke. I think Baba Janikoko also said it. We've been practical with our predictions here. We've been spot on and accurate with our predictions. More other than other platforms where they are going with emotions. We've been logical here. We've made brilliant, intelligent remarks, comments, suggestions, and predictions, which has come true. So I am saying it now that with the things going on in the country, in the political space, the president is going to win 2027. If he wins 2027, power will definitely go to the north.
On what basis? On what basis? On what basis?
Forget the basis. Forget the basis first. Forget the basis. Rational mind, allow me to just finish. Forget the basis. He's going to win 2027. You may not like it, but he's going to win it. Power goes to the north. They are going to do 8 years. Definitely. When they are done with their 8 years, it comes back to the South. Now, we don't know how it's going to play out. But when it comes back to the South in 2039, the Igbos will make that cry again, because the Southwest has done twice, South-South has done once, the Southeast has not done any. But from the look of things, we don't have the numbers. Let's be honest. We don't have the numbers. So what I'm saying now is, this is the time. Today is the time to start grooming the next Igbo president that is appealing to the North, to the Southwest, and to the Southeast and Southwest, South-South, and to the North Central too. The North, I included that. Someone that
I even told you to mention them of all these politicians we are talking about. You have not mentioned anyone.
Please, can you
It's
allow
somebody
me?
that
Can
told
you
you not
let
to
me?
mention.
When
At
I
least
come,
you
when it
communicate
gets to
to
you,
us now. You
when it
communicate to
gets
us.
to you,
But who are
when it
these
gets
people
to
you
you,
are talking about?
I've mentioned one. We
Ekene,
have,
he doesn't have to answer you now. Why do
yes,
you want to?
exactly.
He said he's not answering. Then leave him alone.
There's also Elumelu, who is currently a House representative, though he's from Asaba. There's Delta State. There's we have people in politics from the
You are
Southeast.
calling
We
somebody
do.
from South. You are not mentioning an Igbo. It's somebody
We
that is
have
from
people,
Southeast.
we have representative
You
from
are
the
mentioning
South. Oga, please allow me speak. I'm not fighting you. Please let me speak. Let me speak. And you can either
We're
go
not
and write
fighting you
it
too
down.
now. But we're not fighting you, Emeka.
But
We're only
let me
targeting you.
speak now. Let me speak. Because when you are interjecting, I will not think. You are forcing me to think of politicians, and I'm trying to land my
But
point.
that's what the Agbado people does to me here too now. No, it's not. No, be the same thing they do to me here.
No, yours is different.
But all is different, I mean.
Yeah, your own is clearly different. But allow me to speak. So what I'm saying is to groom. Maybe we don't have the person, but let's find. We can get someone and groom him. Let him start becoming more visible. Let him start reaching out. It doesn't need to be Umahi. It doesn't need to be Soludo. It doesn't need to. But again, let's be realistic. Obi has burnt his cable. He has burnt it. Except people who are saying they can't see. He has burnt that cable. He can't be president. So he has burnt it. We now need a fresh representative, because now we need someone that other people can trust. We are not the ones that we will vote for him, but it is other regions that need to vote for him to make him president. They need to accept him. There must be the acceptability criteria first. And within the acceptability criteria, you have the trust sub-criteria. You have the acceptance sub-criteria too. It is that acceptability criteria that will make him more appealing to other Nigerians. And that is the point where other Nigerians will say, yes, it is the tone of the Southeast. Let me learn, please, sir, please. I'm wrapping up. I'm rounding up. I am rounding up now. I'm rounding up. So that this is my delivery, my last point. I'm rounding up. I don't want to be going back. It is that point that other regions will be making the case for us, not even we making our own case. Other regions will now be saying it is now the turn of the Southeast. And why will other regions make, especially those from the North? Because when it now comes to the South, and we have people from the Southwest who have more numbers than us that want to put their head, they will tell you, no, it is the turn of the Southeast. If the South also want to do, they'll say, no, it is the turn of the Southeast, because one, this is the individual that they prefer, the individual that they can accept, the individual that they trust, the individual that they believe in, the individual that has the appeal. And only then can we look at it and say, yes, we have a Southeast presidential candidate that we go in. And I can tell you at that point, even if somebody from another political party is from a different region, whether it's from the Southwest or from the North coming out, they will look at it, more people will vote for that Southeast president. because he has that appeal. This is the time to groom. I'm not saying for me, Obi burnt his cable. He was unable, because I've listened to the influencers, I've listened to the power brokers behind the scenes saying this.
But then, Emeka, you've been going for a long time now.
I am rounding up because you don't want to let me round up. When you interrupt me, you don't. When you interrupt me, this is a topic. These things I would have finished in 8 minutes. I swear to God.
Okay.
So let me finish. I am finishing. Don't worry. So when you have this, that is how we stand a better chance in 2039. So
Thomas,
thank you very
bring
much.
me in with my other account.
I'm done.
Okay.
Emeka 2039. You go don't be grandpa that time, oh. Eh?
Now so it be now. Book with
That
that
2039 that you are even saying, Emeka,
Emeka.
that's quite
You go carry picking, go home, go celebrate that time. Emeka.
That's even quite charitable and generous.
Everybody, please hold on. Yeah. Remy, I will come to you, please. Enigmatic has been waiting, so let's hear from Enigmatic. You have the floor. You want the free flow, or I should take it to the topics?
Yeah, don't worry, I'll free flow.
You know the free flow, yeah.
Yeah.
Go on, my brother.
Yeah, so Emeka, what you are even saying 2039, you are quite being charitable and very generous with what you just said in 2039. So in preparation to 2027, they are still going to the bush with a candidate that does not have the national appeal and is doing retail politicking in 2024. I mean, how would you, just less than a year ago, you were basically almost calling fatwa and jihad on Islam and Muslims, and all of a sudden you're all over the place in the north, doing retailing politics, and then you are not actually moving with the real stakeholders. And just less than a week or thereabout, Atiku has come out to make a tacit response to you that he will continue to contest until he dies, or probably whatever he said. So that's basically replying you that whatever gallivanting you are doing through the north, they are not buying it. And those, the north, they know the politics. And Islam generally is that it's a religion of peace, and then they will welcome you, but they know how to place you when they know you are a hypocrite. They know the sound and the smell of a hypocrite from afar. And then, it's quite very generous from you to say 2039, because like I said earlier, do not forget that the dynamics of Nigeria politics is changing and is evolving by the day. But until the Southeast people come together to bring a veritable and a nationalistic politician from that region, they will keep wasting their time. And then they forget that they don't really matter in Nigeria's presidential politics again. Nigeria will continue to produce presidents without their input. So they can continue to waste the vote on a misplaced priority of a presidential candidate. It won't change anything. The first term of Buhari, their voted never count. Buhari was a president. In his second term, he never relied on the vote. He became a second-term president. In 2023, we can all see the result. Shambolic numbers from the Southeast. The president, Tinubu, is the president now. And in 2027, the numbers wouldn't count. They won't even go to that region to campaign. Or probably if they go there, they'll just go for formal appearances, maybe just for formality. And the numbers wouldn't count because they've basically shut themselves out of the national politics. And they have a candidate now who is basically and this is what we are talking about, Prof. Wole Soyinka. A lot of people, they try to crucify the man simply because he made himself very clear. And Prof. Wole Soyinka was very glaring. He was very pellucid, with his ideas, with what he said. He was very clear.
Yeah, so sorry, Enigmatic. Someone is on the comment saying, hope I'm hearing the mindset of the APC. But you are saying the truth, Enigmatic.
That's okay. Rational Mind was here the other time. Respectively, with his opinion and his perspective, we respected his opinion. He called the president any name but dignified name. The same thing with Uptown. He said a lot of undignified, unprinted names for about Umai and some other people, which he has the right to do as an analyst. I mean, he's not calling anybody's name here, and he's not referring to anybody on the platform respectfully. He was just speaking about some certain politician. So, and then when we speak about politician, nobody with the right fiber from the brains should try to personalize it to a region, or because when Rational Mind called Tinubu Apa, no Yoruba person on this platform will say Rational Mind is referring to the entire Yoruba race as Apa. Or when he was calling Tinubu all those ugly names, no rational thinking Yoruba person on this platform should be thinking that he's calling entire Yoruba. Tinubu is the one that he was referring to. So if I'm referring to Obi, and if you want to tribalize it to make it an entire Igbo thing, then to hell with that person. That's the way I'll say it, because everybody should have the season of their mindset on the platform when we are talking about politicians. So about Prof. Wole Soyinka, he was very clear. At a point, he was with Obi, and at a point, he turned against Obi. Why? Why? Because of the headless mob. Because, with profound respect to Labour Party, but we understand that Labour Party, they are quite a clear departure from the obedience and the headless mob. And even within the obedience, right, we have some respectable ones among them, just as we have some headless mob among them, and we have a lot of nefarious ones among them too. So we cannot actually even slump all of them in the same bucket. They are very different. We have some very articulated and then rational thinking obedience, just as we have some IPOB inflicted obedience, and we have some very apostate obedience. So we have to very, very, very careful when we try to distinguish this. But at the end of the day, obedience is an obedience. Labour Party is Labour Party. So profound respect to Labour Party as a party, very civil people. But the headless mob of the obedient, they are the one who are causing more damages to even the Peter Obi. And everything, it's like Peter Obi is building the house, but because of the truculent nature of the obedience, they are pulling the house down. It's trying to build the alliance, but they are pulling down the alliance. If Prof. Oyedepo has a dissenting opinion about Obi today, they will descend on him. If Jesus Christ has a dissenting opinion against Obi today, they will descend on Jesus Christ. That's how crazy they are. So, and you cannot play politics like that. And then, it is a travesty to continue to engage in this fallacious, syllogism when you're having to have this conversation with this bunch of Lilliputians most of the time.
Enigmatic, can I say something? The issue we have with, let me not say we, that I have with Professor Wole Soyinka is that when he characterizes the obedient as all of them as being Igbo, in his interview that he had in South Africa, where he characterized Igbos, the obedient. I'm not an Igbo, and there are so many people that are not Igbos. That are not Igbo that are.
I don't think.
The point is this. That's what we're getting at with him.
Hold on.
If somebody like that could be speaking with a bigoted mind, that's what we are questioning.
I saw all his interviews. The problem is that these individuals, right? First of all, they have to purge themselves of the entire catharsis of this election and get their head straight. They have been so stuck up into the phantasmagoria of the election pains It's a year already. They need to have emotional release. Elections it comes every 4 years. Peter Obi is running from pillar to post, try to reposition himself. And I said it too. At a point, even the southeastern elites, political elites, they will stand up against him because they feel like he's actually, riding up these headless mobs to malign their reputation and to malign their character. He's not the only one with character. He doesn't have the character. And this man actually spoke to it. What people are actually saying to this man is that they found him out already. It's not easy for a man to say you are Bajwe. They are speaking to the duplicitous nature of his politics. And then what it means at the end of the day is that, the obsequious and the serving nature of their politicking will not take this man anywhere. And they can't just almost all the time resort to this, lalocizia manner of having to, define politics or see things in a zero-sum manner. Politics is not like that, especially in such a multi-dimensional, dimensionally ethnic country like Nigeria. If anybody does not agree with this dude, they don't care. They embarrass the Sultan. The whole Sultan, they embarrassed him. And you think in the north they don't have record for all those things? Do you know what fatwa means in Islam? Do you know what jihad means in Islam? And then you are there now scrolling all over the floor. You think they forget all those things just within a twinkle of an eye? And they are not helping the dude. He can't even maneuver as a politician. He can't do things he is supposed to do normally as a politician. So it's already a laughing stock among his peers, his political peers, because it's like they do not forget that they know themselves very well. But we can choose and pick how we want to define all these folks. We've come to realize the fact that political maturity really means a lot. We see everybody has been having fun all over the place today, right? And as much as we understand the fact that these folks are just ordinary politicians, that they are just there not for the interest of any Nigerian, but their interest first. Because if it is not your interest, that if you are not driven by that your personal interest, why would you be changing political party at almost every instance? Why would you not provide leadership wherever you are? So people should find a way to detach themselves, from these folks. And then, the syndrome of the grunting baby that is affecting them, the shazia of mindset, they need to purge themselves if they want to even see any semblance. And I said it earlier, there's nothing to actually trying to be diplomatic about. It's either you play the real Nigeria politics or you remain a regional one or a tribal one. And you cannot be president by this type of, cacophony of ideas with little kids of 1997, 1998, developing policies for you to run a presidential election in Nigeria, or folks that just all of a sudden were a member of IPOB, and all of a sudden they are the one molding the idea that that will take you to presidency. What has all these folks done to deserve all this nonsense from them? Are they the only one being criticized? Is it the only one being criticized? Tell me what he has. Tell me what he has done or he has had that is 1/10% of what Atiku has, the embarrassment that Atiku has been subjected to in his political life, or Tinubu himself. So, and then a whole Nobel laureate, because he made his perspective. Okay, can you ask yourself, why was he at the time he was with Obi, and all of a sudden it turned 360 degree against him? Why? It's like you were married to a
People
woman
keep
who
saying
loves you.
what was it he turned against him about? What was it?
Hold on. Let me just. It's like you were married to a woman who loves you so dearly at a point, and all of a sudden she turned 360 degree against you. There must have been a reason for that. There must have been a reason. They are saying this man is a pretender. He puts off a facade when they are inside, and when he's outside, what he mentioned. I mean, it was very clear. Once again, he was very pellucid with his narration of what happened, and he's not going to stop. You don't. Those people, nobody will intimidate a Kongi. If you don't know what Kongi means, go and check what it means. Nobody can intimidate Prof. Wole Soyinka. 100,000 of the headless mobs, 100 million of them.
Martin, not be today now. Not be
So
today now.
what they will do is that he will continue because he has nothing to lose. He's not a politician. He's not seeking for office. He's not trying to have political relevance. He's not the one running from pillar to post for vote or for whatever. But this man is a global icon that has global attention. So his words carry weight. So if he decides to continue this manner and Obedient continues to do their thing, right, in the most despicable manner that they're actually known for, then he won't have any other choice than to continue to discredit the reputation of this guy, and you will see 2, 3, 4, 5, all their lists. And then this is 2024 for crying out loud. We are not yet in 2025. 2026 is yet to be here. And in 2024, you're already having issues with a certain member of the elite. How long will Arise TV carry you and their propaganda? How long will Rufai continue to use the platform for you? Because at the end of the day, you must choose and pick your fight. You can't fight people like you can't. There is a way you speak, except probably you are the one being controlled by your base. If you actually have the control of your base, there you can speak to them. Hey, look, I am the candidate. I am the politician. What you are doing is like I'm making 10 steps forward. You are driving back 100 times, 100 steps backward. If you live in the north, if you are a Muslim, you will know they are making fun of him. What he's doing, all this nonsense he's doing in the north. You saw doing Okupe yesterday or 2 days ago. For you to be a president in Nigeria, it doesn't come by miracle. Politics is not God. Politics is not godly. Politics is not religious. Politics is scientific. It's strategic. You cannot have the same base when you are building and they are pulling you down almost on everything you do. And then you want to be president of Nigeria. I mean, you have to think about this, right?
It will work. There's no way it's going to work.
And they have to understand hold on, and they have to understand the fact that people's ideas are very
Thomas, not this kind of monologue. Now they like. When are you going to stop this and allow other people to speak? When are you going to stop this monologue and allow other people to speak? Not this kind monologue. Now they give you blood for body.
Hold on, please. I'm the moderator. Please. There's no monologue anymore. When it comes to your turn, when you come to your turn, you can speak as you wish. Enigmatic, continue.
Yeah, so I'll leave so that he can have the whole floor to himself.
No, I don't. No, just when you go out like that, we cannot interject you. That's just the problem.
No, I just want to have because I've been here for a while. I give everybody the time to do their thing.
Okay, what do you want to interject?
So
what do you want to interject?
So what to actually conclude on this guy, like I always say, he's nobody's father on this platform. Tinubu is nobody's father on this platform. Just like Atiku is nobody's father on this platform. Their children can cry for them, cry me a river for them, and do all the exorcism for them. But on this platform, as analysts, we have to be open-minded. But the fact remains that the shape and size of our ideas are very different. Just like they should have discussion to have dissenting opinions, and they should understand that the phrenology of politics, of ideas, and and the rationalization is quite different from the one where you have to do zobu every time. There should be a manner of persuasion. You cannot be intimidating people and then you want them to vote for you. You have to persuade people. You have to find people to come to your camp. The guy is trying to find people to come to his camp, but tell me particularly, what is the thing that they can't take? I mean, you put yourself out there. Nobody put a gun to your head to come out to say you want to be a politician. So it comes with the territory. So you should take it like that. And then nobody can be holier than thou. Except probably he's married, you're an in-law to him, he's married to your mom or your whatever. That is when we can, at least we've been having fun here since. And nobody should take it to the heart. But if you take it to the heart, well, that's your problem. But that's about that guy. I hope that they will continue to learn their lesson. But as we know, and people can read politics very well, right? And a rational mind, I believe you are learning on a daily basis. Obi's political career is finished. It's done. Right?
How do we know it's finished? Because you said so.
No, it's not. It's okay. People can pretend and hope, right? It's groups, it's headless mobs. They can pretend and hope as
enigmatic. You are right on that.
Until the hell freezes over.
It is done. He has burnt his bridge.
Until the hell freezes over.
Come on.
Rational man, let me tell you what will happen. At a point,
coming from somebody that said he will not win a state in Southeast.
At a point, even that Southeast, Emeka, even that Southeast, at a point they will say, dude, pack yourself, go on side. We need new breed of presidential materials.
That's what it's looking like now. They are coming out. They are coming out one by one to criticize them.
No, it's not about what I say. Rational mind. Don't even
what you said now. What's the fact of what you're saying? What's the fact because of all these things you said?
Okay, I'm just listen to me. I'm just one of the analysts. I'm just making my point, and I'm not saying this is what you should believe. I'm not saying this is what any of the headless mobs should believe. I'm just saying this is what I know. So what I know may be different from your own belief, right? But I know for a fact that Peter Obi's political career is done. It has come to the crescendo. It has had its eclipse to the threshold of it. There's no further,
this is becoming boring. Allow other people to speak.
Dude,
he has done well. Enigmatic. He has done well for himself.
Yeah,
it's now the time for him to.
You're already trying. No, please do not. Let's not.
Just let me just round up.
He has done well for himself. That's why I said. Okay. That's why I said this is the time we need to bring up a new.
There should be a new breed of.
They think all this political career they move is done. They move person.
So
it's done in your own life, not in other people. It's done in you because you never supported it. All those ways will be political career. Who do you want to impress?
I'm not talking to you, Ekene.
Who do you want to impress? Will be political career is done.
I'm not talking to you. I'm not mentioning your name. I'm not mentioning your father's name. And I'm not mentioning anybody that is related.
Allow other people to speak, I beg, to have a very good conversation.
Try to understand the fact that you cannot come here to create nuisance almost every time. Let people have
their Can you give me 10 seconds, please?
Go ahead, Baba.
First and foremost, when one man opened this program, Ekene, you have all the time to talk. You are the first person to talk in this program. And you have your time. You call the name you want to call. You body shame the party you want to body shame. So please, you shouldn't be interjecting and accusing them let other people to talk because you have all the time. You are the first person. Maybe they don't know. They only came after you, or they came to the program late. I've been.
Oh, he's been here earlier today.
Yeah, earlier today. He's number one.
Oh,
he spoke
really?
for more than 10 or 15 minutes. So nobody stopped you. So I slept off. And when I woke up, that's why I joined. So you are the first person. After you, is it not Baba Janle Cook or something like that? So, rational man, please can
Jackie,
you be?
the market go round up. Let's.
I'm not saying that I should go next, but let him speak so that other people can speak.
You
We
cannot.
came for another
You don't have.
section. We
Have
are finished for 1 man. We are now for Tamos, so we came for another section.
Okay, so
You
So
are not the moderator now.
You are not
Allow
the
the
moderator. You will
moderator.
keep
The
quiet and let
moderator
people
will be
speak.
the one
People
to
were here
say
before you,
his
and then
time
you
is
just want
done.
to be chiming in almost every time.
The
And they'll be trying to let
the
you know.
moderator would be the one to
this
say
is
time
not,
is up.
his own is about monologue. So when we want to make a monologue, you make it fast so that other people that want to interject
You
will
don't
speak.
have that right to say. You don't have
That is it.
that right. You don't have that right to be.
Ekene, you are becoming a monster on this platform. You are becoming a monster. Are you the owner of the platform? What is your problem?
That's
Rational
right. Don't
man,
let
it's
us
funny,
go to
Baba.
the
It's
house.
funny. I mean,
Yes,
accommodate you can understand now.
It's
You can't
okay.
keep
I just
translating.
said earlier on, there is no monologue anymore. Let enigmatic free flow. I just said it
Yeah.
earlier on, Ekene, and you heard me.
But
Please.
rational mind, what did you not say about Tinubu today? What did Uptown did not say about Umai and every other politician? I mean, everybody was laughing. I mean, Peter Obi is nobody's father on this platform. Tinubu is nobody's
I
father.
wonder.
Atiku is nobody's father. So why would somebody come almost every time and be creating nuisance because of conversation? This is an intellectual platform. So just to conclude, right? And everybody will continue to have their own opinion and will continue to respect whatever they feel. So Tinubu is a druggie to some people, just like Atiku is an infantile criminal to some people, right? Just like Obi is a graduate to a lot of us and a pretender to a lot of us, a two-faced, bigoted, goat to a lot of us. So, and then in Abia State, I think Abia people should be cautious how they try to. I think they had street lights today. Emeka, your state had street light today, and they celebrated like Christmas
Yeah, in
in 2024.
Abba.
In 2024.
No, that's not the fourth street light, though. Please, that place, the women there, it's a market, so they are excited. It's an exposure for them, especially if they want to do some nice market. So somebody brought it up and corrected me because I was like, "What's going on here? Why are we celebrating street
I
light
mean,
lights?" Yeah.
but I mean, the guy is still and they shouldn't forget that he was in PDP, he was in APC, now is in Labour Party, right? And they shouldn't forget. I know you didn't say much about his past before he became governor. They should be aware of his kleptomaniac fingers, right? He was chased out of First Bank, and his history at Diamond Bank, the way he ruined Pascal Doze's business, and the current Obi of Onisha. He had one of the highest shareholders too in Diamond Bank. He almost liquidated if not even almost, he almost bankrupted those dudes. So they should be careful not to sell them, some kind of very fantastic ideas of politicking or governance. They should not forget that the guy is still is borrowing money. There's $125 million that actually was approved, and I mentioned it earlier, March 19, 2024, by the House of Assembly through the Islamic Bank. And of course, he said it himself that the Abia State budget, right? Abia State will be borrowing 71% to fund the 2024 budget because of enormous number of their deficit. So people should try to put proper perspective to these figures. And then this is the guy when he was campaigning, right, during the campaign that he promised he wouldn't have any hand in the local government administration. But now what did he do? He had a transitional government with mayor. Mayor is not in the constitution of Nigeria. Everything that he's done so far within the local government administration has been ultra vires the constitution so far. But they wouldn't speak about it if it was maybe somebody that they don't like Soludo or Prof. Wale Soyinka, a Nobel laureate, a global icon. They will be all over the place, gallivanting and huffing and puffing, pontificating about nonsense, right? At the same time,
but Eddie Matthew, why must you always say it's a global icon every time? I mean, like what's
Baba global icon, global icon, Baba. So
Yeah, so you go, it's a global icon. I don't understand.
Boring.
Alex Oti during the campaign.
Sorry, Edmati.
Okay.
Boring 71% is troublesome.
Yeah, I mean,
you only funding 29% of your budget, and you are borrowing 71. Is a huge problem.
And they are twerking up and down.
It's a
right?
huge problem.
So they should
Alex Oti is global icon.
global kleptomaniac. Global kleptomaniac. So during his campaign, he promised a plethora of job creation and everything to a lot of Abian people. But when the reality hit him at his inauguration, right, he stated clearly, and I will challenge people to go and see what he said. He stated clearly that job creation, isn't the calling of government. It's not part of governance. It's just so he twisted it around. So he's always shifting the ground, and then he promised again during the campaign that the security vote, that security, whatever they give each state, that he wouldn't touch those funds and everything. But so far, so good. In the entire Southeast, he has been the one that has spent more of that security vote, 4.4 billion, and still counting as we speak, right? And then the controversy between him and Ipeazu and everything about the 10 billion when he came to the US here to I know the guy too had no reputation. Of course, I'm not trying to defend Ipeazu or the ex-governors of Abia State, but at least you shouldn't have to, denigrate or probably malign the reputation of somebody when there are figures and records to that. So eventually, they caught him in the lie. They provided and they produced KPMG audited reports that actually evidence the fact that Ipeazu actually left 3.4 billion in the coffers while he was leaving, plus the geometric investment, the geometric electrical investment or whatever. But this guy actually within a month or probably less than 2 months in office, right? He basically wasted the old funds, and we could see what happened earlier, the amount of what he budgeted for the education and welfare of even civil servants in Abia State. And of course, the financial analysts, right, reputable ones, they've actually come to the conclusion that this guy, the way he's borrowing in Abia State, the latest one being 142 billion naira, if it continues like that, then Abia State may not be able to be solvent at the end of the day. So they have to be very tapered and very cautious how they. I know they hate Soludo now, but Soludo is going to win landslide for a second term, so they can cry as much as they want. They cried the same thing in Imo State. The Imo State guy won his election. They did the same thing. And they are in Edo State now. They are not supporting their Labour Party candidate. They're all over the place. So you have to understand when it's...
Martin, quick question. Right?
Yeah.
With all what we have been saying, making the predictions, why do these people keep being stuck in their feelings?
Well, I think, when you are dealing with, let me just make it very clear, when you are dealing with, and that portfolio, so you can actually qualified it to call them, Marimadons, when you deal with people like that, it's like people that lack independence of thought, right? And they will run errands, however gullible the errands could be. So it's like they are bigoted and they are besotted and very subservient to somebody they consider an influence to them, and has this pursuance absent within their mind. So it's like when you look at MAGA in the US now, you want to query, are these people actually thinking or are they stupid? But you'll be short of words how to basically describe them. But the best way to actually describe them, beyond having to say, they are they are wrapped in a cocoon is to call them the Maramadons at the end of the day, because that will basically define who they are. So things, it is always written in their faces, but they always have a way to explain it off or to explain it away. And the only thing they want to do at the end of the day is to, display this, arrogance of charlatan, to always, create some, manner of willful nuisance. They can't have a proper conversation. At the end of the day, they will resort to academic blackmail. They will resort to some type of, some very pedestrian ones at the end of the day. But you can see, as I can see, we are basically projecting Nigeria's political future now and the dynamics of the politics, how it's going to play, right? People who can read the mathematics very well, the political mathematics, they understand, and they will tell you this is what is more than 50% will basically happen, right? Was the guy not trying to play a chess about how to move to PDP? But when we told them over here that, where are you going to fit into the PDP? You have Wike there. Wike is not telling you he's gone yet because he's still playing his politics. And it's still very convenient the way he's playing that, in favor of the government. You see have the Sarakis, you see have the governors. How many governors do they have in PDP? They still have Tambuwa. You have even Atiku, that his fate is not even clear yet. And they're already permutating that Atiku will even be his VP. So when you look at this kind of type of conversation, right, and they come to this type of platform, sometimes you want to retire them to that echo chamber of platform where they should actually fit in. Because when you're having the conversation, it's like you're actually having conversation with empty barrels most of the time, that everything that they can actually produce is noise, right? And then you don't know how to proceed, just to let them have, the echo of their shallow minds most of the time. But I hope that they will see that at a point this guy is done, and I believe.
Where is Thomas? I just leave, wake up. This guy
I cannot stand all this thing anymore.
Why is Thomas? Thomas just leave the space for this guy. I just leave, wake up. What this guy
Go sleep again. I will come back in 10 minutes.
Where is Thomas? National mind, take charge now. Remove him, let another person speak. If Napan start, I say remove him. Let me use the language of Pansat. Allow another. This monologue is too much now.
You don't have that
Pansat, remove him so that other people can speak.
Don't worry. You don't have that.
All these high-minded people that think that they're educated, remove them. Let other people speak.
Don't worry. Get your children educated too, so you'll be proud of them. Don't worry, okay? Maybe you are not, but
this one not educated. This one is high-minded. High-minded in this person, not education.
Don't worry about. We cannot continue to deal with nuisances on the platform. Just
rational mind. Why would I change this guy? Rational mind, don't you have anything to speak? Prince Daddy, anybody? Did anybody here don't have anything to talk? Even Remy, if not me now, you know they allow me to speak. You will tackle me up and down. Interject now. Interject. Let the discussion make sense now. Interject. What are you doing there?
You can't continue to do this.
You have not asked and you didn't hear anything. Interject. Let Prince Daddy come and interject enigmatic now. Where is interject? Make una come interject. Simba, interject now. Simba.
We have already interject. Relax now.
When I don't hear on a pastor the preach, when a pastor don't the preach, you keep quiet.
Of course, now you don't finish the talk now. So that the pastor now.
When a pastor don't the preach, you keep quiet.
Your mental health is important to us. Chill out. Hold on a second, okay?
Wait a minute, mental health. If I like, I send you video where they go and enjoy myself. If you like, I will send you video. Even I send that to one man. So you know, say me, I enjoy myself. Now you they suffer mental health too, and you they suffer.
Your mental health is quite important to us on this platform, and we are.
Which mental health?
Don't worry.
I'm only saying that Thomas. I don't. You see this Thomas. This Thomas there somehow. He just see you they preach. He see you they preach gospel. He just they preach gospel. Thomas leaves the space for you. Just make you the preach. Preach your APC gospel.
Hold on, we have high value, people that are watching from home. They wouldn't really be too pleased when they see this type of, situation. Remy will come to the floor. I'll in a second, I'll be done. Okay, but I can assure you that your mental health is very important. Pay attention to it. So Remy, I think I'll leave the floor for you, but I mean, it is very obvious that we can't take it with the supercilious manner of the way people think, and we can't be cavalierly with the way that we have to keep working, to ensure that we keep liberating these people. We'll continue to liberate them. We'll continue to put their head straight. So, Remy, fire down.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Can you go hear what today? All these Agbado people, they go fire you. What?
Yeah, I don't fire them now. I don't get their time now. Anything when they talk to themselves now. Even this one where I don't fire them finish before this show now. So what it concern me? They are defending their rubbish. Let them continue.
Relax, let me continue.
Remy speak. Remy, Remy, be my person. Just at least I listening to you. I listening to you a little bit. I go listening to you. No worry.
It's okay. Even if you don't listen to me, I don't really mind. Life is. Okay. Actually, what is panning out is very simple, and I think before the election, there were so many people that support Peter Obi in anticipation of a new dawn, as they put it with themselves. Everybody knows that Peter Obi, Tinubu are they are in the same league, unless you are deceiving yourself. If you have to look it from a lot of parameters, Obi was a former governor. He has participated in Nigerian politics long time ago. He was there when Abacha was ruling. He was a governor. He wanted to become a senator. He didn't get it. He was a member of 3 different political parties, or 2, ABGA and PDP, and Labour Party, they are now 3. So he has moved around trying to actualize his own dream. But after the election and the result and the wahala that come with it, the Supreme Court judgment, it seems that there's a lot of people who has not moved on. And I think those elites or those people that helped him or maybe supported him during that time, they want a new thing from him. If you say he's not controlling the obedient or he does not listen to that he does not care about them, most of these elites or people we put in high esteem in Nigeria, these people cannot be abusing them and insulting them day in, day out. If that continues, don't you think an anarchy will happen? Let's assume that the obedient, the way they insult or abuse anybody that does not support Obi or talk against Obi, the rest of other political party supporters are also doing the same thing. Don't think we have an anarchy in our hand. And I think that's what they have seen. And they want him to rein them in as a leader. At least you want to rule a complex country like Nigeria. If you want to look at it objectively, I'm not playing now. You are the president candidate of a Labour Party. A lot of your supporters donated money all over the world for your cause. And then after the election, we are hearing the way they siphon the money, they eat the money, and you are the presidential candidate. You did not come forth to at least address this situation. Show me your house, and I will know whether you can be a leader. If your house is leaking and you cannot
like your Tinubu rain is
can you relax yourself and give me time?
No, I'm interjecting you now.
No, relax yourself. Relax yourself.
I'm relaxed. Come on with this your word. Relax.
Are you Obi? You are not.
I'm not Obi. I'm interjecting you now. Farabalẹ̀ now, mi ò àjà now.
Àjà now. Mo ní kò relax ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ̀rọ̀ mi tán.
But bó yẹn sọ̀rọ̀ kàn sọ̀rọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni pé ó ní gbóná ara báyìí.
Ṣé ilé iṣẹ́ leaking? Is your house leaking? Àbí wọ́n lò bí ni?
No, I interject anyway. We're interjecting you now.
Oh, interject me. O fẹ́ ṣe yẹ̀yọ́ unnecessarily and ó dẹ̀ dàgbà jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. So please stop it. Okay, now we expected him to be a leader. Show leadership by example. He did not. And that is one. And then 2, after the election, to me it seems, I always say politics is just a game. And in a game, there are 2 ways that can come. You either win or lose. If you lose, you have opportunity to come again. And if you win, you also have to be magnanimous in your victory. But for him, he continued to like, the election is not over. To me, it's like continue to campaign. And those his supporters, the hardcore supporters, they continue to insult and abuse the country and abuse all our leaders. I'll ask myself, if you want to be a president of a country, every country have leaders in different region, tribe, or community. If those people that you are also seeking for their support, because we must not lie to ourselves, politics is local. If you want vote of my community, then you must respect my community leader. If you want vote of my region, then you and your people must respect my regional leader. If you are thinking you will rub me in the mud and with your supporters, and then you come back later and say, I'm sorry, it's not like that, you are deceiving yourself. They are also not so stupid like that. They can see the handwriting on the wall. For me, I will not say you should not contest 2027. He can go ahead and contest, and at least they will give him that opportunity. But if he continues to lose major supporters or major leaders all over the region, don't blame them, because I don't think anybody will sit down here and then you see them rubbishing all your leaders. If you are from, at least Igbo people, they also have leaders in terms of their Obi of Onisha. I don't think anybody can just talk rubbish about Obi of Onisha. I think that is the highest king that I remember that comes to my head. But when you continue to insult people that have achieved in their life, like Wole Soyinka, it's an average Yoruba man that know the value of what this man have done. They will not take it easy with you, and they won't like you.
Like yourself, Abi. Like yourself, Abi. An average Yoruba man like yourself, Abi.
Let me tell you something, rational mind. You, if I look at you, and I look at Wole Soyinka, I see you as the tiniest ant. You cause it by yourself. I said,
ẹ̀yin méjèèjì ẹ ṣèdè lu yín síra yìí náà ìlú tẹ́tí wá ṣèbí Sùúrùlérè méjì ti wá ẹ ṣèdè Sùúrùlérè síra yín kẹtẹ kí ló dé ìjà ní lójoojúmọ́.
wọ́n ti yàtà gbá ojú ẹ̀ ni tó wá sí ṣítà àbá yàtà gbá ojú ẹ̀ wò tó bá gbá ojú ẹ̀ wò.
ìwọ tí mo bèrè àdúgbò ẹ̀ ní sílẹ̀
tó bá bí ẹ̀dá kékeré pàdé ẹ̀ ní ìbákan lé mọ́ wá pàdé mi ní ìbákan lé mọ́ wò bá yàtà gbá ojú ẹ̀ wò.
ìwọ tí bá gbẹ ẹlẹ́ṣẹ̀ kò máa dá straight.
Rẹ̀mí kìnnìmà ni.
o ti lo táìmù ẹ̀tọ́ ẹ̀ṣẹ́ kọ́ ló jẹ́ mi ò dẹ̀ máa lọ.
Ọ̀sádọ́lọ́mà ní kíní Ọ̀sádọ́lọ́mà rational mind.
So ó ṣe Yorùbá
náà. Rẹ̀mí Ọ̀sádọ́lọ́ lórúkọ ẹ̀ o.
Rẹ̀mí, I've been watching since, and everybody have been talking. Some people will be talking about 2032, 2039, whatever. The question I want to ask is there any written rule that says that we move our presidential candidate or presidency along our regions, or from south to north, from west to east? Is there any written rule?
No.
So why are we? So if we are analyzing, why do we? Because if you look at it this way, even because look at PDP, they have never obeyed this southwest or north south whatever. And to me, okay, look at if Atiku won that election, this last election, it will have been president, and that means the power will remain in the north, and nothing will happen.
Yes. For me, generally, I did not say we should not contest.
You understand? So, to me, anybody is so for us to be talking about maybe.
Simba, look,
yes.
The way. Sorry, Baba. Sorry, Remy. The way things are going, we are of course, I think we are 25 years or thereabout now into our democratic process, but it is still at the nascent stage. But as it is, we are getting a definition to it. It's getting its footing. So the thing that Atiku was trying to do in 2023 is not going to work going forward. It's not going to. If they're trying to do it again in 2027, it's not going to work, because when you look at it, the stakeholders, right, that are actually, for instance, in the north now, right, the stakeholders will rather want to go through the through the chain of event rather than a certain article to disrupt that type of a process. And then it will continue like that because it's like they are already finding a balance to that rotational stuff as it is. And that's why you see the South that they are basically
Okay, let me take
projecting
it from
themselves.
you.
Yeah, go ahead.
From you. Actually, Simba, what you said, there's no written constitution or rule, but there's an ungentleman agreement between them. Because as a complex country,
between who? Between who?
In the PDP political hierarchy, they have a gentleman agreement that power should shift from the north to the south. And when you look at it in wider context, unless you are deceiving yourself.
So we are talking in the context of the two major parties. Because you see that so many wait. We see that we have so many parties, and you see that randomly you see anybody can contest under any party, irrespective of where you come from. Do you understand what I'm saying? So
I
to me,
understand you.
We cannot be talking emphatically and say, okay, until when it gets to so this when somebody can contest or they no, to me.
I'm not talking emphatically, but I want you to see the scenario here. From 1999 to date, the northern part of Nigeria still feel they are being shortchanged. And if they still have that kind of feeling that they are still being shortchanged, automatically they will find a way to come into power. So for them, they know. Let's ask ourselves a very good question. If Tinubu spent 4 years and another foreigner now probably after him, that person spent 4 or 8 years, that's 12 solid years for them. You also have a point. If Atiku have won that election, that means that's exactly 12 years. That means Atiku will be ruling us. But have you ever think about the aftermath of it? What will happen if that kind of scenario happen in a complex
Nothing
country?
will happen, Remy. Nothing will happen.
Simba, don't I have to say I wouldn't.
If Atiku had won that election, let me tell you, he will rule for 8 years. That will be 16 years of northern whatever. And that nothing will happen. That country will remain Nigeria. Nothing will happen.
So you see, you might say something will happen or nothing will not happen. But let me tell you something.
What you will see, Remy, is agitation. People will agitate and then they will suppress whatever agitation.
Let me tell you what might happen. Remember, this is not a military rule. This is a civilian rule. If the crisis is too much, that all the regions or mostly a part of the South have unrest, anything can happen. So, and that means if Atiku have won that election, that is why I give kudos to the Northern electorates too, and their leaders there. They know how to play the game much more better than us. Because if they don't know, majority of them would have voted for Atiku, and Atiku would have won all the 19 states and picked a lot of votes from the South, and he would have become the next president. But you can see that they play the game to the extent that if Atiku is winning in Kaduna, the second person will be Tinubu, and the difference between the votes is not huge. They play very well. They talk less and play smartly than us. We in the South, we don't normally play smartly. We always antagonize ourselves. Now, coming back to what I've been talking about. So for me, Obi can contest in 2027. But from day one, I've never seen a pathway for him to become the president of Nigeria. And I do not see it in the future too. I'm so sorry to say that if it offends people that are supporting him. Because it's the same scenario cannot repeat itself 2023, cannot repeat itself in 2027. One thing I will let you to know, there's no religious vote anymore. There's no, take you back your country. Go to churches like before. That one is dead on arrival. We have seen now that it's a Muslim ticket for over 1 year. Nobody has promoted one religion over the other one. So that one is dead. And then the tribal politics that it play, some people will also think about, because the elite from the Southeast, they withdrawn and fold their hand. Some become onlookers. Some of them supported him in 2027 because a lot of them also lose their political post because of Obi. In 2027, it's not going to happen. They will fight back and they'll fight big because they lose senatorial seats. They lose a lot of House of Representatives seats to Labour Party. So please, it's not only about presidency. They are going to fight back and they're going to fight back big. And that's what you have been seeing. They have already let him have that 2023, but he cannot continue to do what he's doing now. So, and then when you look at it in totality, there are so many big players that are preparing for 2031. I mean, from the north, who want to be president. You will see their hand in 2027, because that is when they will show their hand that, yeah, I'm prepared to take over from Tinubu. If Tinubu win in 2027, you will see their hand. So, finally, in conclusion, he can contest, but the pathway for him to win that election in 2027, forget it. Even an article that said it will support him, that if PDP zone it to Southeast, it's not even up to 5 days, not even up to 1 week. He has already come out and said, no, I'm still interested. So that is a politician for you. They push you forward, and within 5 or 6 days.
But then, hold on. Why do people always do this? Like to jump on things without even looking at the whole thing he said. He said, you yourself already said it, that I will only not contest if they zone it. It's not the same language that he used in 2023.
But rational mind, ask yourself a question.
So how, why are you surprised? Why are you surprised when he said?
No. That is a man without no principle. That means they are lying to him. They are baiting him.
No, there's no lie there. There's no done now. It's still saying the same thing. The same thing he said.
No.
You're only taking his word out of context.
Yes. No, don't let us spin this. Let's be factual and let's be objective here. If I come to your house, that Papa, rational mind, you know I'm your son, and you dare love me a lot. Give me this opportunity. Let me do it now. And then you tell me, oh, my son Remy, don't worry. I will support you if there's zone to the south, especially if there's zone to southeast. And then you continue to give me all that positive vibe. And within 5 days, I said, oh no.
Remy, don't even mind rational mind. What he say, how does that one make sense to him, sir?
Yes. Another 5 days, and you come out and say, Papa, rational mind.
So then who will do the zoning? He's talking about the zoning. Who is going to do the zoning?
So you understand that it doesn't mean it. We're just saying what he's saying. So why
somebody that is not even sure of his membership of PDP? He's planning. He's promising.
Can I make it worse? Do you know what he said? He said, "I will continue to contest until his head is still fit. He will continue to contest.
That means until he dies.
Until he dies. And do you think Atiku will be VP to Obi? Is it possible?"
Remy, when it comes to Obi matter, it's like people, they used to suspend their brain. They can't think when it comes to Obi matter. How can rational mind be talking like this and believe what Atiku is talking and say you are taking him out of context? What does it mean by that statement?
Can you hear me out?
I remember when Atiku said,
can I say myself what I meant? What can he say?
You will talk after me. Let me just conclude so that you can come and do your stuff. I remember when Atiku said, he's going to support Obi. People like some people here, they were quite elated. They were very happy. But I know this is a bait. And I hope he does not take that bait. If he goes to that PDP, he's done. They will use him very well. And he's not going to get nothing.
Remy, if you want to support somebody, why should you be putting caveat into it and say, okay, it's only if.
What I even expect from Obi is this. I would have even dove my heart for him. You have that kind of momentum for you in 2023. Why don't you start your own party? Tell them I'm a leader too. At least that momentum, a lot of people will gravitate towards your political party. You have a lot of people in the Senate as a nice senator and a lot of people in the House of Rep. Show leadership, for example. Get your own party. When you talk about Tinubu, at least he formed his own party. And they continue to wax stronger from and then
it's like you two, you don't even understand. Is he the owner of the party? Is he really a leader?
So I'm trying to say
everybody contested. Remy, listen. For the fact that he contested as the presidential candidate of that party does not make him the leader. Every other person contested the way he contested, and that is why you see.
Simba, can I ask you a question? When this party has a big crisis about financial, about money, as the presidential candidate, as number one leader of that party going towards that election, what if you are Obi? What would you have done, or what would you have done if you were in that position?
But I will have. Let me tell you, you cannot offer what you don't have. You understand? That leadership skill is lacking in him.
So if it's
You
lacking,
understand?
can we now vote that kind of person as a president?
That is left to Nigerians. Do you understand what I'm saying? If some of us have identified that weakness in him, and we cannot vote for him based on that. Do you understand? But it's not everybody that have seen that. Some people, they have seen it, but they refuse to be convinced.
Okay.
So
on this note, we know that this guy lacks leadership quality and he is not fit to be a Nigerian president, in my own perspective. That's my opinion. I rest my case. Thank you.
Well, I think all of you can say whatever you want to say. So I mean, Simba. So why is that verse in the Bible that Mary married at 30 years old?
Okay, let me now ask you. Okay, even let me ask you basic questions. You really know the Bible. Who is the mother of Mary?
Let
me tell you, if you look at Bible, let me tell you, when Mary was born,
The answer is Anna.
the name of yes is Anna. When Mary was born, immediately she was born. Inside the lake. Wait. Let me finish.
Are you bringing out Quran narration of Miriam to Bible narrative?
It's not. It's Bible. It's Bible. It's not Arabic. And the name of the father is Joachim. The name of the father in the Bible is Joachim. Let me finish. When she was born, you understand, there was a prediction that okay, this baby will be born and be born in a divine way. And when she was born, she was actually raised in the synagogue because they said she was a virgin. So she was raised in the synagogue. And by the time she was around 12, and she now started menstruating, they now said, okay, because of the that they don't want any situation whereby, because she's not menstruating, they don't want her to desecrate the synagogue. And that was when they marry her out to Joseph. So if you don't know, I'm telling you this. If you look at, let me tell you this. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish with what but there is no, even if you look at the old ancient tradition of
where are you getting that from the Bible? Where are you getting all this thing from the Bible? What is it you're saying? Where are you getting it from?
Go and check. If you don't know, go and check.
The two gospel account writers that listed the genealogy of Jesus.
Ṣé Joseph ló wá fún lóyún ni àbí kí lè ló fẹ́ land sí?
The two gospel accounts.
We are not talking about oyún. We are talking about marriage. We are talking about marriage.
Ẹni tó bá marry èèyàn fún kò ní fún ẹni tó marry fún lóyún ni.
Èmi ò mọ̀ bóyá ó fún lóyún bí ó fún lóyún. Èmi ṣá mọ̀ pé she was married out at that tender age.
Láti sọ ni.
What he's saying is that
Babajale Koko. No, let us be factual. Babajale Koko. Even our own tradition, our ancient mothers, at what age did they marry them out?
Come on. Hold on. We'll come to that.
You understand?
Hold on. We'll come to that. But this narrative you're talking about using the Bible, would you stop it, please? It's not in the Bible.
I'm not stopping it. I'm not saying anything different. If you don't know, go and check.
You are giving the Quran's. Maybe Quran.
It's not the Quran. It's not the Quran.
No,
all the name I mentioned, I never mentioned any Quranic name. I mentioned the name of the father. If you don't know, tell us that you don't know.
Hold on now. The two gospel account writers that talk about the genealogy of Jesus Christ, they mention the father of this, father of that, father of this, father of this, father of that. But there was never a place where it was mentioned that the mother's name was Anna. Where did you read that in the Bible? That's what
no, okay, ask Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, no.
Well, I knew.
I said I have the Bible in front of me here.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Okay, let's Prince Daddy talk.
Yeah, Sinbad posed the same question like a few weeks ago, a few days ago. I didn't know the answer. I told him I didn't know. So I had to do a quick research, and it was right. Anna is the mother of Mary in the Bible.
Which Anna is that? Where is that? Where's that?
Well, do your research. It's right in the Bible.
Come on.
I can't remember.
Would you people stop this crap? I have a degree in theology.
Gbogbo ẹ̀ náà ló sọ, gbogbo ẹ̀ ló mọ̀.
Yeah.
Àti degree nínú construction.
Nínú construction, engineering, ó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ṣe engineering tán láàárọ̀ yìí náà ni o. Tó lọ construction.
Àti electrical.
No. Raksama, you don't have no damn degree in theology because you don't know.
I used to be an ordained minister. Yeah. I said that to you.
Well,
so.
I don't doubt that.
You used to be ordained. We used to be ordained.
I tell you, now, Raksama Otishino. That's why it's not anymore.
Ordained minister. Quit.
I'm asking you, where in the Bible is Anna mentioned to be the mother of Mary?
Okay. Why don't you do a simple Google research? I'll do it for you, and I'll get back to you.
Anything outside the Bible, I don't take it. If the Bible does not say it, does not tell us that Anna was the mother of Jesus, I'm not taking it. So if you're telling me go and do Google, if it's not in the Bible, I'm not taking it. If you're talking about the apocryphal or whatever you call it, the Maccabees, I don't know of that. I don't accept that as inspired.
So rational mind, who is the mother of Mary, the mother of Jesus?
Well, the Bible only mentioned the dad of Mary.
Who is the dad? What's the name of the dad?
Okay. Now, if you what it says here, if you read the gospel, let me make this clear to you.
What
Ordained minister.
Only God knows the number of degree that rational mind has.
No, it's about 20 now. No, sorry, they can.
So they compare account Luke, Gospel of Luke, at Matthew, and there's some discrepancies in when it came to the last part before it came to Joseph.
I know, if you want to talk about discrepancy, don't let us go, because there's a lot of discrepancy between the four gospels.
When I use the word discrepancy, hold on. One of them referenced the father of Mary, no doubt. Another one referenced the father of Joseph itself. So if the discrepancies, the way you can reconcile it is that sometimes when a son-in-law marries a daughter from a family, in the Jewish custom, sometimes they look at that father of that person, of that mother, of that wife, as the father of that son, of that person. So both of them, they are from the tribe of Judah. Either Mary, either Joseph, they are both from the tribe of Judah. So in essence, anyone would fit for them because they are all from the tribe of Judah, the house of David. So that's the connection. So either they mention any of them.
So you said you said they mentioned the father. What is the name of the father now?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Son of Eli. Hold on. According to Luke, it says son of Eli here. After it says son of Eli, son of Joseph. According to Luke. Now, if you read Matthew here, let me open to that Matthew because I have put in my hand here. Now, if you read Matthew here, it says Jacob is the father of Joseph. Joseph married Mary, because I'm reading it from French here actually, but then Joseph married Mary, who was who gave birth.
Stop it. You don't need to trouble yourself. Go and Google it. It's there.
No, I'm not Googling anything. Come on, dude. Let's not. This is not.
We don't enter church. Make I go.
You don't have time for all those things now.
Say what?
Not there now. So why?
Is it what?
Matter with them now.
You know, every time we talk about this politics, don't tire people sometimes. Tire me sometimes.
Okay. But let me chime in real quick.
So I don't know what you're talking about, Prince Daddy. You said you're a pastor. I don't even know what you're talking about. Where are you getting all this from?
I never said I was a pastor, but let me say this. It's not that difficult anyway. We have just like
are you ordained? Are you ordained? Are you ordained? Please, Daddy.
No,
if you are not ordained, you can't challenge rational mind like that.
It was rational mind ordained. I don't come on, look, I'm saying it.
I used to be ordained. Yeah, I used to be ordained.
You used to be. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Kí ló
But
fi
now,
ọ̀dẹ́
now,
yẹn
now,
ṣé òróró ni àbí ìrìbọmi?
wọ́n fọ àkàrà lọ́fọ̀ ajẹ́ wọ́n fọ àkàrà jẹ nígbà tá a jẹ
Àkàrà àti
àkàrà
búrẹ́dì.
Jésù.
Àkàrà àti búrẹ́dì Agége ló
àti
fi
búrẹ́dì
ọ̀dẹ́
Jésù
yẹn.
la jẹ wọ́n dé ìwà bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn.
You know, actually, I want to take on Rashid mind on that topic, on this him being ordained and deordained, if I can use that word. I'd like to know why you changed. But anyways, my point here is that it don't matter. I can care. I think I told Simba that day. I can care less who Mary's mother and father is. It doesn't matter to me at all. Zero niche. Because at the end of the day, I've said it. We have enough information in the Bible. We don't have to go extra biblical. We have enough information in the Bible for anyone to be saved, and we all know who the Savior is. So anything else is just extra. I don't care. It does nothing for me. Mary is not my Savior.
The reason, let me tell you, I'm saying this because of the discussion about this Niger State girls that were married out. What I'm saying is that we should not be carried away by this Western culture of saying, okay, what even determine that the marriageable age or the maturity age of anybody is 18? How did they determine that? Do you understand what I'm saying? So we are always taking their word as if it's being said like a sacred word.
Right. Okay. See, I get your
Do
point.
you understand? I hope you know that in some country, the age of maturity, even in medicine, let me tell you, by the time you are 14, we have considered you as an adult. Go and ask anybody. Medically, by the time you are 14, you are no longer a pediatric patient.
Yeah.
You are promoting pedophilia there now, okay?
Forget about it. Depending, pedophilia. Anybody below 14 years of age, that is what we refer to as pediatric age. Above 14, that is not pedophilia.
Okay.
You understand?
No. Hold on. Simba, it is in this country. Maybe where you are.
Not to use such certain words. Some certain trigger words here can trigger.
The P word. Yeah.
YouTube, please. Yeah, you know YouTube now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Simba, I get your point. But back then, actually, in the Christian community, it's well documented that Mary was around 12 years old when she was betrothed to Joseph. But I don't think they had any intercourse or anything to do with each other sexually. But the point here is that that's the tradition of the past, and in today's world, things have changed. You can't say medically that a child of 12 or 14 is an adult. You go to jail here. You know that.
Prince Daddy, what I'm saying, what I'm trying to say, I can never allow my children, my daughters, to get married at that age. They will not even think about it the way I will raise them. You understand? But what I'm saying is that whenever we are discussing issue like this, we should speak respectively of people, tradition, and belief. Do you understand what I'm saying? But the way we
I
talk,
get your point, but sometimes this tradition. Listen, okay, you're a medical doctor, so I'm not sure how much weight you give to female genital mutilation. You know that practice, right? When they do something to the female sexual organ, for whatever reason.
let me even tell you this. If you look back in the olden days, before you even see a girl menstruating, you will be getting to like 14, 15, 16. Nowadays, if you look at it, the children, they matured faster these days. They grow, they're even in size and even in kind of development.
Okay. Yeah.
You understand? By the age of
Hold on.
9 now, you see girls menstruating.
The body. Hold on a second. Hold on. The body of a child. Hold on 1 second. The body of a girl.
One voice, please. Yeah.
Yeah, Thomas. The body of a girl. Okay, it doesn't matter if it looks matured or not. Should not be the only justification for her to engage in sexual intercourse. I don't buy that.
Prince Daddy, a quick question for you. Sorry, a quick question. Why in America, some states say that if you are 16, you are mature enough to have children? And we know that a lot of girls in America are 16, they have their first baby. Please, can you just, all of you guys that are living in America, I want answers to this.
Remy, we can say that is promiscuous. Nobody
What
will
do you
tell
mean by
you.
that? What do you do understand the meaning of promiscuity?
Which English will I need to use?
Ìsọkúsọ ló ń sọ lẹ́nu náà. Ìsọkúsọ ló ń sọ lẹ́nu. Kí ni tó ń sọ lẹ́nu?
No.
That is waywardness now.
It's not. What do you mean by waywardness?
Well,
I'm
not sure. I'm not sure about that law. I mean, at 16, if you're pregnant, yes, you can have a child. At 15, people do have children here in America and around the world. That's not the point here. The point is the age limit. Okay, that constitutes an abuse of a child, of a minor, that you have to be careful about. That's what we're more concerned about here. And again, I would like to emphasize that because a girl, 12, 13, 14, whatever, looks matured because of her body, that should not be the only criteria for that girl to engage in sexual intercourse.
That should not be the yardstick now.
Prince Daddy, let me ask you a question. The people that put 18, if they come out today and say, okay, we are now using 15, what will you have against it?
The kind question. Look, sorry.
That's a good question, Simba. And to your point, actually, that law is gradually being introduced in other parts of our society, one way or another. Actually, yes, it is. So if they come back tomorrow, see, at the end of the day, it becomes the law of the land.
What I'm saying, that we should not take it like a sacred. So people just say, okay, let us take this age. It is not based on anything. You understand? If they come out today and say 14, all you people, you just take it as if it's a biblical word, and you will start obeying it. That's what I'm saying.
Simba, that is true, Simba.
Quick question. Baba, Prince Daddy. So, Dr. Simba, biologically, what would you prefer as a doctor?
What do you mean? What will I prefer as a doctor?
What age of a child?
What am I saying is that since you are saying we should leave age out of it, right? As a medical
Let me tell you this. I work even in area where this thing is predominant. The complications that people are afraid of, we have never seen one here because they have the developed medical system that can take care of it. Do you understand what I'm saying? In the olden days, when people used to deliver per vagina on their own, when they have, usually some of them at that time people are malnourished because they don't take care of their nutrition. Children don't grow as fast as they used to grow now. By the time you see a 12-year-old now, you will not even believe that girl is a 12-year-old girl. People used to have maybe some kind of stunted growth those days. And because of the improved nutrition and improved health service, you discover that even the age at which female now achieve maturity has reduced drastically by more than 5-6 years. So now what they're supposed to have done now, they just fixed that age as at that time. They're supposed to have reduced it, and you can see what the president is even talking now. Some states are reducing it now because the fear that time is no longer there. You understand? So that's what I'm saying.
Simba, you haven't answered my question now. You've not answered my question.
If you ask me, by age of 15, 16, there's no problem.
Simba, can I quickly come in, please?
Yeah, go on.
15, Simba, what are you saying? 15, 16, when they are still in secondary school. When they are still in secondary school.
What is it school that will determine when you get married?
Children do not go to school. They do not complete their secondary school education before they even get married.
Have you not seen people that are married and they are still going to school? So what do you
would you like your own child to
if I cannot allow my children to do that, that does not mean that you impose your own belief on other people.
No, which belief? We should have a country with the same law, and we should care for our children. We should support things to achieve.
hold on, please. I
Ajay,
think
are
where
you
Simba
sure
is
Simba
making
is a
mistake.
doctor?
No, you see where Simba is making mistake, right? Where Simba is making mistake is this. You're just looking at the you're just looking at the female gender only. So if you're going to
bá àwọn ará bí yẹn gbé púpọ̀ jù ló ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀
if you are
báyìí.
going to create, if you are going to go that low, Simba, right? You have to understand that you are going that low for both male and female. So it means that a 16 years old boy can just get a 16 years old girl pregnant. Do you understand the consequences? Look at that. Look at that match right there.
What do you mean by is that a age for a man not to? Well, you know, this thing is only about female. If you decide to marry at the age of 17 as a man, is there any law that say you cannot get married?
Hold on, Simba. Hold on. So
no, not say hold on. I'm asking you a question.
What of maturity?
No,
maturity.
no. Question. The question I'm asking you.
Of course,
if you
there are
decide
laws.
to marry as a man,
there are laws that say
that you cannot get married as a man at the age of 16.
Of course. Have you been to
Yeah,
the
male, female? No, there's no law. There's no law that says that.
Registry to fill a marriage form?
Well, yes, you have to have an approval of a guardian or a parent.
Let me tell you, there are two different things. Let me wait. That's what you call consent, and that's what you call assent. You understand? Even in medicine, you as a minor, you can assent for an operation. You can assent to so many medical procedures. What assent means that you just need the backing of your parents to just back it, and that's all.
Well, that's what I said. You need an approval.
Let me tell you, don't let us generalize. We are talking about a place where we have so many laws in this world. Western world law is different from Islamic law. If Islamic law allows such a thing, then and that is what they use in their own region, then so be it. So why are we crying over it?
Okay, Simba, let's do one thing. It's always important. I always say
just get me right. I'm just trying.
Does that make it right?
Simba, that's not this discussion now.
Let me ask a question from Simba. For 14 years old to be married off, do you think is physically good and mentally good for that child at 14 years old? Physically and mentally, is it good for her?
You know what you people supposed to be talking about? You are not supposed to be condemning the way you are condemning. You're supposed to
answer that question first. Answer that question first.
Get me clear.
Yeah, a medical doctor.
I'm not promoting. Wait. I'm not promoting.
No, answer that question first. So, physically and mentally, is it good for that child?
No.
No. Okay.
Yeah,
Why do we want some people, in a country, in this modern world, to keep practicing this, slavery?
Barbaric act.
It's a barbaric act.
This is what they practice in northern Nigeria.
This is insane.
And
it's insane. We should condemn it. What is not good is not good. Mentally, it's not good. Physically, it's not good. Why do you want to keep something like for a child, a minor?
Okay. Let me see
because Simba is approaching this matter from a medical point of view only. He is not trying to look at the other aspect that, like you said, the mental and the psychological aspect of it. Those are really equally as important, if not more important, than the body of the girl, if she can carry the baby or not.
Yeah. Okay. Simba, you didn't answer my question, the one I posed to you earlier on. Okay. You said
I said by age of 15, 16. I mentioned I answered your question.
Yeah, but hold on a sec. Now,
okay,
you're looking at it from a religious background, okay, which is understandable.
I'm not. Let me tell you what I'm saying is that when some people, if they believe, you don't have any right to condemn anybody's belief. That's what
no one is condemning.
No, that's what people are doing. That's what you are doing, and that's why you are saying barbaric is
does that make them right?
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right?
Even within our own community there in Nigeria, we still have some culture that we don't even like. we know about some tribe where they said they used to use their wife to even to entertain visitors. Will you consider one as good? Do you understand? So what do you want to what you people should realize is this: if you want
Hold
to
on,
talk
Simba,
about this kind
you're
of
going everywhere, Simba. I presented to you also the point here is that correction my 1 second, please. So the point here is that look,
kilo something.
see, not
Okay, please,
all
ask your question.
not all
Ibi tí rational
cultural
mind ti
practices,
ordain nìyẹn, ibi tó ti ordain rational mind nìyẹn.
not all
Ibi tó ti
cultural
fi
practices
ìyàwó tó fi tọrọ ẹ pé kó fi ṣe èèyàn lálejò.
are good. Guys, let me land. Not all cultural practices are good, right? You know, I mentioned to you earlier about female genital mutilation, and I don't think you support that. Maybe I could be wrong, and because you know what they did in the past in the Bible days, were right, were according to that time, and you mentioned also earlier that hey, back then they were malnourished, they didn't have the right body, this and that. You mentioned some good points why it was not conducive for young girls back then to easily have babies given today's environment where they have medical facilities to make it much easier. But my point here is that so some things have been practiced in the past, and it's been ingrained in people's culture and tradition. It doesn't make it right. Not at all. It doesn't make it right. So it is the job of today's leaders, people, you know, to be able to to you, you said 18 is arbitrary law that they pass for children. Maybe so, but that's where we understand it to have a starting point. Tomorrow, if they change it,
Prince Daddy, let me ask you: will you even allow your daughter to marry at that age 18?
Can we know, Prince Daddy? Can you tell us how?
No, question. No. Let me just let him answer my question. Prince Daddy, will you allow your daughter to get married at age 18?
One voice, yeah.
At 18, no, not 18. I mean, she's still in school, going to college, you know.
That is it. It's an arbitrary age.
Contribution,
Prince
please.
Daddy, I want to ask you a question.
No, but it is arbitrary.
Even that 18 that they set for us, I will not allow my daughter to get married at that 18.
Prince Daddy, can you tell us how old was
Because
Mary?
I still believe that at that age, she's not matured enough.
Prince Daddy, can you tell us the age of the mother of Jesus Christ when he got he has him? How old is how old? Can you tell us? Is it 16?
They said 12,
Thomas,
13.
Thomas, can I come in, please?
How old was he? 12, 13?
Let them land that conversation. Then you come in there. Progressive. Yeah.
Please, thank you, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, my understanding was around 12 years old, 12.
My God.
But I got to keep in mind that that's a unique circumstance. In terms,
We've had a girl that had a baby at 9 years old in modern world now, at 9 years.
Really?
So,
okay.
Yeah, really at 9 years old. I read the report.
The youngest mother in the world is 5.5 years old. If you don't know.
Huh? Somewhere.
Yeah. So
who did
do you
that
know
thing?
what do you know what we call precocious puberty? You will see a 2-year-old girl already has menstruating and has breast already because it's an hormonal imbalance. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So it is a record. It's only, and then if you look at then another thing you have to know.
Pregnant?
Another thing that you have to know that right from
Hold
time
on,
immemorial.
Dr. Sinbad,
Okay.
how does that make a 5.5-year-old pregnant, even though they have puberty at a young age? So the question is, who's sleeping with her? That's the question.
That's what I'm saying. Who is sleeping
Is that a crime?
You know now. Don't let us mention what happened now.
Small boy now. Don't you have a lot of children?
Progressive.
We have a lot of adults that are sleeping with younger girls now. What are we talking about?
Yeah, a lot of children. You will see even some people sleeping with us as little as under 2 years old. They are so crazy in the head.
So,
Thomas,
thank you very much.
Yeah, progressive.
Yeah, thank you very much. I joined this program since around 12 o'clock last night, and
in the watch time.
one man was giving one man was given 8 minutes. Before I get to my 8 minutes, somehow I was I don't know if I
in
would
the
say my
dreamland.
I don't know if I would say my network or something. I was out of the room. Then before you know it, the room was full. Then I was listening to everybody. I actually wanted to contribute to the contribution to the
Discussion.
session yeah, to this topic earlier, because the issue of that landmark and that coastal highway. Look, I have my own uh issue when it comes to that coastal highway. It's not whether it is viable or whether will the country need it. Those are not my issues. It's a fantastic project, but I have personal belief, right, that Baba Jaliko is here. We talked about it some weeks ago. So I have personal belief that that road is being built, and I believe that it will just they will only build the Lagos section. So that is my belief. That is not my issue. Uh, but every other problem they are talking about when it comes to that road is not. I don't really care about. I think it's a fantastic project if they actually finishes it. But my issue is I don't think they will finish it. I think they just want to use it to open that Lagos space the more. So having said that, I went
Sorry,
to
progressive. Before you
No,
begin,
let him land. Let him land, Remy. Hold on.
hold on,
He
Remy,
just
please.
start talking. Let him land,
Yeah,
please.
I
Please,
will
I'm
say
sorry.
that,
Yeah.
right? I last year I went to Agadir in Morocco for holiday. So I visited the beachfront there. There were people doing businesses. None of them asked me money to access the beachfront. Okay, there's a way the place is sectioned. People have restaurants, bar, hotels on one side. There's a road. You go the other side, and then you have access to the beach. I went to Malaga in Spain. Okay, I didn't have to pay to access the beachfront. So we got to a position now
If you come
whereby
to
somebody,
Australia, you don't need to pay to
yeah,
access the
so
beach.
we got to a point now whereby in your own country, right? This is how that is how dumb some people have become in that country. Tribalistic bigotry have eaten into some people's fiber that they don't even want to see any form of logic or any form of they don't have any self thinking in their head anymore. Somebody went and manipulate the system, okay, corrupt the system to be able to have to a beachfront that is supposed to be of the public. Somehow you're able to buy it off, then start charging ordinary Nigerians, right, for them to have access to what is ordinarily for everybody. Look, even if the coastal road project was not happening at all, I would be happy that the government demolished those things out of that place. To be honest with you, even if the coastal road was not going to happen, I will be glad that the government just go there and remove every goddamn idiot that is doing that nonsense in that place. You can set up your business, right? You can set up your business somewhere and don't deny people access just because you think you have some influences within government or you can manipulate the system. No,
And you
this
have
is the
money, or
problem.
you have money.
Yeah, this is the problem we have in that country. And you have people here because the man is from certain region of the country. Some idiot came here. They came here this morning was saying.
What are you talking about, Progressive? What are you talking about?
Let me just finish.
Can you
Please.
let him land, please?
Some idiot
Let him
came here
talk
today and
now.
start saying, "Oh, some people are coward." Okay, you are not coward. You sat in your house in the United States. You buy your own ticket and go to the Nigeria and go and start the war. Since you are calling for war, you buy your own ticket and go and lead the
I
war.
remember now. You are talking about that lunatic.
This idiot, this coward people come here and they start talking nonsense. And you say, oh, these guys are coward. They should do this. They should say war. You buy ticket, gather your own enemy AK-47 or whatever. You go and start the war and see. You call people coward, whereas you are the biggest among all of them. I was just trying.
Progressive. That guy is a lunatic now.
It's not a lunatic. It's an idiot. It's a coward. Okay, we have to. I was going to. That was why I asked him when he was talking today. What tribe are you? He said I should shut up. I just didn't want to interrupt the session. Okay, if I wanted to interrupt the session, are you not from the same tribe? So why don't you go and lead whatever you want them to lead over there? This is what these people do, and people just keep quiet. Look, it is time people start talking to these people
especially, I'm not saying the tribe as a whole. I'm saying those ones who go on social media space to carry out this their nonsense bigotry, to carry out this. Look at what the other one said today, that they are using David Umahi against his tribe. And these guys would openly tell you that they are not tribal, bigots, they are not. These are hypobians to the team, and they get angry when you call them hypobians. No, you have to start calling it what it is, man. Okay, it's nonsense, it's stupidity. Look, I told one, I was trying to get one man attention today. These things, you can't. If I know you say it's a monologue, people can just talk for it. No, you have to cure those diseases as their first strain. If we start to go back and talk about history, about the land grabbing expedition that some people went into, okay, we just kept quiet. It's not like we are stupid. We're not stupid. We understand.
But then you kept quiet too when during the election, when some people were saying that some Machuku, they don't come and vote. We didn't hear your voice.
So how did you know I kept quiet when some people were saying Mama Chuku?
Because on this platform, I know.
Yeah, how did you know? How did you know I kept quiet? So I can criticize Mama Chuku this comment.
I'm not saying, but now you're being one-sided.
I can criticize Mama Chuku this comment. Then I can also criticize.
You're being one-sided.
No, I've never been one-sided. I criticize all sides.
Come on, progressive. I know you very
criticize
well.
all sides. Look, I have no affiliation to those people you're talking about, so I have no reason.
You have any affiliation.
I have no reason to keep quiet. I criticize all sides. If it's wrong on this side, it's wrong.
But I never heard you criticize the other side.
It's wrong. You cannot say I criticize one side, whereas that is what you do every time.
Because I know you are.
That is what you do. That is what you do every time. You, when it's one side that favors you, you keep quiet. When it's the side that you don't like,
what side favors me?
Of course, you know the side that favors you. I don't know. I don't want to put it.
I'm not for any of them. I'm not for any of them. I criticize
you know the side that favors you.
I'm against bigotry. That's what I'm saying.
A man who was a governor for a state that is 4,000.
You digress and hold on. Rashomon took you off your track. That's what it does. But hold on, Rashomon. To the question you asked about this guy, this guy that built on the private on the beachfront. So I have two questions, I think. So number one, I think what the guy did is nothing new in Nigerian context, in the Nigerian space. The people with money or wealth always abuse others. Okay, one. And number two.
Are you still there, People's Daddy?
And number two.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, number two. The way people respond, the people in support of the guy or their tribe, that's another question. That's another question. They can react and express themselves, but what the man did is, to me, I'm not supporting what he did. He just took advantage of what is available to him. So, and which is nothing. He's not the first person to do it. In fact, many people from all across the country, all tribes, they've done it one way or another.
Yeah, but regardless of the tribe, you have to call it out and say what this man did is wrong. That is not as look.
Here you go. Because you went to Lagos, you don't even understand what is going on that beach there. Elegushi, hold on, Elegushi. What's it called? All those beaches there. There are Yoruba guys who collect money. They collect gate fee before you can even step into the beach.
Are you sleeping?
Why are you not being one-sided, dude? Why are you doing this?
Are you sleeping?
You are here. You sound like maybe you're not for any of them, but you are criticizing one person.
Sleeping? No, are you sleeping? Did you just say what I said? I said, where do you pay before you access the beach? Did I not ask that question?
Yes. I was talking about Australia too.
But you make it sound that
regardless of who is collecting the money, it's wrong. That's what I'm saying. I will say to you that even without the road, they should remove it. Look, rational mind, I'm sure you've been on holidays, right? You've accessed beaches in different places. How does it work?
You have free access to the beach, yeah.
Exactly. So what are you? I should not have to pay anybody a gate fee. I should not have to pay anybody any form of fee to access the beach.
Hold on. You said, when you were saying at the beginning, you said this guy, the landmark guy, and because he has influence, he prevented people from being able to access the beachfront in front of his property. That's what you said. That's what I heard you. I said maybe I didn't hear you very well.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Somebody came here.
That's what I'm saying. You're sleeping.
No, I'm not sleeping because I think I heard you. Well, I said maybe I didn't hear you
No,
very
you
well.
cannot. If
But
you,
I'm
he
saying
said that
that's
you
what I think
hear
you
me
said.
or you didn't hear me. There's nothing like I think I hear you. He said that you hear me or you didn't hear me.
So what are you saying? What because
So
the way you
what
sounded,
I
you sounded
said
one-sided.
was that what I said, I started by saying I went to Agada in Morocco, I went to Malaga, I've been to places and I've attended the beach. And I've said I've never seen a situation whereby somebody use their take advantage or to influence the system to corridor the beach to themselves. Do you understand that?
Akim, even in this Australia, beach is open 24 hours. Nobody can stop you. No, they didn't even sell it to anybody. It's free for anybody.
You can
Beach
people go to
front.
the beach in the evening to just go and relax.
You can do your party. There is barbecue there. You can make your barbecue. There is fire there. There is gas. There is it's for everybody. Nobody pay for access the beach anywhere.
We say we want to fix Nigeria, but we want to fix it in a way that suits our own narrative.
Yeah, but I'm
It doesn't
asking you,
work.
who are you referencing when you said the beach was not made accessible to people? Who are you referencing then?
I was talking specifically. I was talking to the landmark project.
There you go. Yeah, you go specifically to landmark. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So if there are
why
other,
are you singling out
hold on,
landmark when I said
hold on one second.
hold on.
No, you hold on 1 second.
Come on, when you don't
If
even
there
anything,
are
you just
other,
want to
listen to me. If there are other people that are doing the same thing, the same action should be meant upon them as well. It is not just the one I know is the landmark guy. So, and he is the one that has been coming out on the media space and be very vocal about the thing as if he is doing something very right, as if he has done something lawful. Okay, go. You just look at the picture.
Why the fixation on him alone? Why the fixation on him?
Look at the picture of that investment. Right? Look at the picture. There's a swimming pool. There's a swimming pool in. You can see those pictures. There's a swimming pool, not even how many meters away from the rivers, from the waters. I mean.
Okay, I think there's a distinction. I don't have a problem. People, if you charge the public for using the beachfront or whatever,
in front of his property, the beachfront in front of his property.
Hold on. If if somebody mentioned the Legushi restaurant mine that they charge people to go to the beach, but that's to the public, meaning that anybody that's willing to hold on, anyone willing to pay,
you have to pay.
Anyone willing to pay, it doesn't matter. It goes to it's the general public thing. They charge a fee and you can go to the beach if you want to. Okay, if they use that money for whatever reason to maintain the beach or pay the people that security or whatever, that is fine. But this guy we're talking about here is a business owner that occupy a private beachfront. Okay, and for anyone to be able to use that facility, they have to go through him. So it's more like exclusive, not to the general public. There's a distinction there. Okay,
the other parts of the beach, he didn't occupy all the whole beach on that beach on the Atlantic Ocean there. The one in front of his property, that's the one he manages. And so if you want to come to his resort,
but does he have the right? Does he have the right to do so?
I don't know. Whatever it is, we can criticize that because the question we should be asking is, what is Lagos State looking at when they allowed him to do that for long?
What transpired is not what you guys are narrating. It's very simple.
So what is it? You want to spin the narrative again?
Listen, the beachfront belongs to the federal government. That part of the beachfront is not property of Landmark. Landmark went ahead and sublet it to other people illegally, collecting money from them. It's not the owner of that water spot they are playing there. It's subletted to them and he collected money from them. And because of their human face, Tinubu government compensated those guys. So what he has done is illegal. He's supposed to be prosecuted for that. It's not part of his property at all. That's what we are saying here. So don't let us disrupt it. It's as simple.
I don't know what is. I don't know why this fixation on the land.
So in other words, it was illegally collecting taxes or levies on behalf of the government, which is highly illegal.
That only applies to the beachfront in front of his property. Because he has a resource center.
How do you mean only in front of his property?
What are you talking about? We are telling you
hold on. If you go to Legushi, you go to what's it called? other part of the beach that span across that Lagos
So
shoreline there.
what? So
He
what
doesn't
you are
collect.
saying now
He
is
doesn't
it what he's doing? Is it right? I mean, why are you defending him?
hold on. You want to ask me the legality of it or the rightfulness of it? What is Lagos State who collects tax from it? Mind you, hold on. What is Lagos State looking at when the Elegushi and the what's it called, the king there? What's that their king there? All those boys collecting money in his behalf for those beachfronts there, and they give them money, and they
Rational
always
mind.
give to Lagos State.
No.
So why are they,
Affluent currency.
hold on.
Hold on.
Why
Did
are they not?
they Elegushi
Can
hold
you
on?
allow
Did
me
they
speak?
hold on?
Can
Did they
you allow
build
me
a
speak?
facility?
Let me land.
Will you
Let
be
me land.
talking?
Let me land.
Answer the
Let me
question.
land.
To your
I'm
question.
not going to listen to you. Now
Did
let
they
me land.
build an edifice? Did they build a facility, a resort there, and they collect money?
That's
Answer
what I'm
that question.
saying. You don't know how that beachfront business runs. Kuramo there, before you can even access Kuramo Beach, there are those boys, Alaye boys there. They are all Yorubas for the most part. They will collect money from you before you can go in there.
So why did their tribe
We know
matter
that.
to you?
We know that. Did they build a facility, a resort?
I'm mentioning their tribe so that you know that landmark
It's
is not
irrelevant.
Why did their
It's
tribe
irrelevant.
matter to
even
you?
the kings. He said what?
Why do their tribe matters to you?
Okay, now this is why the tribe matters to me, because your fixation, because when I was accusing you, said you were going somewhere without your narrative when you were saying, oh, they took up the beachfront to themselves. I know you were talking to landmark because you talk about certain person, somebody who came here who was ranting, and you say it's
Yeah,
from one
because
particular.
so
Hold
you
on.
see,
It's from.
you see your
Can I
problem,
talk? Can I
National Man.
land? Can I
You
land?
don't listen.
Can I land? It's from a
Yeah,
particular
land
tribe.
your aeroplane.
Oh, come on. Can we hear ourselves out so that I don't
Yeah, I think you
misconstrue
should
you?
land. I think you should land.
No, I've not landed. You can say I'm landed. Then when you have to talk that, you have to talk the opposite of what I said. But you won't allow me
I
to
think
speak.
you should land.
Okay, all right. So I said when I was
And before you like, rational mind. What kind of service those people in Elegushi? Hold on a second.
How long are we going to be doing this?
What kind of service did they provide to the public? Did they clean the beach after the people use it? They must be doing something with that fee.
Okay. To answer your question, Prince Daddy, you take a trip to Lagos and go to those. I don't know, maybe they are still there now, but then that is what they do. Those kings, those ballets along that coastal line there, they have their money, they collect their costs. Some Lagos State officials, which I know even maybe they give some money to Lagos State, they are also in the know as to what these guys do with those beachfronts. When you go there, you have to pay gate fee. Kuramo, I know of Kuramo very well. Elegushi Omiokun, I know of that one very well. What's his name? Any of those beaches there that they privatize. There are some
You
beaches
don't
along
know
that
a
shoreline.
jack, rational mind. You have gone to Nigeria more than 10 years ago. You are saying you know all of these places.
What are you talking about? This guy, would you please listen? Would you please listen? I was in
Yes,
Nigeria.
you land. National Mind, land.
I was in Nigeria last year. Come on. Let me land, please. You see, when interject, I won't go anywhere. So my point is this: when you were talking about, oh, you went to Casablanca, you went to Rabat or whatever, and you were able to access the beachfront, it's free. Yes, it's free in most part of the world. But in Nigeria, you were saying, oh, somebody just took over the beach to himself. I knew you were talking about landmark because you said somebody from his tribe came here and it was bringing fire and brimstone here, saying that, oh, they should burn down the country, they should fight, and the Yoruba people are cowards, all those kind of things. I know where you were going with that narrative. That was why I said you were being one-sided in that thing, because there are also those ballets, those obas on that coastal line there. Even the Lagos State, they are in the know. They collect money from people to access those beach there. And you didn't criticize those ones because you saw landmark, because landmark had issue with the federal government. Now you have to make it like, oh, it's tribal now, right? Because somebody came here. Come on, let's
Okay.
stop it.
One second. So in Mexico, Cancun, right? That resort place, they have a bunch of nice, resorts and hotels right at the beachfront right there. And not anybody can go there. And they have become a kind of a demarcated partition, right? So if you go to one hotel, they have the entire beachfront. You can only go to the resort to access that point. The adjacent hotels, the people that go there can't necessarily come on the other side into the area that's been demarcated. So my point here is that yes, these are private businesses occupying beachfront that belongs to the public. But guess what? They have the right to do so because I guarantee you that they're paying taxes and they're paying fees. Okay, so it's not always the case that a public beach can be freely accessed by everyone. Not at all. Not at all.
Okay, so rational mind. Rational mind.
If they go to Casablanca and get and access the beach for freely, that is fine. But it's not always the same everywhere.
Okay, so President, hold on 1 second. Rational mind, right? This is the problem with you. So if you had followed this session from the beginning and you listen to Pansat submission, you would have understood my comment very well. But because you did not listen to Pansat submission, I didn't want to mention his name, to be honest with you. Okay, so when this issue came up, this is Pansat submission. Okay, so that you get clarity as to where my own submission came from this morning. So Pansat was saying that the Igbos are coward. Okay, he was saying the Igbos, not me. He said the Igbos are coward. He said they are destroying their businesses, they are destroying their properties. That this is war. That they have to go into war. That their ancestors went into war. Like, come on. Do you understand where my submission come from now? So it is not me that is making it tribal. I'm just saying that look, what the guy did, in my own opinion, was wrong. Okay, regardless of what tribe it is, if you break the law, if you do wrong, you should be called out for doing wrong, not for you to now start carrying out tribal sentiment. I'm not the one who's calling people coward. It was Pansat who was saying the Igbos are coward, that they have to go into war. They are scared to go into war. So, and I'm saying that he sits down in America calling for people to go to war. I saw Ukrainians from every part of the world buying tickets to go to their country to go and join the war. Okay, so you start where you are. You are hiding there, eating burger with your big nose. Okay, calling for people in your own land to go to war. Is that not the height of cowardice?
But Akim, I know you know that. Pansat goes to war for everything. He goes to war for the election. He calls for war. Anything that he doesn't like, he calls for
No, I'm just making
war.
it so that rational mind understands it wasn't me that was bitched, because every time I was talking, he keep talking about, oh, these people were Yoruba. Look, regardless of who is doing anything wrong, I don't care who the hell you are. You should be held accountable for it. That is my own principle. I don't care what tribe you are, what God you worship. I don't give a damn about that. You know why? Because I live in a world whereby this is how it operates. Doesn't matter who you are. You do wrong, the law visits you. Okay? And until we get to that point. But when this is happening, look, even they are making the ministers, they're even trying to make adjustments, make realignment to save people's property. We in that country, somebody will just go and sell a land like that, it's not yours. Like, people will just the level of illegality that runs that country, people that work in government will be compromised. Like, everybody just compromise everybody. So when you come back years and try to rectify those stupidity, then you start saying, oh, it's because I'm from this tribe, oh, it's because I'm this religion, oh, it's because I'm from, like, it's nonsense, man. You knew what you was doing at the beginning. Okay, you took advantage of the corruptness in the system. You cannot complain when the law visits you.
I agree with you. If it's all that's where you're going. It's just the tangent. I mean, the angle you were going with that was what I thought. But it's okay. I think I understand you. But it's just one thing I just like to us do is when we criticize, let's just criticize both people.
Good
also
morning, guys. Good morning.
of the same crime. Yeah. Somebody wants to speak?
Yeah, it's me. Good morning, Rational Man.
Oh, good morning.
Rational Man, sorry, I came in purposely because of you.
Really?
Yeah, I heard you talking.
Yeah,
I heard you talking about Kurama Beach. I asked a question for you. Does Kurama Beach still exist? Do you know anything about Kurama Beach?
Back then, years ago.
Hold on, Rational Man. It's just a simple yes or no question. Is it still existing? Because I heard you.
I don't think so.
Okay, so why are you not bringing in Kurama Beach that is not existing? So why shall I bring it down?
Okay. Because I
There's
know,
nothing like Kurama Beach. And I heard you talking about the Obas on the island, and the Bale on the island are taking money from people going into the beach. But this beach belongs to them now. It's their land, belongs to them.
Okay.
It's not Lagos, it's not federal property.
Okay, so here you go. It's their land, it belongs to them. So somebody was telling us here, hold on, somebody was telling us here that like we know that the beachfront, anything from 30, I mean, can I land?
Yeah, go
Let me land
ahead. I'm the one asking you question now.
Okay,
Let me talk now. You've been talking all this one.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, there are some parts of the beach that belong to the government. Yeah, there are some part, probably the front or whatever. But what I came to ask is that you just don't speak what you don't know. They are talking about landmark. They are talking about Kurama Beach. It's two different things. Last time I was hearing the talking about Lagos State government want to take land because people don't have CFO. Where in the world do you see that any government take people's land back because they don't have CFO? Where in the world?
Can I attempt at your question now, because I need to go to bed because I've been working.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So what I know is that anything from the beach to the ocean, the federal government owns it. Whatever concession the federal government has had with some traditional rulers to have access to that sea, or I don't know. And this same land that we're talking about, some of those lands there were even sold by these bales, these obas. They sold it to them. So if these obas, hold on. I can't. You say what? Go on, please. What did you say?
No, I said nobody's disputing that now. That they said the land to the landmark guy. Nobody's arguing that now. There's no contention.
Because somebody
about
was saying here. Why I'm saying that is because somebody said here that because he annexed that beachfront in front of his property.
Yes, of course. Everybody knows that. Yes, of course. That's why the guy cannot take them to court or like fight them. Everybody knows that now.
Okay, so what happened to those ones that the bales they own, that like the Elegushi of Elegushi, the one that he owns, because private beach, is he going to lose it too?
Yeah, but I don't think the construction is going all the way to Elegushi. I don't think so.
It's not going to head to Elegushi. You see it?
I don't think so.
So it's not going to head to Elegushi. So why can't they give him that construction?
Hold on. Do you know Lagos State very well? Do you know all these islands very well?
I would say I know it very well, but I was born in Lagos.
Okay.
And I know
how many? Okay. Sorry. How many beaches do you think is on that? How many beaches do you think?
I have no idea. I know there are several of them.
Do you want me to start naming them for you?
Oh, well, you can go on.
Okay. There is Malebo Beach. There is I think Kurama Beach is gone. There is Bar Beach. Yeah. There is Alpha. There is Alpha Beach. There is this resort too. The old one. Like
Eleko Beach.
No, there's Eleko Beach. There's like I can go on and on. So probably the Elegushi land, the government is not getting there. But this land man, whatever, why is he going tribal? And you're trying to bring in something that is not adding up. We are talking about landmark, you are talking about Kurama Beach.
Kabiru, if you followed me here, said maybe you don't want to.
I follow you very well.
If you follow me, except you're not listening to me with a biased mind. You understand my position on this?
No, I'm not biased. You are the one that is biased.
I'm not saying you're biased. Hold on now. I'm on Yafra Ballet now. I'm not saying you're biased. I'm saying except you are listening to me with a biased mind, but which you said you don't. But I want to assume you like. I want to take you by your word. Now, my position on this is because of where I stand.
That's why you always accuse everybody that come against you. Not that everybody listens to you.
Okay. This is not accusation now. So. I'm just saying.
Why do you don't even know me? Why do you say I'm
calm down now? You know you're going to now. I don't
I'm
know
not
you.
Fighting
I don't know
you.
you. I think I'm talking to
I know
you.
If you don't know me, I know you very well. I know you very well.
You can say you know me on this platform, but you don't know
me.
You're
always against our father in Lagos State now. You're always against Tinubu. You said
well, that's my political views here. But you don't know me outside this place. But let me just land. My point is this.
I know you. Through your word, actually, I know you now. So what do you want to tell me?
Yeah, okay,
You know?
Mutibo.
You don't speak about what you don't know. So me, I'm a Lagosian.
No, I'm not
You
speaking
always
about what I don't
go
know.
like
It's
you
what I
always go
know. Hold
against
on,
us.
hold on.
Anything we
Hold
did
on.
in
That
Lagos State, you
those
go
beach is
against us.
there. Can I land? Can I land?
Yeah,
Some
go
of those
ahead, go
that
ahead, go
the
ahead.
beach there, some of the balance there, I have them as friends. They are
Okay,
great
name the
grandsons.
one, name them.
Hold
Is
on
it
now.
Bolaho? Is he Said? Is it we name them now? Who are those
No, I'm not
our
going to name
friends
them for my own
that
privacy.
give
For
you
my own
money?
privacy, hold on. For my own privacy, I'm not going to name them. I'm not going to name anybody.
Okay.
But I
Okay.
have them. Even that
Okay.
Kurama, I know one of them. Even the guy one of the guys
That's
there.
why I stop talking about Kuramo. There's no more Kuramo. Kuramo go down like 15, 14 years.
Dude, would you calm
brought
down?
it
Would you
down.
calm down? Would you calm down? Would you calm down? I'm
Yeah,
telling you
I don't
people
want
that
you
I
to be
know.
talking about
I know.
Kuramo Beach. There's nothing like Kuramo Beach.
Dude, I'm gonna leave if you're not gonna listen to if you're not gonna have a
I'm listening to you now. If you want to go, you can go. I just come to debunk all your
No, you're not debunking
arguments.
anything. You're not debunking anything.
I am, but you are talking
No, you're
about
not
Kuramo Beach
debunking
as
anything.
if it's still existing.
You are not
Kuramo
debunking
Beach is not
anything.
existing now.
No,
I
you're
am
not
just
debunking
debunking
anything.
now. Rational
All
mind.
I'm saying, you see, this is what you people do. You do selective listening.
Which people?
No, I mean,
You're
when
not
I
from
mean you
Lagos
people,
State.
you're
So,
one of them.
always talking.
Kabiru, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you
Go
when
ahead,
when Fashola demolished those Kuramo structure, did anybody complain like what they are
It's
complaining?
because it's all Yoruba people using it. It's Yoruba people using it, and they know it's illegal. Nobody's taking money from them. They are just using it for free, and they're like they are not maintaining the beach. If you go Kurama Beach in the night, they will rob you. It's criminality going on there during the time of Kurama Beach. This is where we always go now. If you are from the island, you will go to Kurama Beach. So what is your rational mind? Kurama Beach is not even existing. You are not even supposed to be talking about it anymore. So why are you making
So
argument?
when it was demolished, nobody complained. Nobody came out to say that.
I thought they don't even give them notice. They just spend one day.
What is this guy? What are you doing? What are you doing? This guy, Kabir, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? If I use Kuramo, I'm only drawing a parallel.
No, I'm talking to Hakim, my rational mind. I'm not. Hakim is asking me a question now. What do you say? Why do you say what I'm
You're asking a question, but it seems like you're being combative with your question because
no,
if you answer, you allow me to answer your question.
Okay,
You allow me to answer your question.
You use Kuramo as an example here several times, and you
So what's the point? What's the problem?
You even told Prince Daddy that or Thomas that you went to Nigeria last year. That was what you said.
Nigeria. I live in Canada, but I'm in Nigeria for over 1 year now. There's nothing like Kuramo. I live in Canada, but I'm in Nigeria for over 1 year.
I did not mention Kuramo here. I mentioned Elegushi.
What did you just say? You said I came in purposely because you are talking about Kuramo Beach.
Dude, would you calm down? Would you calm down? Let me speak. Let me speak.
I'm not fighting you now. You talk now. I'm talking with Hakim.
I did not mention only Kuramo here. I mentioned Elegushi. And maybe I should have mentioned that.
Can you play back and you can
hear
yourself?
Oh, come on, dude. I'm not going to answer your question if you don't allow me to finish what I'm trying to say. And then you asked me, you came in here, you asked me.
There's no difference between you and Peter Obi.
Thomas,
I'm telling you, rational mind. You are the same thing with Peter Obi. You know, you play with people intelligent, rational mind.
Is Thomas still there? Hello, Thomas. Thomas, if you're not there, if you're there, there's nobody talking again. You can either end the session.
Who said nobody stop? Who said nobody stop? Where you guys come? Better everybody better come.
Where did you resurrect from?
I've been in the background listening to you guys. All those liars. They will come here and start telling lies.
Nonsense talkers, man. Come here and speak nonsense and talk about.
Yesterday, when I was facing Pansa, you guys were nowhere to be found.
One man, I don't know why one man kind of put me out of it.
Everybody, one man ran away.
You
ran away. Oh, you were listening yesterday. You didn't come to my rescue with that lunatic.
I know now. Pansat is always Pansat now. What do you want to explain to Pansat? Pansat is a really good man now. So not different between him and National Mind now. Because right now, National Mind was talking about Kurama Beach and he said he's not talking anything about Kurama. I purposely called him because he was talking about Kurama Beach. And so definitely he doesn't even know anything about that Kurama wherever.
He's lying. He didn't go to anywhere in Nigeria last year. You don't know that guy. Everything.
It's
So
probably he hasn't
No,
been home in
Pastor earlier
decades.
was saying that really won me. It won me, Like like he said,
Akim,
he was saying.
sorry to cut you short. I don't know why one man always allow these people to go away with their lives. Like there was a time I was probably last week or early this week. Ekene was bold, he was shouting. They want to take our land because we don't have CFO. I was like, what is this guy talking about? Which government does that because you don't have CFO? They will come and take your land. I built my house in Abuja. It's really like 90% of the houses here in Abuja, they don't have CFO. No government. They only have global CFO, which the Omoniless have. You know, like if you want to buy a land, you are supposed to know the title of the land before you go to buy them. And you guys don't know this. You just go, you buy land. At the end of the day, maybe this land is a reserve land for a Greek or it's a government land. You guys don't know. You just go there, you start the building, and government come and say, okay, this house was not supposed to be here. And you started shouting, oh, because you don't have CFO. I was like, one man, you are giving this guy too much chance to talk line a platform and go away with it.
So even Ekene was talking earlier. He said they are spending money to build coastal highway. That they're not fixing any of the road, any of the federal roads. Say all of the federal roads are bad. First of all, like this is why I was so pissed off when I was taken out of the platform. I don't know if it was network issue or something. That third mainland bridge is a federal road. Okay, that third mainland bridge is a federal road. There are a lot of you've seen David Umahi on YouTube on videos where he cross carpeting around the country, visiting construction sites where they are working on federal roads. You see all of these things. I will send all these videos to one man.
That Benin Sapele Road, federal government is fixing it already. That one is they are fixing it already.
Look, that one is they are even doing it concrete. They are doing it concrete road now. They are making it.
I'm going to come here and lie. And
they are making it concrete road.
I wanted to show him a video. Yeah, maybe one man just shared it. They just add this way in the beginning of.
They are making it concrete road, and just because they are building the coastal highway, I have my reservation about it. But that doesn't mean you're saying they are not all our roads are bad. Look, you live in Lagos. When you leave Lagos, you go to the east. Have you been? Has it been anywhere in the north?
Sorry to cut you short. Sorry. I started wondering why is it that Ekene or people from the southeast they always come here talk about demolishing house in Lagos State or Southwest, but this thing is going on everywhere. Even in the east, in Anambra, Soludo is demolishing house in Enugu, in Imo. I just saw some videos, some clips on Facebook, bringing people.
Yeah, even
people are not talking about it.
Demolishing big, even more than Lagos.
I don't get it. Like I don't know why these people are just like they are just like this. You know, and this guy, the commissioner for environment or whatever, I said, if they break down your house and you have a proper document, come out with it. We will compensate you. None of them have shows. No single clip of a man that shows
even
that
the Lagos. They even come out to say members of that Lagos state government, okay, their house was demolished.
Local chairman, local government chairman on the Etiosa, they break down his 4 houses. Sitting local government chairman. They demolish his 4 houses on the Etiosa, not just small houses, mansions. You don't hear these people come out to be. It's only like I don't get people like Ekene will just come here and start telling lies, like, and one man we allow them to go away with it. But anyway, it's not surprise to me. Ekene like come here to say that you want to see forensic whatever of this lady that shit in exam in Anambra, and at the end of the day, the lady come out clean that yes, she did it. I can apologize to the people on the platform on behalf of that. No. So I don't know why man is not dealing with this guy properly. Just allow them to come here. People like Rational Mind, talking about Koyamo Beach that he doesn't know anything about it, talking about Lagos
But
State.
forget that,
It's from
Pastor,
it's
man,
from
Pastor with that big nose, that guy is some ugly idiot, you know, and just come and
no,
talk
yeah.
so
Akim, if Pansat is telling lie or if he's ranting, I don't count. I will not take that for anything because Pansat is a bushman. He never lived in the city before he traveled to the United States or wherever. He's a bushman now. Someone that stayed in the United States and you want your own people to get killed in your own country. Is that a normal person? Which normal person does that? You want your people to go to the war with federal government. The one they go last, I did not blame everybody that they hate us, they kill us with the Yoruba people and the Hausa people. Like, so why will you be taking that kind of person serious? I can't even argue with Passat, you know. So
All disobedient do not want truth. They prefer lies.
yeah, that's not
And
mine. Is their leader on one man platform now.
no man
Yeah,
has in mind. You
is their
know,
leader now.
sometimes we crave truth, but we can't handle the truth. That is the problem with these disobedient people. They cannot see with their two eyes wide open. Unfortunately, the man, called Soyinka, said the truth, spoke about the fact that the unruly behavior of these fans of this man will probably going to lead him into a ditch. And he said, look, this man is not in control. How can you not be in firm control of your fan? You're riding on the back of a tiger, not just a tiger. We're talking about a blinded tiger. So the man spoke right as to the fact that that is the only version they listen to, but they fail to listen to the part where he mentioned Nnamdi Kanu being incarcerated all this while without legal pathway. So they fail to listen to that part. But you see, you have these paid bloggers that they put it upon themselves to be the information carrier for disobedience. And to be honest with you, I strongly believe that they've been paid because they believe that every news that involves politics is going to drive traffic to their blog. So they engage into it. But it's unfortunate that the misinformation of this generation through social media is going to have a huge negative impact on their life when they finally grow up. The reason is that they will be deprived of certain information or certain things that they needed to be, to know and understand now. Some of them have no idea how the society they were born into, how it operates. All they're seeing is just what is being demonstrated on the physical level. They cannot see beyond their nose. If it is not for them, forget about it. They feel entitled. They feel they have equipped enough to change the narrative and turn the life of Nigeria around. But unfortunately, they're wrong. Society is not built that way. You need to go and study history. Even in the days of empires, there are certain orders that you have to follow. Till this day, the likes of modern countries, developed countries, still have certain norms that are needed to be followed, which serve as a guiding um, compass for that society. Nigeria is not an exception. They cannot see beyond. If it is not for me, forget about it. If it is not us, forget about it. The world does not revolve around them. It doesn't. But they fail to realize that life is not fair. That is why
Darling,
God, yes.
do you know that these people, they like they argue about what they don't even know, like what they don't know about, and they talk confidently that this is this. This is like I don't get these people all disobedient. You know.
So if they tell you that a day will come, right, where some Nigerian youth will be taking Peter Obi's side against Wole Soyinka, would you ever believe such day will ever happen?
That means, my brother, it is tired.
That is where we are now. Look, this is somebody who has no record, absolutely zero record of any form of activism when it comes to whether democracy, whether the fight for democracy, whether being in the student union, whether being in the labor union. Absolutely zero activism. When it comes to activism, it's zero, absolutely zero. Okay, so you would they will not tell you that this person want to rescue Nigeria, right? Then you go back again. This man worked for a military dictator. Okay, why everybody was on the street trying to get that that military dictator out of power? You was working for them. But somehow you are the one who want to rescue those people who put their life on the line to bring you democracy. Those people who put their family on the line to make sure you are where you are today. So all of a sudden, those are the people who hate Nigeria. Those are the people who are destroying Nigeria. You cannot make it up. We all saw what happened during the June 12 election when all those Abiola Wahala was going on. We were on the street in Benin. Babangida must go. We were throwing tear gas back to those military juntas, the soldiers on the street. As young as I was at the time, a big, massive riot took place in Benin. Okay, nobody can tell me that this was the case in their region. You look at somebody like Showore with big record of activism, whether from university up to today. But no, that is not the person. He's just fighting for himself. This guy went to court when Nnamdi Kanu was taken to court, and his life was nearly taken. And yet they will still come and they will put the guy on the shelf and start chopping him like a diced chicken.
You know, at times, I struggle to not get involved with this tribal argument. But no matter how we're trying to discuss it or dance around it, it smells tribal. It is a huge part of the discussion. What you are seeing happening, I was once a believer in the fact that for this current dispensation that the Southeast ought to be the one to produce a president for Nigeria. I haven't been, you know,
Sorry,
yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I have a question for you, Alakim. Come 2027, do you think anybody from the Southeast stand a chance to become Nigeria president?
Apart from Tinubu?
No, it's not even that. Like Tinubu can lose the seat to probably somebody from the north. But do you think anybody from the Southeast stand a chance to become a president of Nigeria to come 2027?
Like I said before, in 2027, right? No, forget Southeast now. Both Southeast, South, no Southerner.
Let me bring in something. Do you know that 2027 in Lagos State of today, they start playing the politics of 2027 in Lagos State? I'm telling you, it's going to be brutal. Now, I believe the plan on ground now in Lagos State is that they have started like mobilizing themselves, or the APC, street by street, getting their numbers. The mistake they did in 2023, it won't happen again. I don't think Obi will score up to like 200,000.
No, because Tinubu was not at home. That's why.
It's not even that. I think they are not prepared. Like
No,
they
look,
were not
apart from that, yeah, regardless of what they do in Lagos or not, but what my belief is this: the North will not allow a different Southerner to sit on that post.
No, we are talking about South now. Forget about North. North, you know their
No, what I'm trying to explain to you is this: it is turn by turn. Okay, the North have looked at it now. They've sat down and said, okay, this is the turn of the South. Okay, you do maximum 8 years. You do. You think after Tinubu 4 years, they will not allow another Southerner to come in who will not be able to do 8 years?
No, you know the reason why I'm asking the question. We know this. We know this already. We know that the North will not vote for any other Southerner except Tinubu. We know that. But the way the obedient and Obi is going, is going to put the Southeast people in problem. They will get into problem. They will lose so many things. The way this guy is going, they will lose a lot of things. Not exactly in the Southwest. I'm telling you, like the way they are going about it, most likely Peter Obi, that guy. I don't know. 2027, we might see.
Did you watch the acting of Shuto Kumar and the occupation interview?
That is that for me.
Did you watch it?
No, I didn't. No.
You need to watch it.
Yeah, I will.
Those guys spoke the truth. They had no choice than to tell the truth. First and foremost, they acknowledge the fact.
Yeah, but Diwali, these guys. This is why I told people about this. This what they call the so-called obedient movement, right? I have no issues with Nigerians. Some group of Nigerians.
Let's call it what it is. It's a fascist group. It's a fascist movement.
I have no problem if the people come together and say they want a change in direction or whatever they want to do. But this is what I'm trying to explain to them. The man at the top of the ticket is an elitist. It's an elite, not different from every other elite that we have in Nigeria. It's not different from any one of them.
It's a smart calm man.
It is that
part that I disagree with them, where they are trying to sell it to me as something different. And I'm saying, no, it's not different from the rest of them. It's the same. In some cases, it's even worse than some of them. That is where I disagree with them.
Do you even know that the South people, the Southeast people, they are not helping Peter Obi at all. They are not helping him. They are making things difficult for him. Do you know that?
Yeah.
You know what is funny? You know what is funny? The man himself know that they cannot win an election. You know, all what he was doing is just to be a spoiler. And perhaps maybe he's trying to write his name in the book of history of this country. You know he cannot become the president, but let me fight it this time. Is the most smartest con man ever graced our political landscape. He fooled them and they bought it and they sink with it. You know, most of these folks they lack emotional intelligence. That's why they are so gullible to the point that even if you ask them to go and eat grass, they will eat it. Tinubu we know is a thief. There's no way you will get to that pinnacle of career in politics that you will not have your hands soiled. Atiku is a chronic thief. We know his past, his present, and we can determine what deduce his future. tell me that politician in Nigeria that we cannot actually point to and say, you know what, we know where you're coming from, you know your antecedent. Now, if they say Tinubu is not active, then I would tell you, look, you may not have been convicted by any court in Nigeria, but we all knew that the guy even looked like
Everybody
he
knows
looked
that.
like
Now,
a
even
crook.
Tinubu himself,
He
know
looked like a crook.
that.
Okay. Now, that apart, when somebody now decided to rebrand him or herself as if it's the second coming of Jesus Christ and carry himself around like a saint, that is what I despise. Look, at the beginning, I was conflicted in a way that I felt I was biased, let me say that way, that we should have a presidency of Igbo extraction. But you see, when that opportunity come knocking at your door for a serious people, what do they need to do? Bring their best forward. Bring the one that can easily sell. Integrity doesn't sell in Nigeria. No matter how you try to sell that person, they will unearth all your past deeds. So mistake number one. And to the point that they now felt that the guy doesn't even sound presidential. Don't let me deceive you. He doesn't. You can't be making analysis and telling me about something and saying how the everything. What is everything? You are pitting people against each other based on religious and ethnic. Virtually all the Southeasterners are obedient. Hardly you will see them even criticizing, maybe only few of them that have decided to be a renegade. The rest just follow one way on one way ticket only. I don't blame them because some of these people are blinded by tribal affiliation. And you ask some Yorubas who they oh, Yorubas also supporting Tinubu because we knew this guy had worked for it. Even if you rig the election, we all knew that the election in Nigeria is just a charade. We know that. But don't come around and start disrespecting people, started talking down on people because you couldn't get what you wanted, as if you yourself would say it's a saint. That is what I despise. And some of these young folks have no idea who this person is. Election is not just about people lining up on a polling booth casting their votes. No, election goes beyond that.
Diwali.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Do you know that this disobedient, they are shameless set of people. You know, this man they are supporting, he doesn't even know the meaning of BVAS, RF, all these. This guy don't know, he doesn't know they are different. He doesn't know the meaning of all these. You know, like I believe they have to start this guy down and explain how it worked for him. This is a man that they want to sell to Nigerians, as intelligent as Nigerians are. This is a man that doesn't even know how the RF work. You see, he said people in my own village they go to computer, they want to see. I was like, what's this guy talking about? What?
We actually dodged that bullet for real.
In fact,
We dodged it.
we are supposed to
We dodged it.
supposed to thank God for not,
You know when you see a smart man.
Obi should have done like something better if it's not because of all these supporters abusing everybody. You know, they made a lot of people change their mind. What is wrong with this guy?
A lot of people were
just
put off.
bully everybody into power.
Yeah.
You know, and now everybody is more wise. I believe the APC too. They will
And that was the reason why Yinka said these people, they don't have leadership skill. That's why he condemned him. But they felt, oh, it's disrespectful. You didn't watch the Bigati's interview on Rice News.
I don't watch Arise News. I don't watch Arise News
You
anymore.
see, that guy, he eulogized Abasha to the highest heaven. And then turned around and said, oh, Soyinka is not worth discussing. Almost 90 years old man. He eulogized Abasha to the highest heaven. and yet find it difficult to condemn his followers. Every single sentence that comes out of his mouth is laid with fascism, bigotry, hatred, name it. And I said, this is the person that is going to be the vice president of this country, Tufiakwa. Tufiakwa. If Obidati, who was once elected as a senator, was disqualified
for rigging an election,
for
I think it was
rigging
two
an
times now.
election,
It was twice. The disqualifying
someone like him should not even be near the ballot anytime in the future. But you know one thing, Obidati is part of the elite. He grew up on these people. He has always been around the elite. He married one of General Gusau's daughter. Remember, General Gusau was the NSC chairman before, right? And General Gusau is the handman of General Abacha. Glory Abacha. Till today, people still revere and respect of that man called General Gusau because that man has the secret book
I
of
believe
death.
the man is late now. That man you're talking about. Is it not
Gusau is still very much alive. Gusau is still very much alive.
one of former NSC chairman is late now, just of recent. I saw that.
So
one of them.
that is where he's getting all his security briefings from, indirectly. So for someone like that who was praising General Abacha for condemning Shoyinka, that's where you know that this man has nothing upstairs. What they fail to understand, the crave for power. They do not want to work for that power. And like Tinubu said, power is not given a la carte. You have to work for it. And when you get it, you snap it, you run with it. Because you only have one shot only. And that is a good example of power. What the likes of Obi lack what you can call leadership skill. What he failed to acknowledge, and he knew, not that he failed, he just refused to acknowledge the fact that there are some power blocks in Nigeria, the strong pillars. They make decisions on what is what in this country. But he failed to acknowledge those power blocks. He failed to consult with them, believing that populism will work. People will buy into his snake oil that he's selling. To some extent, it does. At least he got, how many did he got? 6 million or 3 million? I can't remember. So that shows you that it worked to some extent. And those people that believe in those nonsense are people from the southeast, and some few sympathizer. I mean, if you look at it, there was a time Kashim Shettima granted an interview on Channel Television and said that was way before even the primary. He said, we don't even have any choice because Tinubu is the only ally they could find worthy in the entire South as at that time. And if you consider his antecedent in politics, that man is a genius. It may not be coordinated like the people in the Western world, but in his own local way of doing politics. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I have a quick question. Why is it that people like Ekene, Joel, and most of these guys that come to 1 month, like they always say that I'm staying in Lagos, I'm doing this, Lagos is my this thing. But Peter Obi that they are supporting is the governor of Anambra State 2 times. Why are they not doing their businesses or staying in Anambra if this Peter Obi was that are so special and genius that make Anambra a safe haven for each and every one of them to sit back there, do their business. Like I keep wondering that these people are they not ashamed of even coming to platform and talking. I'm not staying in Anambra. I'm not staying anywhere in Southeast. Staying in Lagos. That like majority people know that this Lagos state was rebranded by the same guy you guys are abusing. You know, like I start wondering. Like, even Peter Obi himself, this guy stay in Lagos state. This lady too. What's he? Chimamanda Adichie, or she stay in Lagos state. I
That
don't get it.
you know, if you are going to use that standard to judge, you realize that from time immemorial, people have been migrating from rural to urban, and they're
I
migrating
know,
because of lot of
I know, but Yorùbá sọ pé ilé ni a ti ń kó ẹ̀ṣọ́ òde.
Absolutely.
Ọmọ ẹni ò dẹ̀ ṣe jí bẹ̀bẹ̀ ká fi lẹ̀kẹ̀ sí ìdí ọmọ ẹlòmíì. Ekene as he watch today, tó bá rí if he sees like 500 million naira or something like that. I believe before he went to Anambra to invest that money, he invested in Lagos State. Even or in Ogun State. You know, okay, for example, like when one man started this show last night, he was talking about the corruption about this Alexoti. And these people, they kept quiet. Like I heard every time was arguing with one man that no, it's not corrupt, it's not this, it's not like I don't get it. You want to abuse other leaders, you don't want people to talk about it. Like it's just like, you know, and people like Rational Mind will not even see anything about that. We not see anything bad in that. You know, this is a state. How much is Abia? How much are they generating internally? That Jahan, Sanusi Lamido, this woman, the former minister of finance, or like all these people, how much is he going to be paying them? Even Lagos State, that is heartbeat of Nigeria, they don't do all this rubbish. To me, it's just nonsense. You know, I believe, like, you know, these people, they are from top to the down, going to all the way to Obasanjo, Baba, this man, this Afenifere man. They are all bad dressed. They don't know what they stand for. Believe me, they just want to put Nigeria into problem. I don't think Peter Obi is the president of Nigeria now. There's going to be a lot of problem. I'm telling you, there will be a lot of. Are we going to be listening to Aisha, Yusufu, Rufai Hosseini? These are the people who are going to be our minister. The people who test lie. That you just wake up one morning and you just see fake news flying around. These are the people they want to make minister for us in Nigeria. Look at this guy in Lagos State, Rose River. He's not even from Nigeria. His family is not from Nigeria. It's the one talking about it. I don't even think in Yoruba. And you want to govern Yoruba State. Can you just that guy cannot do anything in Nigeria anymore. We can go to Anambra where his mother come from and become something, but not in Southwest. The Southwest people, they will go out on him. They will go out on that guy. I don't think, because I don't think like them. I don't think in Yoruba, you know. Everybody is awake now. We are waiting for 2027, and we will see the number they will get. I know probably a new word of all those first tax sites that they dominated. Yeah, something can come out of there. Come to all this where Yoruba people are. I don't think Obi will even score up to like 10,000 votes. I'm telling you. You know. Is anybody there? Thomas. Maybe you should shut down this thing. Nobody is here. Thomas.
Yeah.
Oh, I believe there is no one on the platform anymore. Good morning.
Yeah. Maybe my network went off. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. How are you, my brother?
I'm fine. Are you?
Good.
How is family?
Yeah, we thank God. And you?
Yeah. Like I just came. I always listen on the background. I just come purposely because of rational mind telling you guys lie about what he doesn't know. You know, I believe. I will maybe in the next section. I will talk to one man that he should not allow rational mind to talk about anything in Lagos State today because he kept on telling lies about what he doesn't know. Even a Kenny that is not from Lagos know much about Lagos State than him. You know. I don't know why you are talking about something is not existing for the past 15 years. You are still coming talking about it like Kuramo Beach, they take money. Kuramo Beach is a free beach. Nobody take money from anybody. Yes, they will take money for your car parking. Kuramo Beach when it was existing. And you are just coming here talking about what you don't even know. One man should not be allowing that. You know, like a Kenny coming to tell people that Lagos State will demolish your house if you don't have CFO. 99% of houses in Lagos State, except the one the government build themselves, don't have CFO. 99% of the houses in Lagos State.
How many houses have built? Government even said it themselves.
I'm
how
sure
many
I know
houses
that
have
case.
built?
And one man was allowing this guy to be talking like this, that on this international platform that they will break your house if they have CFO. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world now. What is CFO? Unless if you have your own, the major land has a problem, probably is a government acquisition land, or is a reserve land, or is a farmland, and government looked at it that this thing was not supposed to be here now, so we want to take it back to the normal structure. You know, even when Tinubu want to do all this, got the road, all these Lawancing Road, Akerele, Jesha Road, when they want to do all those roads. Like they see the plan, they bring the plan to everybody to see that all these houses was not supposed to be there, but they consider them. They still consider them. Okay, we will take half of it. We will manage. We will do this. You know, these are all the things that you know. One man should not allow all these people to come here to tell lies. I'll tell one man he should ban one rational man for speaking about Lagos State. We don't want him to speak for us. No, me, I'm from Lagos State. I'm a Lagosian. I'm from Modile family, right? I think Baba will know our family. He's also a Lagosian or Mike. So, like, you can't be talking about our state like that now. Talk about Ndo or Akwe or where you come from. Talk about it. We will not argue with you. But you're not from Lagos. You don't even stay in Lagos State. You come, you argue, oh, they are breaking Igbo houses. They are doing these houses. Even these people say, how many houses do they have in Lagos State? How many houses? The way they shout that we bought everywhere. How many houses do they have? They don't own up to 20% of houses in Lagos State now.
Thank
Thomas,
you, my brother.
Good. Have a good day. Enjoy the rest of the day. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Yeah, it's another day. Thank you. The comment section, all the panelists. Yes, thank you. And I'll carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace. Thank you, guys. Happy weekend.
This recent election. It's unfortunate that because the two things happened. First of all, one party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue. That is, you know, you have force of arms. You also have force of lies. And it was gearing up towards violence. They were going to send, some of the hardliners were going to send crowds, young people, into the streets to demonstrate. I'm always ready to be among such demonstrators, but only on the banner of truth, not of lies, not of deceit. This recent
for better infrastructure, for better life, yeah, my people. For better roads, yeah, for better hospitals and health, yeah. Hey. For lights today, for everything to work for us, for Nigeria. No more hunger. Obi for better Nigeria. Obedient and useful. Obi, Obi, I'll be obedient and useful. Obi, oh yeah, Obi, get it. Hausa man, Yoruba man, Igbo man, Middle Belt, Niger Delta. Let us come together for better Nigeria, for better life, for better health, for better road. From consumption to production. Obi Adema, Obi Adema, Obi Adema, Obi Akachamba, before Nigeria. Okay, Salam lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́, Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Yar'Adua dé, Yar'Adua lọ́tọ̀ Jonathan dé, Jonathan lọ́tọ̀ Buhari dé, Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Peter Obi. Èwo lèwo, èwo lèwo, abẹ́gi yé.
You can only see, but you can never get there. Oh, you can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never want them. You can only see, but you will never get them. You can only see, but you can never get them. You can only see, but you can never get them.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, now. I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. He like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't? Why? It must be an omission.
Let's ask this question. You took money belonging to Anambra state government and put it in a company in which your family has interest. That's what you're telling me?
No, let me tell you. Look at what you're saying. I bought shares in banks. Let me tell you what I did. It wasn't only in that I invested. I invested $50 million of Anambra state money in power sector. I invested another 10 over several billions in banks, including banks where I have share. I was investing for the future of the state. It doesn't matter whether I have shares there or not. But so, if the shares is making profit, so if I have an opportunity of building a future for the state,